Dun, 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 What game OST I should put it in? Let me think. Game Workshop is actually really close to IP. You know what? Final Fantasy 7 music. Yes. Okay, now if you guys already seen a little bit of what I'm going to do, is going to draw Ryu. If you guys don't know Ryu is, if you watch me long enough, you might know. If you didn't watch me long enough, you might not know. Basically, it's a friends I've been streaming with a long time, but yeah, sadly, I'm going to say like we have a harder time to stream and schedule up together due to ping issues. Australia's superior internet is too hard to connect. So yeah, we only can do like some activity together. And back in the day, we have like Take to be like the center of the server. We all just connect in between him. But the problem is now he moved back to UK, so like the server thing become like issues again. Yeah, so too bad. We're still communicating. It's just that we hardly able to stream together. Unless some very special circumstances, or we can tank through like the ping issues. Like the ping issue is not even like simple. It's literally if we play Valorant together, I connect to the Australian servers. I will come out from the cover, shot someone in the face, go back to my cover, and then I die. The delay is that much. But yeah, life finds a way. I managed to make my like some of the stream happens, but yeah, if I have to get like all the gangs together to kind of like do the stream together, it does have a little bit time zone issues. So it's always like that. So today, I will be redrawing the also famous, my third proudest like carving style back in the days that I made it. The Ryu floating in the space, kind of like. Yeah, I'm going to make an even better versions of I'm going to make an even better version of this one. Because, well, skill change, it's been a while, so I'm going to use this as somewhat of a comparison of like how my skill have improved through ages. Yep. And also, I have to do one last check, to know that is my Twitch stream functioning properly. Hi. Yes, the highest there, so good. I need to do some funny things. Hold on a little bit. Image slideshow. Yes. Oh, not this one. Wrong source area. Okay, again, I'm going to image slideshow. Alright, going to put comic here. And then Control C and Control V, another version. No. Control C and paste another duplicate version of it. Okay. Both are on pause. Okay. Wait a minute. Yeah, I have to kind of like refresh a little bit. They should have the same property. Okay. And then move both of you under here. Okay, good. They should be working in the background, I hope. I know you want me to question your characters, but I know you did that on purpose too. A little bit difficult to do some of my things because my phone is kind of like covering the screen and stuff. Hold on a little bit. Still quite lots of stuff to kind of fixed. And oh yeah, this one too. Totally forgot. Yeah. I'm streaming with that too. Ah, now I know what I want to do. Final Fantasy. Seven remake. Yeah, or Final Fantasy remake music. Ooh, there's a lot. Yep, we can have lots of fun just listening to this. There's 8 hours of fun in there. Because I didn't know it was an ABC song, I just randomly put a music that is like sound good at the first phrase. And I put comedy as a tag. They decided to show ABC song as a comedy. I have no freaking idea. You have to ask YouTube for that. Why do you think ABC song is a comedy? Besides, I bake it into the video, so I can't really remove it. I'm using the YouTube edit system, which is, yeah. Because I can't use the original song I'm using, it immediately got region lock. I was using the I was using Axel like original like cover song that she did, but I think it's because it's cover song, it immediately got copyrighted. If got copyright claim, is fine, but they copyright to the point that it literally locks off from a few other regions, then that is the issues. So I hastily patch in like another music into it. Okay, beside of this, today I'm going to do a way different kind of stream. So I will stop answering your questions. Because I have quite a few stuff to actually do. I'm keep running program, so try not to disrupt the program. Even though I don't have an audience. I know you're trying to have some conversation within the stream, since talking is my strong suit. But when I actually drawing, I would rather focus than, you know, either talk about some things that I can just talk mindlessly. Most of the question you ask, I have to use my brain and turn ideas, so I kind of lose focus from that. So I have to create my own topic to talk about, rather than someone ask me some question. It's much more easier that way. So my brain can just run in autopilot mode. Chit-chat topic. The difference between creative and alright, good. Then put this on pen. To do something, drag this thing out. Okay, good. Boop. Again. Yes. Okay, nice. Hmm? Oh. Hi there! It's Mr. Void! Sorry there. And also, here's the thing. I have ancient traditions. Because I know you guys are too lazy to type the hi button, you guys press the easy lazy buttons. Back in the days, I have a misunderstanding. I thought you guys was like demanding a hi from me. So I end up always being so rude to people who said hi. But I will keep the traditions, okay? No offense. Everyone who pressed the say hi button will always get a fuck you from me. So yes, Mr. Void, fuck you. I'm gonna get reported as Sunders at this point. But either way, yep. Hope my voice is not too loud actually. I'm still trying to adjusting like how loud my voice is going to be. This thing is like pretty hard to do. Then guys, kind of easy and hard at the same time. Let's get monoling. Let's go to 80. Supposed to be better if I just go to 80. Yep. I always did that a little bit too fast. Hooey, I am very tired today. I feel like I want to go to sleep already. And alone in this place where I have nobody to chat with, and I have no idea what to do. All I do, all you do. We'll live in the world that we are so distant. That sometimes we feel like we are apart. No matter how I wish, no matter how I be, no matter what I become, it's just a dream. Was those fun time I have? It is just a mere illusion, and I wish, and I wish the world is more connected. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Yeah, sorry. I don't know why. I'm just feel kind of like I don't know. Just think, like, do you guys feel sometimes, just sometimes, no matter like how chill you are, how like cheerful you are as a person, there will always that one time that you just feel really, really vulnerable for some reasons. Yeah, I don't know why. It's basically like for some reason I feel especially alone today. It's like I don't know what to say. It's like maybe I just want a genuine connections. Who knows? Hey, being alone for like 30 years for your entire life. Technically, not like I say like 30 years old, still single, all those kind of things. Maybe it's that. Maybe it's that. Who knows? Or maybe it's not. It's very tough to know. Currently, I turn off all the music and stuff, this and that, yet other things. And yeah, just trying to have a, you know, good times. Having a little bit of stream, you guys. Having a little bit of fun. Having a little bit this, a little bit that. You know, the general stuff. Ooh. I just realized this thing is actually really hard to draw. Because she actually have quite complex accessories, to be honest. Well, technically it's not really that complex, it's just they have like those kind of things like when you see like in front it's actually really easy to draw, but when you actually draw them in an angle, oh, that would be like a whole different like beast there. Ooh, done. Still feel like this one a little bit too pop. Let me try to make it smaller. Okay. Yeah, the one on the top's supposed to be smaller. And another thing is like I feel like for some reasons like this particular version of Ryu, I feel like I'm drawing a different versions, to be honest. It's like well, it's so mismatch of her personality, it basically is just like opposite side of her. Especially the facial expression and like movement. It's feel like an imposter, you know? Sorry, currently like my eyes is like not functioning really well today. It's really having like a struggle to see things properly. You know, the double vision the blurry side, everything, make it like even much more harder to draw. All right. Ooh, my arm is really tired. I really want to continue, but my dizziness is really piping hot right now. This is why I can't have a schedule. Having a schedule for me is really tough on my body. Like usually if I felt not like it, I would just like don't stream today. But yeah, but I already doing this like daily challenge thingy, so but also at the same time my body just doesn't listen to me at the moment. Ooh, is a little bit difficult. You know? Ooh. Ah, I'm dizzy. My body is like really stressed for no reasons. Ugh. do 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 do. Da 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 Let's look at the internet news today. Like what we can actually watch. Let's go and take a look. Whew.
Yeah, you're donating? Oh, I saw that.
Ooh, I want to watch this. Hold on. How's the stream? Stream still working? Yeah.
So yeah, yesterday, driving home from my dad's house, and I see that I get added into a call with Hassan, Mr. Beast, Logan Paul, Aiden Ross, and XQC. And I'm like, all right, I'll join this one.
We know you got a lot of that, Aiden.
Hey! What is this? Hi, hello, hi guys.
Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Jimmy, Mr. Beast. Yeah, there's this charity thing called Team Water, where every dollar donated is a year of clean water for someone in need. Your friends here were saying you were a very generous soul. And
Are you really gonna do this shit? I fucking at the McDonald's drive-thru, man. Is this gonna happen to me? Just give me a number,
so,
Jimmy.
all right, so Jinxie, Logan, they both just committed $100,000, and
100K? No way. Look, guys, here's the thing. I'm about actually, I don't know why this guy. Like, how does it take this long to pay for McDonald's?
I see tweets all the time about how you're the most watched Twitch streamer, like watch time every month. You're like crushing it.
Yeah, and you know what? You know how much I get paid for that? 17 cents. It's a big day for me. I'll donate. I'll donate, Jimmy. I'm not gonna donate $100,000. I'm gonna be honest. That's a lot of money.
You're putting people on the spot. You put me on the spot too, man. And now I'm broke.
Spot, y'all trying to make me look like an asshole. That's what's going on. I know what's going on here.
Asmund, I got an idea for you. If we do a stream, me, you, Aiden, we put that day, we do a little stream together, right? All of us combined, and we just donate that amount to that.
I will say this. I would do it.
Hey, I gotta go, guys.
Yep,
Jimmy, send me the info. Asmund, pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, you too, man.
See ya,
Bye, guys. You're doing God's work, Jimmy.
All right, Logan. Thanks, sweetie. Thanks, Asmund.
All right, yep. I'll see y'all later.
Enjoy your man.
And I'm like, oh, now they're trying to get me to donate a bunch of fucking money. 100K? That's a lot of money, man. I should have donated like $400, but yeah, guys, I'll go ahead. I'll lay it down. I should have told them that I would donate the amount of money that I made from Twitch from ads this month. You guys want to know how much that total amount of money would be? The total amount of ad revenue made. Let's see. How much are they getting? $1.78. Nobody's seeing ads for me. I'll tell you that. If somebody's seeing ads for me, I'll say the N-word again, okay? Don't worry about it. I'll fucking say it.
No! Twitch! He means nuclear. It's in the nuclear sense.
The N-word used in a nuclear sense, that's the worst thing that can happen.
And he's not even kidding about it. He's not doing business, he's not doing merchandise, he's not doing anything. He's not scamming shit out of people. Obviously, he have no money. Even he have money, most of his money just passed to making like, like his YouTube channel stuff. He didn't even earn money from his YouTube. So generally, like most of the money, he just like use it as his living expense, and then now like for his family, maybe his friend, just that. He only got enough to be that generous. It's a little peer pressuring at this point. Man, this is stupid. And then I also have to connect with the petty billionaire. Ew.
This YouTuber tried proving people are lazy by turning $10,000 into $1 million, but he accidentally ended up embarrassing himself instead and promoted a guru who we're going to be exposing today.
We could be doing hard labor, but instead the idea is mentality, success, and money.
The YouTuber is Whistling Diesel. He has 10 million subscribers, and his name is Cody. His channel's motto, never ever clickbait ever. So you can imagine I'm pretty excited about this video because look at that title. He's gonna prove people are lazy with a series showing people that hate money how truly possible it is to make money. Let's dive in and find out from the guy who never clickbaits how exactly that's gonna work.
Alex is one of the world's top leading day traders. We're gonna turn $10,000 into $1 million in one day.
Oh, well actually that seems pretty lazy to make $1 million in one day instead of being patient, but it also turns out to be clickbait because of course they don't make $1 million. But the setup is pretty simple. Cody Whistling Diesel plays this jokester who doesn't know anything, and then we have Alex. He's presented as our guru, one of the top day traders of the world.
Alex is the world's expert trader, world's top leading day traders.
And it's kind of a strange mix because Cody seems to not take this seriously at all, while Alex is very serious.
We're betting that the Japanese yen is going to get weaker and the New Zealand dollar is going to get stronger. The first thing you want to do when you come into the market, you want to find out of all the markets which one has the highest probability of going
This guy just telling you how to do Forex.
in one direction versus the other.
You know, it was somewhere in the middle of this very simple Forex explanation that I realized, oh, these guys are selling something, or at least Alex is. He's an expert who sells a course for $1,500 to teach people trading, which makes all of this pretty weird. But then Alex makes a pretty interesting admission about the whole experiment.
I was actually interested in taking this trade before you pulled up. You would have lost your full 10 grand right there.
Really?
Yeah, all of it.
Really? So we're gonna cut and we're gonna come back in 2 hours when this trade is 5 times the value. He's gonna let me borrow the Porsche and we're gonna have fun for a little bit while we're letting our money stack. We could be doing hard labor, but instead the idea is mentality, success, and money.
So in a quest to prove people hate money and are lazy, Cody shows up, nearly loses everything, makes one trade, and then takes a 2-hour break to drive supercars. Wasn't this whole video about hard labor and why people are lazy? Now it's about supercars and letting your money stack? Let's be honest, you need something before you can let your money stack. You need money. This is all starting to feel like an advertisement for Alex the Forex Guru. After all, Whistling Diesel is not a financial YouTuber. He knows nothing about that stuff. He makes car videos, but suddenly is spending 15 minutes learning about Forex. But just when I started to agree with the comment section, I got the video's real sponsor.
Which brings us to our ad break while we're making revenue. A personal data protection system.
Yeah, apparently that's the ad.
Take at least 3 cents.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna be 100% honest. It's actually a lot better than I thought.
Really?
Yeah, I thought it was gonna taste like.
Okay, we're gonna skip this ad too.
So here's something interesting about Incognito.
A reviewer from Business Insider shared their first-hand experience.
Okay, never mind. That's still the ad. Let's skip that too and get back to what we only think might be an ad.
Where are we at?
So we were up probably.
We're at 89,000.
No, 90,000 now.
We were at 90. Oh, we're at 90.
No, but we were, I saw it on the phone.
91, 92. So should we pull out at 100?
No, this is gonna go more than 100 for sure.
Really?
Yeah, this is probably gonna be like 400 grand. No, for sure, 100%. But it's gonna take 2 to 3 days to get there.
All right, so we missed a lot while driving supercars and doing 2 ads. We now learn we're in the money, and in 2 days, we'll have $400,000. But Whistling Diesel doesn't want to wait that long. Instead, he closes his trade for $9,000 in profit. But I started to wonder, what if they had held on to this trade? Because even Cody wondered how his day trader guru friend could just know it was gonna go up so high.
I don't know, you could wait it out or...
How do you know?
I mean, I just know, bro. I don't know how to explain it.
How do you know? What does he know?
Yeah, what does he know? I wondered the same thing, so I whipped up a Forex simulation of almost the same exact trade, but I kept my money in this time for a few days. And the question is, did I make $400,000? No, I did not. I basically lost everything in my simulated account. Because it turns out doubling your money is actually very risky. No matter how much someone says they just know the trade is going to go up, they really don't. Now, I reached out to Whistle and Diesel and asked him point blank if this entire video was an ad, but he insisted it wasn't. According to him, he was paid nothing except his profits. Alex, for his part, said the exact same thing, although he did admit that he has paid influencers in the past to collaborate, like Steve will do it. He also got Aiden Ross to give him an interview in exchange for using his Bugatti.
It's never too late to try something new. You know, you have college, you have 9-to-5s, they're always around, they're always there. They're not going anywhere. People need workers. Just try something new. Try flipping the switch here. Try do something that you believe in yourself with.
So, yeah, apparently those two got something out of it. Supposedly Whistle and Diesel did not.
Listen, guys. Be the guy who call CoffeeZilla. Do not be the guy who get called by CoffeeZilla. That's the lesson of the day. The do's and don'ts. Okay?
If you even assume that's true, I still think it's worth digging into who this Alex guy is. And the question is it actually a good idea to give someone like this your money or to spend your money Forex day trading? Is it the secret to untold wealth? And how did Alex really get his Bugatti money? Well, of course, I asked, and Alex told me he made $7.5 million in the last 4 years from selling courses, actually. Teaching people how to trade, which is insane. Now, Alex claims that some of his money comes from day trading, but I never learned exactly how much. He said it ranges, but there's a famous lesson. There's more money to make selling shovels in a gold rush than mining for gold. Alex's website even says, I am a miner, can I do it? And the answer is yes, for $1,500. Although later I learned that actually he meant miner as in like underage person who actually aren't allowed to trade Forex. You have to be 18. But Alex's website says that you can just trade with a real account in the name of a family member of legal age, which is, again, not allowed. To make matters worse, Alex has also been accused of faking trades online and using simulated accounts instead of real money. Simulated just means essentially you're using Monopoly money. It's what I did a second ago to test out that trade. But Alex denies this. He says he doesn't fake trades. The only problem I find with this is that there's a disclaimer in Alex's own videos called CFTC 441, which is a reference to a special regulation where you have to disclose if you're using a simulated account. Here's the CFTC guidelines. It matches up with what Alex's videos and website say. And this makes me think at least some of Alex's trades are not real money, despite him claiming to be such a profitable trader. Now, Alex would later tell me this is a very catch-all disclaimer commonly used in the industry. But that could be because this industry is full of a lot of people faking trading records. Now, I did try to explain this to Cody, the guy pushing this great trader, world's best trader.
World's top leading day traders.
And I said, maybe this guy's not all you think he is. But Cody defended himself saying, I didn't promote him. I literally went day trading with him and made $9,000. Haha. He's factually skilled enough to double my money in a few hours, which I guess is true, but he's also skilled enough to make you almost lose everything twice.
I was gonna just like dump all my money into it, like in one day.
You wouldn't. Yeah.
Really?
I mean, you could, but you're gonna lose it all.
Oh, really?
I was actually interested in taking this trade before you pulled up. You would have lost your full 10 grand right there.
Really?
Yeah, all of it.
And this just shows Cody's arrogance here. He's so uneducated on Forex, but also so confident about it. He was moments away from losing everything, but he doesn't seem to know it or care. I asked him which broker they ended up using, and he said he doesn't even know what a broker is. That's another big problem because a big part of Forex scams are sketchy offshore brokerages where you don't know if it's real or fake money, and they can take your money and run. Now, I went to Alex's website because I was curious, and Alex recommends a broker called LQH Markets, which he calls trusted. But I would beg to differ because this brokerage is located in Camaros, which you can't locate on a map. I forbid you from depositing money there. It is also offshore, and it has no CEO listed, meaning we don't even know who owns it. It's also banned from accepting U.S. investors. But of course, the same guy who says minors can impersonate family members has no problem getting us around that too.
This is the kind of the L for some people, which is no US clients. I'm sure you guys can figure out a way how to do it. Get a VPN and do it. I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty shocking stuff. Just VPN to a trusted broker. Apparently Alex's whole community trades there. That's how trusted this brokerage is.
I believe that there is a trusted broker. This is the current broker that I use right now, which is LQH Markets. Been using it for a very long time. My whole entire community uses it. This is the trusted one that I recommend.
After hearing all of this, I just wanted to know, surely Alex knows who's behind this trusted broker. So I asked, who is the owner of LQH Markets? Are you a part owner? And he told me, quote, I'm not sure who is. There are many affiliate broker companies that do outreach on behalf of platforms to give the best deals, and no, I'm not. So apparently his whole community is sending money offshore. He calls it trusted, but he doesn't know who owns it. It's shocking stuff, but even if you thought that was bad, it actually gets worse because the last company Alex promoted was a different one. It was called Rocket 21.
Join the Rocket 21 Discord, the Rocket team. How legit Rocket is. Rocket 21 Challenge, Rocket 21 Instagram. Take your Rocket 21 Challenge. I only and will forever recommend Rocket 21.
That's right. Alex used to...
In this world, there's no quick money. If you know how to do quick money, generally you're scamming shit tons of people without knowing or knowingly.
Promote a website which was a place you could get...
The silliest deaths in history. Sometimes it's your own pride that can get the best of you. This is Hans Steininger, and this is his beard. Hey, my eyes are up here. Looking like the wisest wizard in the world, Hans was a public spectacle in the 16th century and also a well-respected politician. Cause, I mean, come on, who are you gonna vote for? Majestic and marvelous beard boy Hans, or the lame and lackluster clean-shaven Franz? Und that is how I will be lowering taxes while simultaneously providing affordable healthcare and housing for all. Alright, but where's your beard? I don't have one. But behind that big bushel of bristles beats a kind heart, one that legitimately cared for his town and its people. So much so that Hans was elected as mayor for 6 consecutive terms for the town of Braunau am Inn, a town that resides on the border between modern-day Austria and Germany. It's also the birthplace of another famous facial hair haver, albeit far less loved by history, but that's another story. Measuring in at over 4.5 feet in length, Hans's big-ass beard was his defining feature, and was certainly a testament to his patience and care in many aspects in his life. If you can brush your beard, you can untangle legislative issues. If you can oil up your whiskers, you can lubricate the political machine. So it goes without saying that cosmetology and political science are of equal value. At least from a college degree standpoint. However, Hans's biggest asset would be his downfall, quite literally. On September 28, 1567, a fire broke out in the town, which was a much bigger threat back then than it is today. Since the extent of firefighting tactics were just pathetic pails of water, a single small fire could reduce your whole town to cinders real quick. Hans, who usually tucked his beloved beard into a leather pouch for safekeeping and uninhibited travel, let his lusciously long locks whimsically whip in the wind as he ran to help with the fire. Scuttling down some stairs in a panic, Hans had accidentally slammed a piggy right on his own facial pubes, causing him to slip and trip down the entire staircase. He snapped his neck, and the town was devastated. Not by the fire, but by the loss of their beloved mayor. Before being buried, the townsfolk had Hans's beard gently removed and chemically preserved, immortalizing his legacy. The forever facial hair is still on display in a museum in the town today. You know his ghost is pissed, though. Ever have an extreme case of the sleepy ha-has where you find anything and everything to be complete comedic gold to the point of not being able to even breathe? Now try to imagine this soggy scoop of Cheerios doing that. This is Chrysippus, a rather influential Greek Stoic philosopher in the 3rd century BC. In case you don't peruse that corner of YouTube, Stoicism is the philosophy that you only ever need to focus on what you can control in your life. Anything reasonably outside of that control, Hakunas Matatis, not my problems. which is a pretty solid philosophy, especially in this age of doom and gloom social media designed to make you perpetually paranoid and pissed off. Chrysippus was also a huge proponent of logical reasoning, having created an original system of propositional logic, stuff like if, then, and or statements that we use to describe the world around us today. For example, if you are not subscribed to this channel, then you're dead to me. Simple logic. The basic idea is that any and all things happen for a reason. Well, I'm sure Chrysippus would have a hard time understanding the logic and reasoning surrounding his rather untimely death. According to legend, Chrysippus, at the fermented old age of 73, got trashed at a feast. In his slizzard state, he had stumbled upon a donkey who was munching on some figs. Registering at least a 6.9 on the ancient Greek comedy scale, the masticating mule was a hilarious sight to behold, prompting Chrysippus to exclaim, quote, "Now give the donkey some pure wine to wash down the figs." This added punchline sent the Lord of Logic over the edge. Chrysippus reportedly hurled himself into a fit of laughter so intense that he had collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Despite some nearby partygoers attempting to help him, he had knocked himself dead with his own joke. But the question is, can you actually die from laughter? Sure you can. It's rare, but medically possible. If you laugh your ass off to the point of it being an uncontrollable fit, that actually puts a lot of stress on your heart. So if you have a weak heart, you're probably going to exacerbate some underlying conditions, leading to a heart attack. You also have the possibility of losing consciousness if you laugh yourself out of breath for long enough. But you have to hear or see something exceptionally funny for that to happen, so don't worry, you're safe here. Now, of course, this recount of events is debated by historians. The guy who documented this particular death was ancient Greek biographer Diogenes Laertius, who lived a few hundred years after Chrysippus' death, so he was far from an eyewitness. Diogenes nuts! On top of that, he also wrote an alternative, more mundane account of the comical death, simply writing that Chrysippus died of alcohol poisoning after drinking too much undiluted wine, but I guess he needed to spice some things up for his readers. If there was ever proof that the universe has a cruel sense of humor, then it's the curious case of American lawyer and politician Clement Vallandigham. Howdy. Though he resided in the Union state of Ohio during the mid-1800s, Clement was adamantly against the Civil War, calling it, quote, a wicked, cruel, and unnecessary war. Which is fine, but being a member of the Copperhead faction of the anti-war Democrats, Clement was a very vocal Confederate sympathizer, speaking out against President Lincoln and the abolition of slavery, to which Lincoln was all and sent him to the South to live amongst his Confederate companions in 1863. Clement, who was clearly not about that life, snuck aboard a ship and shipped himself off to Canada before sneaking back to his home state of Ohio to perform rather inconsequential political mumbo-jumbo for the next few years. But after the war was over, Clement attempted to run on political platforms while still advocating for slavery. However, he suddenly switched his views with the Democratic New Departure policy of 1865, which basically 180'd the Democratic Party's stance on slavery once they realized that it fell out of favor in the public's eye. So, being branded as a no-good slavery supporter for life meant the figurative death of his political career. Instead, he turned to a career in law, which would soon lead to his literal death. On June 17, 1871, Vallandigham met his demise while defending his client, Thomas McGeehan, a young fella accused of shooting and killing one Tommy Myers. Clement claimed that Myers had, in fact, not been murdered but accidentally shot himself with his own gun while getting up to stand. Clement vowed that he could demonstrate this before the court, proving McGeehan's innocence. And so he did. Now, when reenacting a scene that results in someone accidentally blowing a hole through their own tummy, you want to make sure that you have safety measures in place that would physically prevent you from doing the same thing. Clement didn't do that. Instead, he had mistakenly used a loaded pistol. While demonstrating the scene as Myers, Clement attempted to draw the seemingly harmless firearm from his coat pocket as he stood up. And he blew a hole through his own tummy, just like Myers. Clement Vallandigham died just 12 hours later from his injuries. The verdict? Not guilty. McGeehan was acquitted and was a free man. Until he was murdered a few years later, that is. You can tempt death all you like, but eventually, he's gonna get what's his. That's what big old Bobby Leach found out in 1926. Born in itty-bitty Britain, England in 1858, Leach grew up to be quite the daredevil. Unfortunately, most of Bobby's early life is lost to time, completely shrouded in mystery. We do know that around the 1880s, he had left boring old England for a more exhilarating life in the States. Apparently an excellent swimmer, Leach eventually landed a gig as a professional high diver with the greatest show on earth, the Barnum and Bailey Circus. There, he performed daringly dangerous feats in front of thousands of eager onlookers. This had quenched the adrenaline-thirsty void in his life for a while, but eventually he retired from this circus life at the age of 50 in order to extend his life expectancy a bit. But that logic was tossed aside rather quickly, as in the early 1900s, Bobby decided to settle down as a humble businessman at Niagara Falls.
Blimey, that's a proper waterfall, isn't it?
Initially content with just opening up a restaurant, Leach noticed the ever-increasing tourists flocking from afar to see a bunch of water spill over a cliff. So, this gave him an idea. The daredevil was back. Between 1906 and 1911, Leach performed various stunts around the falls, including parachuting from the nearby Honeymoon Bridge to the river below. Over the years, Leach continued to push the envelope, coming up with more and more dangerous stunts to draw larger and larger crowds. Eventually, he faced his biggest challenge, the falls themselves. And on July 25th, 1911, entombed in a customized giant metal barrel, Leach took the plunge. And survived. Sure, he had gashed his forehead, broken his jaw, and all of his kneecaps, but he was still kicking. Bobby Leach became the second person to survive the trip, right behind 63-year-old Annie Taylor. After recovering in the hospital for several months, Leach became a celebrity. Over the next several years, he had plans to make a second bound over the falls, but it never came to be. Why? Well, because in 1926, he went and slipped on a dang orange peel, snapping his leg in half, which went and got infected with gangrene, ultimately killing him a few days later. Remember that death always gets the last laugh. Having served the shortest presidential term in United States history, you know something must have gone down. Well, it was President William Henry Harrison's health bar. The withering president had a pretty impressive career before assuming office. He enlisted in the U.S. Army in 1791 at the age of 18 and quickly rose through the ranks, serving in the American Indian Wars, which sought to expand U.S. territory further west against native tribes, which they did. Satisfied with his service, Harrison decided to retire from the military at 25 and toss his hat in the ring for a career in politics. Recognized for his leadership skills on the battlefield, then President Guy John Adams gave Harrison control over the territory of Indiana as governor, with the goal of expanding that territory for statehood eligibility. One consequence of this territorial expansion was the Battle of Tippecanoe in 1811, which only further displaced natives from the area in order to allow more settlers to, well, settle. This success cemented Harrison's legacy as Indiana would eventually become its own state in 1816. But leading military campaigns from afar, that's boring as shit. Harrison missed being in the middle of the action, so he came out from his military retirement to fight in the War of 1812, serving as a major general for the US Army against the smelly redcoats, who weren't too happy seeing the US's throbbing expansion. A bunch of people died, and the war ended in pretty much a stalemate. But the outcome solidified the US as a world power, being able to at least defend itself from a foreign power. This really boosted national morale and pride, and with no restrictions put in place, the US just kept on manifesting that destiny in the coming years. Now back in a time of peace and having successfully satisfied his war boner, Harrison fell back into politics, serving in the House of Representatives, the Senate, and eventually running for president. His opponent was 8th President Martin Van Buren, whose first term experienced an economic depression with the Panic of 1837. Of course, Van Buren was given the blame for the economic downturn, even though it began over a month before he was even in office. The economy stagnated, unemployment rose, and the people were properly pissed. So it's no surprise that when seeking re-election, it was now Harrison who would be the favorite to win. Harrison won in a landslide, 234 electoral votes to Van Buren's 60. But that wouldn't matter in about a month. Elected in 1841 at the age of 68, Harrison was getting on in his years. Either a stubborn old goat or a complete idiot, he had the habit of being extremely underprepared for the weather. For example, he delivered his inaugural speech in the bitter cold and rain for 2 hours straight, with no overcoat or weather-appropriate clothes.
Connected with the subject is the character of the currency. The idea of making it exclusively metallic, however well intended, appears to me to be fraught with...
Oh, this is gonna suck. Harrison continued to endure exposure to the elements over the next few weeks, eventually contracting a deadly case of pneumonia. Despite his doctors jacking him to the tits with drugs and relying on good old-fashioned bloodletting, Harrison died on April 4th, 1841, exactly 1 month after being elected. When you were a kid, did you ever try jumping off of a sofa using a blanket as a makeshift parachute, but you failed to calculate that the blanket had the proper coefficient of drag necessary to minimize your acceleration due to gravity, leaving you crashing to the floor in a possible concussion? Just me? Well, take that scenario and scale it up to adult size. Except this is your blanket, and this is your couch. Meet Franz Reichelt, the mastermind behind the parachute suit prototype. An Austro-Hungarian tailor and inventor, Franz became hyper-fixated on developing a sort of wearable parachute. He had identified a gap in the market with the rise of humanity's newest invention, the powered aircraft. Seeing reports of pilots forced to launch themselves out of their airborne contraptions if things went south, Franz vowed to come up with a solution to save lives. So he got to work in 1910 with some initial designs, testing the prototypes by strapping them onto makeshift dummies and hucking them off of a 5-story ledge. Surprisingly, the dummies managed to hit the ground at less than fatal speeds. Not bad. But there was a problem. The prototype weighed 150 pounds. And no pilot's gonna lug all that extra weight onto an aircraft, even if it would potentially save their life. But Franz would not give up. After all, you have to fail many times before you succeed. But it did help that there was also some monetary encouragement. Turns out that France's Aeronautic Club held a parachute-esque design competition which offered a cash prize to the tune of 10,000 francs. Considering that the average wage of an unskilled French laborer at the time was only a few francs a day, that prize was nothing to sneeze at. Over the next year, Reichelt was unable to replicate his initial success with any of the lighter redesigns. But to his logic, it wasn't a design problem, it was a height problem. Anyone who has even taken a basic physics course knows that this is a bad idea. You fall exponentially faster the longer you're airborne thanks to acceleration due to gravity. But what's a bunch of stupid science shit gonna do to stop an avid inventor from fulfilling his dream and lining his pockets? Nothing. But the pavement will. But Franz, determined to test his designs from a higher height, pleaded with the Parisian Prefecture of Police to allow him to run an experiment from the Eiffel Tower. Despite numerous rejections, they eventually gave in. On the bitter cold morning of February 4th, 1912, and to the surprise of everyone, Franz arrived on site in his dumpy-looking parachute suit. Now, the police only gave Franz permission to perform this stunt on the grounds that dummies would be used, not that he would be doing the jumping himself. This guy was so confident in his invention, boasting to news journalists of how successful it was gonna be. But apparently the police didn't feel like stopping him, so after a bunch of preparations, Reichelt made the leap, but his parachute suit failed to properly deploy, so the poor fella plummeted 187 feet to his death, achieving nothing but a Franz-shaped dent in the cement. And so ends another silly video. I'm gonna be making a part 2.
Wait. Someone was in my chat? Who? Wait, someone was in my chat? Who? Isn't this all just like
Preparations?
let's watch this again.
Reichelt made
Sometimes
the leap,
I am
but his
so
parachute suit
confused
failed to
that
properly deploy,
am I
so the poor
having
fella
the
plummeted
totem?
187 feet to his death, achieving nothing but a Franz-shaped dent in the cement. And so
Yep. It's not it's not me. It's not me. It's not me. It's the video.
Embarrassing royal deaths. At just 6 years old, itty-bitty Jimmy II of Scotland was an excited little prince eager to one day inherit the throne from his dear old dad, King James I. And it looks like that day is today. Dad? James I was a victim of a coup conducted by his power-hungry uncle who sought to seize the throne. His wife, the Queen, was injured but managed to survive despite being an intended target. Although certainly shaken, she stirred up quite the outcry from her Scottish subjects by putting her now very dead husband's corpse on display, and seeing the sheer brutality that had occurred, an all-out manhunt began for the men responsible. And these men were captured and brutally executed. With the old king gone, it was time to crown a new one.
Being only 6 at the time of his dad's dastardly demise, Slimmy Jimmy Jr. was crowned on March 27, 1437. But since he couldn't make any sound decisions as a drooling youth, his still-alive mom took power as regent, acting as ruler on James's behalf. But therein lies the problem. See, the people of Scotland are what we call Scottish. The Queen, now ruling over Scotland, hailed from England. You see the problem here. She was promptly pushed from power in favor of someone a bit more Scottish. Bursting through the door is Archibald Douglas. He's the king's much older first cousin. He took the job but died a few years later from a fever since there wasn't a cowbell in sight. Power was then passed to these two fine fellows, Lord William Crichton and Sir Alexander Livingston. Their goal was to keep King James safe and in power, but in such a hostile political environment, with all of these seemingly random people trying to do their best to position themselves into more power, sometimes it takes a bit of violence to achieve those goals. The best example of said violence being the infamous Black Dinner. In 1440, Lord Crichton and Sir Livingston held a royal dinner at Edinburgh Castle, where the king resided. At the top of the invite list were 16-year-old William Douglas and his 10-year-old brother, David Douglas. They were the sons of former fever-haver Archibald Douglas and a threat to the crown. While downing a hock of ham and a bushel of apples, or whatever they ate in those times, the brothers would soon learn that this dinner would come with a show. In the middle of the meal, a decapitated black bull's head was aggressively slammed onto the table in front of them. Ooh, dessert. Now, apparently having a black bull's bulbous block brutally bashed onto your beautiful buffet was a Scottish nobleman's friendly gesture of impending doom. Despite the young King James's pleas, the two boys were captured and beheaded right in front of him. Hardly appetizing. This historical power move was the direct inspiration for that red wedding scene in the Game of Thrones. Fast forward through a few years of childhood trauma to 1449, and the now 19-year-old James marries a nice lady named Mary, and she shoots out 7 kids. One of them dies. Very sad, but very typical. With his marriage and coming of age, James's kingship switched from free trial to premium access. However, what was left of those dang Douglases are still fighting to retain power. If only there was a way for a king to take care of such an annoyance. Yeah, that works. James eventually wiped the Douglases from power and yoinked their land, and he was now in full control of his kingdom. Despite looking super spooky with his villainous vermilion birthmark covering half of his face like that one Avatar guy, I don't know his name, I never watched it, James was a very successful king. He was super social with commoners and advocated for advances in education, helping found the University of Glasgow in 1451. James was also a huge proponent of modern war technology, which, at the time, happened to be war cannons. These engineering marvels of bronze and iron were critical in besieging forts and castles, as cannonballs would just chew right through them things. While attempting to capture Roxburgh Castle, one of the last Scottish castles still under smelly English control after the Scottish Independence Wars, King James II positioned himself next to one of his prized cannons, and after a few words of encouragement to his bombardment buddy, the king gave the order. Artillery! The mounted metal menace exploded, killing King James II instantly at the age of 29. This rather unfortunate death was cemented in Scottish lore on August 3, 1460, and is officially, well, canon. In the middle of the Capetian dynasty, the Kingdom of France was ruled by this guy, Louis VI, also known as Louis the Fat, which is just mean. He should be called Louis the Body Positive. Anyway, this big fat asshole had 8 kids, and this chapter is all about his eldest son, Philip.
Call me Phil.
As was tradition in the Capetian dynasty to establish a clear lineage to the throne, young Philip was crowned as co-king of the Franks at the tender age of 13, right about the time when teen angst starts kicking in. Although reportedly Louis's favorite child, Philip was a bit of a stinker. He would refuse to listen to his father's authority, fail to pay attention to any of the king's lectures and set standards for being a king, and devolved into being a disobedient little shithead, as kids tend to be. According to Walter Mapp, a historic writer during that time period, the continued arrogance and insubordination of the spry little king made him, quote, a burden to all. You know, like when you see a small child convulsing on the floor of your local Target because a 36-year-old man-child snatched the last Pokemon Prismatic Evolutions booster pack out of their clammy little ham hands while the parent just looked on in a dead stare? Hang in there, man. Even though a troublesome youth, the problem would soon fix itself. In October of 1131, at age 15, young King Philip was chilling with the bros, racing through the streets on their 1-horsepower tricked-out Mustangs, when everything was turned on its head. A small sable swine scuttled into the street, right in the path of the oncoming prince and his gang. Philip, who was leading the group, was catapulted off of his horse after it had tripped over the surprise pig. Prince Philip slammed into the ground in a devastating crack and crunch of bone, fracturing all of his limbs and being rendered unconscious. Tragically, the young king had succumbed to his wounds the very next day. King Louis and his family were stricken with immense grief over the loss of their son. The little piggy went to market, but it should have stayed home. George II, King of Great Britain, began life as a tiny little bratwurst in Hanover, Germany in 1683. His father, also George, was the first king of the Hanoverian era and a rather combative parent. Neither George liked the other and would always get into very heated and very public arguments over stuff like politics and other king things. But to be a little more specific, small George despised his dad's advisor, Robert Walpole, the guy considered to be the first British Prime Minister and the one who was really pulling all of the political strings behind the scenes. Think Wizard of Oz, but with a smaller head and worse teeth. But one day, enough was enough. Big George banished Little George from the king's palace after a falling out. The prince was pretty okay with this. He and his wife lived in peace and quiet for quite a few years until, well, the king died. Time to go be a king. Prince George achieved his kingship in 1727 at the age of 43. Views of his reign as king were mixed. Despite squashing political uprisings, expanding the arts, laying the foundations for the Industrial Revolution, and overseeing many successful military conflicts, including leading his troops into battle himself at the age of 60, his English subjects just couldn't get over the fact that he was German, so, you know, they were biased. Growing into his golden years, age started to really take a toll on the king. By 1760, King George II was 76, blind in one eye and hard of hearing. In the wee hours of October 25th, the rather fermented monarch rose from his bed, drank his iconic 6 a.m. hot chocolate, and excused himself to the loo to force out his own hot chocolate. But it was here on his cushy secondary throne that things took a turn for the worse. A servant stationed outside of the royal chambers heard a loud crash and comedically tore the door open to find the root of the commotion. What he found was the king on the floor, seemingly having just finished his business. George was lifted onto his bed and tended to by his physician, but his body crapped out on him. The king was dead. An autopsy of the royal remains indicated that the king had died as a result of a thoracic aortic dissection, the first reported case in history. See that tear right there in the aorta, the big artery leading into his artery? Yeah, that's not supposed to be there, but how it happened is the question. And it is believed that the blood pressure required to cause such a rupture on an old man's already weakened heart came from a rather forceful push of the pelvic floor muscles. So, in an attempt to relieve himself of his intestinal burden, the king relieved himself of his mortal coil.
Holy shit, he shit himself to death!
In a time where kings were given rather displeasing titles such as the Terrible or the Bad or the Slobberer, Martin of Aragon was granted the title of Martin the Humane. The gracious nickname was a testament to his kind and caring nature. He basically earned it by being a bit less murdery than any other kings at the time. I mean, all the guy did was reconquer Sardinia, suppress revolts, and led crusades against the Moors in northern Africa. But other than that, he was a perfect little angel, focusing on internal stability within his own kingdom of Aragon. But times of peace make for soft men. With little to no conflict to tend to in his later years, Martin grew older and wider. By 1410, at age 53, the king was rather rotund, wrinkled, and in a risky state of health, both physically and mentally. You see, his wife and his 4 children had died, leaving him all alone on his throne. He had married his distant and much younger cousin as a last-ditch effort to produce an heir, but with no success. The depressed and obese king had a little more to live for, and would instead gorge himself in solitude. On one fateful night, the king had just downed a whole roasted goose by himself. Where does he put it all? If you've ever slammed down a large meal too quickly, you usually get some pretty bad indigestion, or as I like to call it, the ERP. Since this was the land before Tums, the king had to sleep off his discomfort. He lumbered up to his royal chambers and shimmied himself into his rather strong bed. To cheer himself up a bit, Martin clapped his greasy meat hooks together, summoning his court jester for some late-night entertainment so he could hop aboard the train to Sleepytime Junction with a smile, even though he had no idea what a train even was. The jester apparently took his sweet time while being summoned, as he was asked about where he was the moment he entered the king's chambers. And this was when all hell broke loose. "What the heck took you so long?" Well, now hold on. I can't in good conscience let this play out with at least putting up a disclaimer. What you're about to hear is the joke that supposedly ended a nearly 300-year medieval dynasty. This is not for the faint of heart. You were warned. I was in the next vineyard, where I saw a young deer hanging by his tail from a tree, as if someone had so punished him for stealing figs. The king lost his absolute shit, reportedly slapping his belly in laughter for 3 hours straight, eventually falling out of his bed and collapsing on the ground where he lay dead from an apparent heart attack. With no heirs to assume the throne, the House of Barcelona, after ruling the Crown of Aragon for 273 years, fell after the delivery of a single joke. Now, of course, historians debate if this story is even true, as some accounts have Martin dying of the plague, food poisoning, or complications from his weight. But those aren't nearly as funny. Archduke Alexander Leopold of Austria was a—
Hey, again, like, laugh yourself to death is always the nicer compromise than just, you know, being tortured or just, like, die horribly from a freak accident or something like that, you know? Yeah, by the way, I'm not going to add a hat anymore. I'm just going to add, like, the Kura crown. So, like, it's, like, inciting this is actually Kura in human form.
a big dumb nerd. While the world of royalty focused on politics, land grabbing, and who could kill who more effectively, Alex instead played with his chemistry set in the corner, scribbling notes in a language called mathematics. It's no surprise that young Alex took a liking to the sciences, as his dad, Holy Roman Emperor Guy Leopold II, was a strong advocate for Enlightenment principles and the study of natural sciences. Today's lesson is called gravity. Whoa, gravity. But since he was still an emperor's son, involvement in politics was inevitable. Take, for instance, the Kingdom of Hungary. It wasn't officially part of the Holy Roman Empire, but it was somehow still ruled by it. There were governors in charge, but Emperor Leopold was all, here's my son. Make him do something. And thus, little Alex was elected into a lordship position known as a palatine. He had a pretty good time in that position, until the Jacobin conspiracy. A group of rebels were trying to have the Kingdom of Hungary break free from all Holy Roman Empire control, instead giving the royal crown to Alex. He very firmly said no, and the rebels were punished severely. With all of this political nonsense, Alex yearned for the simpler times of just mixing chemicals together to see what blows up. So in 1795, at the age of 22, Alex left Hungary for Vienna, Austria, and took up residence in Laxenburg Palace. Well, one summer, the young Archduke decided to turn up the heat and dabble in homemade pyrotechnics, a hobby that is famous for its safe and non-destructive nature. Expecting a visit from his cousin, Alex decided to rig up an extravagant fireworks display inside the palace. Hey, just cause you're educated doesn't mean you're smart. To be fair, he, along with a few servants, set up the show within a fortified armory called a casemate, with the intent of firing the rockets towards the outside. So it's not like he decided to just shove firecrackers into a kitchen cabinet for shits and gigs. He was a man of science after all. Nevertheless, all gunpowder and makeshift explosives were stored inside the fortified walls. When his cousin arrived, he attempted to fire off the first rocket, but since Mother Nature has great comedic timing, a rogue gust of wind blew the rocket over, launching itself into other explosives and gunpowder reserves. Everything exploded, engulfing the Archduke and his servants in a goodness gracious great ball of fire. Talk about going out with a bang, am I right? The title of king kinda just fell into the lap of old Adolf Frederick of Sweden in 1751. During the Age of Liberty, a time in history when the Swedish parliament was all... Adolf's rule as king was essentially worthless. He was no more than a political figurehead while all the real guys in fancy wigs did the ruling. But apparently not very well, because by the end of the Age of Liberty in 1772, Sweden was kind of worse for the wear. Its land ownership had diminished, trade had evaporated, and technological advancements were lagging. So Sweden was forced to sit back and watch its neighbors and rivals proudly wave around their large, throbbing economies. During King Adolf's lavishly lackadaisical leadership, nothing extraordinary happened. The substandard sovereign did attempt to regain power, but failed to do so. because he sucked. In fact, his entire reign is seen as a dull but peaceful lull in Swedish history with not much to show for it. And unfortunately for the king, the only exciting point in his life, at least from a historical perspective, was his death. According to some historical records, the rather indulgent king had overindulged himself on some food. On February 12, 1771, the king's last supper reportedly consisted of lobster, caviar, sauerkraut, smoked herring, and champagne. Oh, and a few of these bad boys. This is a semla, a traditional Swedish sweet roll stuffed with almond paste and whipped cream, and hot damn does it look tasty. And that's exactly what the king thought as he inhaled 14 of them. Not surprisingly, all of that food did not sit well in the king's tummy, and all that internal stress is believed to have caused heart failure. The poor guy straight up ate himself to death. Now, before the actually crowd starts pounding away on their greasy keyboards, this tale of his death is regarded as propaganda and is highly discredited by modern historians. The official autopsy report for the king has survived all of these years and has concluded, based on all the evidence that they could gather from sleuthing around the king's insides, that his royal majesty had a stroke. Now, suffering from a stroke is rough, but for a king that wasn't up to par, it's a fair way to go. That's some golf humor for you. So there you have it. That's part 2 of embarrassing royal deaths. If you want me to make a part 3, let me know in the comments, and if you haven't, you can check out part 1 here. Otherwise, you can watch something else over here. I'll see you over there.
Painful ancient medicine.
Hundreds and even thousands of years ago, humanity's knowledge of itself was still in its infancy. We had a basic idea of what makes us tick, but that wasn't enough to stop the scientifically curious from fiddling around both outside and inside people's bodies. Alright, just gonna poke around in here and what's the matter, doctor? There's a scary skeleton in you! That being the case, it was up to these early pioneers of medicine to provide solutions to human ailments, be it a simple cough or a giant debilitating pulsating tumor. If you were lucky, you'd find a doctor willing to test out different medicines outside of thoughts and prayers. But some of these treatments would have you begging for mercy from whatever divine being you may have believed in. Take for instance, someone afflicted with hemorrhoids. Yeah, that's how this is starting off. Nowadays, you just go to the corner store, prepare yourself an H, finger your B, and sit at home in complete discomfort. A few days later, you're right as rain. But back in the past, humans did not have such a luxury. Failed treatment could result in some gnarly infections, which, in non-modern times, was a death sentence. Sure, you could go to an apothecary who could whip up a strange mixture of grimy herbs and unidentifiable animal liquids that you could sip on, but that's most likely going to cause intense gastrointestinal distress. You need something that's tried and true. Well, you can iron out that wrinkle near your wrinkle with this, a hot iron rod. The theory's simple. Hemorrhoids are basically small open wounds, so a little bit of cauterization would close them bad boys right up and allow them to heal. This method was actually first used in the 4th century BC by father of medicine, Hippocrates. He apparently was a huge fan of cauterization as a last resort cure-all for most afflictions. Have a bad cough? Sear your throat to a medium rare. Have a headache? A burning rod to the temples will make you forget all about it. Hippocrates was of firm belief that if a condition couldn't be cured with medicine, it could be cured with a knife. If it couldn't be cured with a knife, it could be cured with fire. If it couldn't be cured with fire, well then you're just shit out of luck. The obvious problem with this cure in the rectal region is that it isn't without collateral damage. The application often led skin fusing to the burning rod and getting ripped from the body. Another unfortunate possibility was that the rod was hot enough to burn your skin, but not hot enough to cauterize the hemorrhoids, so you'd only get an appetizer instead of the full meal. You were also under threat of having the target missed completely. One slip, trip, loss of grip, and your back lip's getting ripped. It is reported that patients would claim the rectal remedy was successful, but then again, would you agree to a follow-up treatment if you weren't cured? Probably not. We move on from being a pain in the ass to being a pain in the dick. Metallic catheters have been around for thousands of years, dating all the way back to around 3000 BC. These little guys were used to relieve patients of urinary obstructions which didn't allow for proper passage of pee. Ever lie in bed at night needing to go, but you're too comfy, so you just lie there feeling the pressure of building in your bladder? Ever have to hold it in on a long car ride home where you're twitching and groaning, yearning for that sweet urethral flow? Well, then you've experienced a fraction of the pain generated from being physically unable to drain your piss pouch. This was such a prevalent problem throughout history that it was on the high priority list of the super science people of yore. Evidence of early versions of these tools have been found throughout ancient Egypt, Rome, Greece, China, and India, with materials being used ranging from onion stalks to solid gold. The theory was simple. Like a clogged drain, you just gotta poke around in there to clear the blockage. Enter the catheter, which enters you. After snaking around your tract, the tube enters your bladder and provides a cleared path for you to relieve yourself. As will be a common theme throughout this video, ancient times had only rudimentary methods for sedatives such as opiates, herbs, and alcohol to subdue any pain. If these weren't available, you could always bite down on a stick or something while getting a metal tube shoved up your nethers. The insertion procedure was delicate and tricky. Since these tools were handmade, edges could be rough. Without proper care, your internals could get all kinds of tore up, which would certainly have no way of being treated effectively. If improperly cleaned, a catheter could leave behind debris in your bladder, causing infection or even worse, future blockages. So with that, only a properly prepared person performed the painful pubic procedure. As technology evolved, however, catheters became flexible and more ergonomic for both male and female patients, with various shapes and sizes to increase comfort, or rather decrease discomfort. But back in those times, a few minutes of sharp pain was well worth the relief of long-term agony and potential kidney failure. Let's just say that without a catheter, you're in for a bad time. Speaking of having a bad time, this would be one of them. As a follow-up to Metallic Cat.
Yeah, I need to go to the toilet a little bit. Be back soon. Talking about piss makes me want to piss. Alright, I'm back. I'm drawing Ryu today. But yeah, kind of drawing kind of like very evil kind of looking. But yeah. Gonna take some time. And to be honest, I don't think I can actually finish this because I'm feeling not really good. I've been powering through my condition at the moment. I supposed to be like turned off a long time ago usually when I felt like this. But, you know. Daily drawing stream. I have to keep doing it. This is why usually you don't see me having a schedule because like I don't know when my condition is good, when my condition is bad. Right now, you know, I'm just have to do it. Commitment is difficult when you're built different.
Catheters.
But don't worry, I have some things that distract me talking about lots of stuff. Ooh, this one
The
seems
worst
nice.
jobs in history. If you ever think your job's crappy, try having to plunge into a pit of literal human doo-doo feces every single night. Way back in the day in good old England, some daring men made a career out of wading through human excrement. So-called gong farmers were tasked with draining out cesspits filled to the brim with offensive butt slop. The profession had existed for centuries, but it saw its height between the years of 1485 and 1603, also known as the Tudor period. Oi, I got a tutor for you. Since this was way before the invention of the turlet, people were content with just slamming their cheeks down in a public latrine to pinch off a quick loaf. The other problem was the lack of availability of somewhere to go. Towards the end of the 14th century, it's estimated that there was only one public bathroom per 2,000 people. Plus, keep in mind that all of that human waste was just piling up in a literal stone-lined hole in the ground, so you were just dropping logs onto a mountain of timber. The local government, realizing that this horrid threat to public health was fermenting beneath everyone's feet, took action to allow the construction of private outhouses and latrines in residential areas, as a way to disperse the smelly.
I was like, holy shit. Here's the thing, like, even now, it's still a thing in this world. Do you know how shit of a job of a shit stirrer is in this day and age?
That didn't work.
This is like back in the day with bad infrastructure. Yes, obviously it's bad, but nowadays it's much more harder. I would say because the millions and millions of people. So the waste centers, yes, there is people jumping into a pool of shit to maintain or maintenance the machinery that clean your shit and then recycle everything, and then I don't know what they do with like the filter property, but generally they take out the water from the shit pool and then actually filter it up and reuse the waters. This is how waste station works. But here's the thing, there'll be clog happening because again people been flushing wet wipe into like the sewage systems. So there's a lot of like wet wipe cloth, or like you maybe like you flush something you should not flush into it, so it will clog the systems, and there will be a professional to jump into it with a specially made suit that you can hop into it with supervision. You are never jumping down to this place alone. You always need a person to supervise you to do that shit. That shitty jobs. The reason is because it's not water. You would not just float up if you don't do anything. You just sink down into the shit pool. So if that happened, you just in there. You can't see jack shit because the entire vicinity of the area is shit. Yes, this is why they're urging people not to use that thing. I never use wet wipe to do anything. If I use wet wipe, obviously I'm going to toss it into trash can, not going to flush it down into a fucking toilet for no reasons. Because at least I know I'm an engineer. I know this thing can tear and turn to mush. I can toss this thing into a toilet. But this thing here, I'm using for cleaning my screen and stuff. But yeah, this thing here, I just pull out and out. I can still clean my screen since I haven't cleaned for a while. Yeah. This one here, you can see when I try to pull it. Hold on a little bit. So when I try to pull it, it's a cloth. It's a fucking cloth. It doesn't melt. If you see any water, it doesn't melt. It won't turn into mush. It won't do this. It won't do that. Let me clean a lot more screen. This screen too. But it won't do a lot of stuff. So it's actually very important. Do not toss the shit into the shit. Yeah, it's very important. If you don't want them to jump into literally a pool of shit to try to take shit out from your shit. The shit that you toss into the shit. Don't do that shit, okay? Shit. It's very important. For the sake of their health. But they do earn a shit tons of money because of it.
All that well. So
unintended pun.
Help was needed to drain the pits. Enter the gong farmer. The term gong deriving from an Old English term meaning to go. They were also referred to as the much more mysterious and cooler sounding title of nightmen, as the only time that they were allowed to perform their duties was under the shroud of night, and that really sucked. There were no flashlights, spotlights, or illumination of any kind. You just had to hope that the moon was shining brightly to light your way through the filth. The nightmen would enter these cesspits and drain the contents using buckets and shovels. Excrement was loaded into barrels and carted off to be dumped near the River Thames. Don't worry, it was used as fertilizer later. Maybe. These men would be knee-deep, waist-deep, even neck-deep in the stuff, which had its own risks, the first and foremost being asphyxiation.
Imagine, like, they have to do this shit after Taco Tuesday. Taco Tuesday! Hey, I had that stream help work. Hold on, I'm trying to...
Cesspits were often enclosed spaces with little to no ventilation, so the buildup of noxious and toxic gases was a very real threat. Although rare, a gong farmer could pass out from a lack of fresh air and drown in the waste. Another risk was poor maintenance. Cesspits were typically drained as needed, which, depending on the size of the thing,
die in the
could
shit!
Be up to 2 years between sloppy
That's the
scoops.
worst way to go.
Since these pits just sat there and rotted,
I'd rather
it
eat
was
to
common for
death
stone
than to
walls to
die in
collapse
shit
on the
pit.
farmers while they harvested their crops. Any scrapes or bumps would certainly get infected, which could only lead to a painful death. But these high risks were met with high reward. Since the job was less than desirable, gong farmers made quite a healthy living, about 6 pence a day. Now, I'm not quite sure what that is in non-silly sounding money, but sounds pretty good. Problem is though, gong farmers perpetually reeked from their labors and were only permitted to live in certain areas of the city, with most of the public actively avoiding them and, well, treating them like crap.
Man.
Now, if you're looking for a soul-crushing, body-breaking job that pays next to nothing, you're an idiot. But I could recommend that you apply for the occupation of chimney sweep. These services were all the rage in, you guessed it, England's Tudor period.
Nowadays, I know what the equivalent for this YouTuber.
But the job has existed for hundreds of years. Rapid urbanization led to the construction of a lot of buildings, and each one of them suckers needs a source of heat. Gotta keep them English toesies nice and warm during the miserable gray winter months until the arrival of the miserable gray summer months. So a lot of fireplaces and chimneys were built to meet that demand. You do know how a fireplace works, right? Make fire, fire make heat and smoke go up through chimney and blow out the top. But all of that burning of wood and coal creates lots of icky carbon-heavy flammable deposits that build up within the chimney. Big problem, cause if that's not properly cleared out, then things can just go, and there goes not only your house, but a few neighbors' houses as collateral damage. Well, the higher-ups didn't like the risk of their kingdom going up in smoke at any given time, so they mandated that chimneys must be swept at least 4 times a year or face heavy fines. Thus, the employment of chimney sweeps became critical. The problem, though, is that chimneys at the time weren't exactly designed for human entry and cleaning. Bugger. Most flue networks in the building were grouped together on the roof, but could have sharp turns as they angled out towards their respective fireplaces or furnaces. To make matters even
Holy
worse,
shit, I'm
regulations
looking at it.
shrunk flue sizes.
It's literally a vertical maze. Because they are not like one straight up down, they are zigzagging around like up there. Holy shit, how Santa Claus actually managed to go in there?
Out towards their respective fireplaces or furnaces. To make matters even worse, regulations shrunk flue sizes down to as little as 9 by 9 inches. This made it nearly impossible for full-grown men to slip through the cracks. The solution?
Yeah, you can look at this. I'm posting the link. Okay, I'm posting a link. Look at
designed for human entry and cleaning. Bugger. Most flue networks in the building were
looking around at 4 minutes and 29 seconds. I was like, holy shit, this place is like... You look at that. There's a sharp corner, literally. And I get to look. Who? Where? Who? 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 Nah, nothing much.
were grouped together on the roof, but could have sharp turns as they angled out towards their respective fireplaces or furnaces. To make matters even worse, regulations shrunk flue sizes down to as little as 9 by 9 inches. This made it nearly impossible for full-grown men to slip through the cracks. The solution? Children. Really young children. Adorable, wide-eyed orphans were yoinked from poor houses and taken on as apprentices called climbing boys, with opportunities to one day grow into master sweepers themselves.
Hey,
if
good
they
for
lived
you.
that long. If it wasn't obvious, chimney sweeping was extremely dangerous, especially for the little limber lads. Boys as young as 6 years old were sent up chimneys and told to get scrubbing. The physical dangers were abundant, as several children had died from getting stuck or horribly burned from scaling the scalding bricks. Keep in mind that these fireplaces were almost always in use, so those chimneys were hot and ready like a carry-out pizza. Now, if the cramming didn't kill you, the scrubbing would. Soot and creosote, the organic carbonaceous byproducts of burning wood and coal, are carcinogenic. So if you're trapped in a confined space just scrub-a-dub-dubbing away while sucking up hits of cancer-causing black powder all day day, things are not going to turn out well for you. But it actually wasn't your lungs that you needed to worry about. No, it was your balls. Scrotal squamous cell carcinoma, also known as chimney sweeps carcinoma, or just straight up scrotal cancer, was a death sentence.
Ball
Something
cancer!
I didn't mention until now was that the young children, as a way to fit easier into the narrow, hot chimneys, often went commando. No shirt, no shoes, no pants, but all service. The constant exposure to soot and such led to the development of tumors on their nethers. Once developed, they were lucky if they had a few years left in them. Sure, your sack is out of whack, but damn, that chimney's clean.
Ooh. That's
You've
the worst
probably
way
heard
to
of
go.
Radium girls, young women of the workforce that would paint luminous numbers and hands onto timepieces in the early 1900s. Well, this is similar. Towards the end of the 19th century, matchmaking was a pretty lucrative business. Not like pairing couples up, but making literal matches. By the late 1800s, there were about 25 matchmaking factories across Great Britain, employing over 4,000 chaps and chapettes. The process, as with most industries at the time, involved working with some nasty chemicals. The flavor of the day here was white phosphorus, an unstable compound that burned fiercely when ignited.
You won't be able to live to use the ball, so...
On top of being both easily ignitable and violently reactive with oxygen, it had the triple whammy of also being extremely toxic. Of all matchmaking jobs, roughly half were involved in the direct handling of white phosphorus, with over 80% of the phosphorus fingerers being young women. These women would come to be known as matchstick girls. Day in and day out, these women were tasked with packaging the dipped matchsticks, with an entire workforce handling as many as 10 million across a 10-hour shift, meeting the demand of the 250 million matches being burned in Britain every single day. Remember that fire is what got people through the day. Need to cook? Fire. Need to keep warm? Fire. Need to see in the dark? Fire. Need to shrink your overhead? Fire. It was the biggest blessing humanity has ever discovered, and you can now summon it out of a little box in your pocket. The obvious problem is that fiddling with all of those fickle phosphorus fumes physically fucked you up. It was very common for both men and women.
Yeah, lots of people thought like Victorian era and like basically the steampunk era, kind of like around those time of age. Like that is like the peak like chimney boys like era. So yeah, it's like now you can definitely see like the effect. There's too many old people around like in some certain era in like England and US. You know.
To form phosphoric necrosis of the jaw. The condition, nicknamed Fossy jaw, developed after the long-term exposure to phosphorus fumes. Initial symptoms included simple toothaches, which evolved into complete tooth loss, abscesses, swelling of the gums, and complete necrosis of the jaw. To put it simply, your jaw rotted off. If you did get the jaw rot, there was about a 1 in 5 chance that the rest of your body would be rotting not long after from contracting an even worse condition known as death. In 1888, over 1,400 matchstick girls, fed up with this blatant disregard for their safety, decided to strike, demanding better pay, working conditions, and abolition of unfair fines and penalties. The strike lasted for 2 weeks before demands were met and accepted. 20 years later, in 1908, the British House of Commons completely banned the use of toxic white phosphorus in favor of the much safer and less toxic red phosphorus, which is what we use in matches today, but not in the match head, on the striking pad. So remember to light one up for the matchstick girls. If you think your job's exhausting, try hauling an entire freaking ship up a river with your bros. These are burlaks, or barge haulers. They hauled barges. Typically dirt-poor peasants just looking for enough coin to eat for a week, these men were tasked with strapping on a strap and using whatever strength they had left in them to pull in ships from the Caspian Sea all the way up the Volga River in the days of the Russian Empire. Since
Holy
ship
shit.
traffic was near constant thanks to strong trade, burlaks were in high demand to carefully guide the vessels up the Volga. But why couldn't the ships just sail up the river, you might ask? Because the Volga flows outward towards the Caspian Sea, and there were rarely favorable winds to propel a ship up the river, lest you'd risk beaching your entire ship.
Basically, you have to drag the ship on the opposite side of like the water river flow, which is even harder.
Ship on the banks. So why not hire a bunch of exhausted and desperate poor people to do the work instead? Whoa, slow down, fellas. There's no need for us to be Russian. Depending on the load size, burlak groups could range from just a few men up to 150 fellas pulling a single ship. But there was a moment of respite for these workers. See, one advantage to working in the Russian Empire was the cold winters. Can't exactly move ships upstream when the waterways are completely frozen over. So burlaks were seasonal, working dawn until dusk, thaw till frost. But since the combination of being poor and not working meant certain death, the men would pick up odd jobs in the winter to barely scrape by.
Hey, I make a duck. Smudgy.
At the beginning of the 19th century, it is estimated that about 600,000 burlaks worked in the Russian Empire. But the evolution of ship technology and the invention of the steam-powered ship rendered the job obsolete. By the end of the 19th century, the burlak profession had vanished over the horizon. Now I know what you're thinking, so stop it. This has nothing to do with milking your own snake or giving little pinches to little snake nips, which don't exist. Snakes aren't mammals. The job of a snake milker was to extract their venom from their fangs. He looks cute, right? Think again. Snake venom
Still exists, you know. People extracting like snake venom, this and that, that stuff to make antidote. I don't know how antidote is made though. Yeah, weird for a man who have infinite wisdom that don't know how antidote is made. I think I know one point. I just forgot.
Venom was highly coveted for use in early warfare as a biological weapon, granting you the ability to proc tick damage over time to your enemies if you weren't able to finish them off yourself. Perhaps the best weapons of choice to get slathered in the stuff were arrows. Lethality of arrows varied greatly. Take one in the skull? Yeah, sure, you're dead as a doornail. But take one in a less critical spot like an arm or a leg, assuming you don't sever an artery, and you might just live to see another day. But that all goes out the window if the arrow tip was dipped in some venomous drip. Quite a few civilizations have been noted for using envenomed or poisoned arrows throughout history. You've got the Khoisan people of southern Africa who have been using poisoned arrows for thousands of years in hunting large prey, and the Harmatilians who used viper venom against an invading Alexander the Great. But no army employed the use of snake venom better than the Scythians. Also duking it out against Alexander the Great, the Scythians developed their own iconic poison for warfare, combining not only viper venom, but also putrefied human blood and excrement. Even minor scrapes from their weapons were lethal. So on top of dealing with being envenomed, you also dealt with the horrors of gangrene and tetanus. So with all that said and done, yeah, snake milkers. Like I said, it was their job to wrangle and wrestle up enough snakes to meet the demand of entire armies. But luckily, this wasn't a time for catch and release practices. Kill the snakes, take their venom. That's the job. Of course, that is easier said than done. By nature, snakes are shy little fellas and pretty hard to find. Chances are you get struck before you even noticed one. One catch of their fangs is enough for it to be game over. Snake milkers were considered lucky if they even managed to survive a single round of collecting. I think it's time for a quick science lesson. Venoms can be sorted into three main types: neurotoxic, hemotoxic, cytotoxic, yikes. Neurotoxins strike and destroy all your nerves. You're agonized and paralyzed, as you can observe. Hemotoxins target all your healthy blood, thinning down or clotting up, so now you're done for, bud. Cytotoxins focus on killing all your cells, so you can probably guess that you won't be doing well. Just avoid snakes, and you'll be doing fine. I know you fellas and fellettes just love a good rhyme. So to close this chapter out, yes, snake milkers still exist nowadays.
The problem is, when you live in Australia, everywhere there's a snake, even in a toilet.
So we think. Imagine getting ready to charge onto a battlefield to either invade a country or defend your own. You see your fellow soldiers gearing up for battle with their trusty firearms, and you're given a drum. I gotta fight. Drummers, believe it or not, were a critical part of warfare in the days of yore. Since there were no such things as radios or more instantaneous methods of communication, drummer boys were employed and trained to maintain order on the battlefield, signaling commands, attacks, retreats, and everything in between. Peaking in popularity during the American Civil War, drummer boys were typically in their teenage years or young adulthood, though some more famous drummer boys were much younger. Little Charlie King of the Union Army died in battle at the age of just 13, being the youngest casualty in the Battle of Antietam. Itty-bitty Johnny Clem ran away from home and was taken in by the Union Army as a drummer boy at the ripe old age of 9. Just a few years later, the little fella fought in the Battle of Chickamauga in 1863 at the age of 12, where he shot and killed a Confederate soldier. What you gonna do? Shoot? He was promoted to sergeant, eventually retiring from the United States Army in 1915 as a brigadier general. But that's a rare occurrence. In reality, it would have gone more like this. Despite what people may think,
holy shit, the head just went clean off.
That would be stupid. Instead, they would relay commands from behind soldier lines, though they were still known to be valuable targets. If you break the communication line, you break down the army. Outside of combat, drummer boys
it's not even shooting kids, it's just a cannon shot hit.
Such as carrying messages between units, assisting battlefield surgeons with amputations, carting the wounded off the field, fetching supplies, or burying the dead. They very rarely carried weapons of their own, so if they had to defend themselves in the heat of battle, they were pretty shit out of luck. If you wanted to be one of the most influential people in all of England but don't have a drop of royal blood in you, you'd want to squeeze into the role of the groom of the stool, a job requiring you to get up real close and personal with the king or queen at the time. Look, we all have to go once or 12 times a day, so someone as prestigious and important as the king is gonna need help doing so. I mean, imagine feeling the sudden urge to blow out your britches, but you have to fight through said britches to accomplish the mission. Grooms of the Stool assisted the monarch with any labors regarding biological movements. This included helping the removal of clothing, preparation of the lavish and luxurious royal shitbox, and the removal of the splendiferous solids, but not before their proper examination. Yeah, that's right. Grooms of the Stool were not only tasked with cleaning up the royal slurry, but making sure that the passings were healthy, taking notes of any abnormalities in appearance or frequency. These notes would be passed on to the king's personal physician to diagnose any possible ailments.
Professional shit take care.
How helpful is it? After the log was sent down the river, the groom of the stool would also assist in the cleanup effort, either by handing the king his own personal cleaning cloth or by taking up wiping duties themselves. You might think that this job sucked, but it was actually highly coveted and well respected, as grooms of the stool had access to the king outside of the public eye, allowing for valuable private conversations. Commonly high-ranking nobles or politicians, grooms of the stool were known to have influence in many formal rulings, laws, or personal life. So that Anne Boleyn chick's hot, right?
How? Imagine the lawmakers actually the guy who take care of the king's shit.
The first documented groom of the stool dates all the way back to 1495 under King Henry VII. The role continued to evolve over the years to the title of groom of the stole, though they were more so referred to as either the gentleman or gentlewoman of the bedchamber, depending on the monarch in charge, with responsibilities eventually focusing solely on the king or queen's wardrobe. The position was held for over 400 years until being formally discontinued under King Edward VII in 1901. Well, that's that video. I have plenty more terrible jobs for a part 2. Want me to make it? Leave a comment. If you don't, okay, here's another video. Go watch that. I'll see you over there.
Well, here's another thing that I can talk about. The what again? What else I want to talk about again? Gosh dang it. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Something about... Oh no, I kind of forgot. Oh no. Oh yeah. In Victorian age, have you seen like those kind of like Cinderella kind of a dress? Like really big dress? Actually, it's not like they have really big butt. They actually are wearing a metal cage. And that metal cage is like to show like the form of the body kind of like stuff, this and that, yeah, that stuff. It's basically for beauty stuff. But the problem is, since you're wearing a metal cage, you cannot sit. I'm not even kidding. You cannot sit. You cannot piss. You cannot shit in any social outing. So, do you know how to do it? Actually, the cage they're wearing have a opening. There's a gate in there. There will be a professional that basically will get you granted the access of going under the skirt with a bucket. So they can shit and piss while standing. Yes, it's their job. And you think like the what Ragnarok like anime, like the fighting anime, like the two dude that holding the Aphrodite kind of like boobs, like you think like that is hilarious, is an act in some sense, it's a way more accurate. There might be a job that is for just doing that. Yeah, you know, like those kind of like drama show that be like, oh, They fainted because they have lack of blood, and they have to wear a steel fucking cage, and have to stand with all those weight. They have no blood in the head. Obviously, they always get lightheaded. And do you know what? Their makeup is made out of mercury. And cyanide.
A whole nuclear apocalypse and I die to a bear? That sucks. Well, time to go pop out a pine cone. Don't let that witch get you. Why would he say that? Hmm? Oh no. And the cycle continues. Hold your breath, you're getting flushed back into the times of the Aztec Empire, a Mesoamerican civilization renowned for its vehemently violent and vicious nature. Or at least that's how history remembers it, and you're about to find yourself in the heart of it all. You've surfaced right outside of the capital city. Think you could survive? Well, they didn't, so maybe you could. Let's find out. Welcome to Tenochtitlan. Located in what is now Mexico City, Tenochtitlan was once a sprawling metropolis and one of the most populated cities in the whole world, home to over 200,000 people. Now, despite what you may think, the Aztec Empire is actually not that old. This is the year 1519, the historical height of the empire. That is, until...
The British colonizations!
But anyway, you begin kicking your little arms and leggies to get to shore, assuming you can swim. After all, Tenochtitlan was built on a huge friggin' lake. Lake Texcoco to be precise. Why? Because religion makes you do illogical things. You see, way back around 1325, the Aztec people, who actually called themselves the Mexica, were tasked by their patron god, Huitzilopochtli, to find a promised land upon which to build a brand spanking new city. Huitzilopochtli apparently appeared in a priest dream to deliver a divine prophecy with his soothing, ethereal voice. After strenuous searching in the Mexico Valley, all while annoying the heck out of other indigenous groups, the weary wanderer's wayfare finally came to an end, on an island in the middle of a huge freaking lake. Since this was not prime real estate in the slightest, many of the surrounding Mesoamerican civilizations who already disliked the aggressive, violent, and invasive Mexica allowed them to stake their claim without protest, as building buildings on a lake was a fool's errand. Nonetheless, Tenochtitlan was built from the soggy ground up. Over the span of the next 100 years,
Well,
the
technically,
city had
Malaysia
flourished
also
into a
built in the
central hub
soggy
of
land.
trading, education, and innovation.
Well,
At
Kuala
least
Lumpur, at
for its
least.
inhabitants. You see, decade after decade, the Mexica terrorized the surrounding lands, embarking on brutal and bloody conquests. These invasions established and expanded the Aztec Empire across roughly 80,000 square miles, beginning in 1428 all the way up to 1519. And here you are, so you better get to surviving. You can start by lifting your sopping self out of the sail.
And also, here's the thing, like, still not lots of people actually know Aztec is Mexico. If you didn't hear the very previous one like properly, Aztec is from Mexico, and axolotl, like that special breed of salamanders, juvenile state, there's like one type of axolotl will forever stay in axolotl form, is actually located surrounding in a certain area of Aztec temple. Not temple, it's like, basically the Aztec historical site area. Only there you can find a forever axolotl. Even though I say forever, axolotl is kind of like implied, because they still can turn into salamanders, but generally they spend their entire life as axolotl. They only turn to salamander nowadays is because people think like, oh, axolotl, forever axolotl is cute, and then they take out those axolotl, ship them into outside worlds, and due to temperatures and different environment stuff, it kind of triggered that kind of like dormant genes that turn them back into salamanders. So essentially you waste a lot of money just to buy a forever axolotl, and they are slowly getting extinct because so many people thought they are actually forever axolotl.
Saline water and flopping on a dry land. But wouldn't you know it, the jig's already up as you've been spotted by a local farmer. And unless you've got some heavy Mesoamerican blood pumping through your veins, they're gonna think you look weird, meaning that they'll be cautious. Sure, you could probably take out anyone in a 100-mile radius with a comedically timed sneeze, but you're not here to rewrite history. Just suffer through it. That being the case, you attempt to speak with the locals using your superb linguistics knowledge.
Por favor, manténgase alejado de las puertas.
No, you dingbat, they don't speak Spanish. Spanish aren't even here yet. Try something else. You ponder to yourself, scratching your long chin hair. Well, now what? You're exactly right. The Mexica had their own language called now what? See that little TL at the end there? It sounds like a just a little right in the
Now
middle.
what?
Kind of like in this word. You've probably been saying this as axolotl or ajolote from my Spanish speakers, but it actually comes from the Nahuatl language. So it would be correctly pronounced as axolotl. Be sure to drop that tidbit of knowledge into group chat so your friends can start a new one without you. Anyway,
Now you
about
know
1.5
something.
million people today can even speak Nahuatl, and I'm willing to bet that you're not one of them. So if I were you, I'd about asho-lit my pants because you're an outsider. And this is the part where you get taken captive. Or worse. If you are taken alive, you'd certainly wish that you weren't. But at least on the way to your doom, you'd be able to get a glimpse into the wonders that Tenochtitlan had to offer. Surprise, surprise. Another civilization, another hierarchy system. The social structure of the Aztec Empire is often debated, but it can be boiled down to your vanilla upper, middle, and lower classes. The big guy at the top is called the Huey Tlatoani, or Supreme Emperor. The upper class, of course, is all your rich folk, your priests, your warriors, and your nobles. Next were the farmers, merchants, fishermen, and artisans making up the laboring middle class, and the poor unfortunate scum at the bottom were mostly slaves and prisoners of war. Upward movement through these classes was certainly possible, but certainly rare, so get to pulling on them bootstraps as soon as they're invented. But even if you were just a run-of-the-mill peasant, life wasn't terribly awful. Everyone knew that they needed to work to keep the wheels turning. Men tended to the farms, women tended to the homes, and the kids tended to their studies. The city itself was also super clean, relatively speaking. Accounts from the Spanish conquistadors noted the exceptional hygiene and cleanliness practiced by the Mexica. Big ol' Spanish ball of rage Hernan Cortez, who is currently on his way over from Spain to mop the floor with Aztec blood, noted the city's impressive public health innovations, including baths and toilets, and water fountains constantly supplied with fresh, clean water. There were even public servants scrubbing everything down on a daily basis. Waste was burned or recycled, and everyone's doo-doo feces fertilized the farms. That's good corn. Since personal hygiene was so ingrained in daily life, widespread disease was not an immediate threat. Yet, as long as there were no floods, droughts, volcanic eruptions, or earthquakes, life was pretty solid. The invention of sustainable, fertile floating farms called chinampas meant that food supply was fairly reliable. The local diet mainly consisted of vegetables or fruits. There's plenty of beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes, there's corn if you're torn, a fish if you wish, or dry out some turkey for a jerky dish. You've got deer, duck, lizards.
Hey, here's the thing, like, there's a lot of things about like how Aztec like fall. Obviously, a lot of people just pointed at like the colonizations and this and that stuff like happening in there. Spanish something? I kind of got Spanish Inquisitions. Not exactly that. It does come part as one of the deadly time they have, but the real things that happen is actually not that. The real things that actually happens is they brought a lot of disease to them. Because they are from a totally another land, they came to like the Aztec area, and then like, yes, they did a lot of horrible shit, but after they left, they also left a bunch of like sickness and disease they come with, you know? And then they just can't handle it afterward. The remaining like people from the Aztec just like, you know, just wither away afterward.
And dogs, but no cows, chickens, goats, or hogs. Grasshoppers, worms, larvae, or ants, all packed with protein, so give them a chance. There's lots of food just begging to be cooked. And no, there's no Chipotle out here. Trust me, I've looked. Alright, enough rhyming. Now you have to keep in mind that this sweet lifestyle was only within the city limits of Tenochtitlan. The Aztec Empire itself was huge, and at its height in 1519, the entire empire ruled over 500 city-states and about 6 million people. While the Mexica were the head honchos around these parts, the empire as a whole was actually a triple alliance of 3 main cities: Tenochtitlan, Texcoco, and Tlacopan. But Tenochtitlan was the dominant power. Why? It's simple. Fear. The Mexica were terrifyingly brutal and militaristic. Tenochtitlan was the promised land, remember, so they're gonna fight tooth and nail to defend what the gods have declared to be their home. So let's talk military. If you're gonna be the main powerhouse of an empire and want to keep that empire from crumbling, you'd best believe that you need people who know how to fight. Surprisingly, Tenochtitlan itself had no standing professional military, so every male needed to be ready for a call to arms at a moment's notice in the event that a neighboring city starts getting all sassy. All male citizens in Tenochtitlan, regardless of class status, were required to go through rigorous warrior training at the age of 15.
Spartan!
Intense daily exercise drills, marching formations, and weapon masteries were always on the menu. If you wanted to stab someone from a comfortable distance, you could always launch some arrows or huck a javelin. Close quarters combats called for clubs, spears, or this monstrosity, the Maquawit. This was a wooden paddle adorned with razor-sharp obsidian stones, capable of ripping flesh from bone in a single swing. Its clever design allowed for 2 modes of operation: cutting if they were bad, and spanking if they were naughty. Although certainly capable of inflicting a crap ton of pain, the purpose of these weapons was not to necessarily kill, but to incapacitate. You see, the Mexica actually preferred to capture enemy warriors alive, for reasons we'll cut into later. But perhaps one of the most effective weapons for the Mexica was intimidation. The Mexica wore extravagant, colorful clothing designed to represent ferocious animals such as eagles, jaguars, and serpents. Sometimes full-on animal skins were used too, so imagine getting charged up by a screaming, hulked-out maniac dressed head to toe in jaguar skin.
Instead of saying that, feels like, imagine you get charged up by a furry. Imagine a furry with a spear charging at you. Furry with a suited up jaguar suit just charging at you. Yes, that's definitely have the intimidation factor like level up to another level.
You just about invert yourself into a scared little raisin. So while Tenochtitlan had no standing army, it could call upon tens of thousands of trained soldiers at the drop of a hat. As a consequence of being conquered, all city-states within the Aztec Empire were forced to pay tribute to the Mexica, allowing them to maintain the healthy and wealthy lifestyle that you see before you as you're paraded through the city as a filthy prisoner. Failure to pay tribute meant certain death, so these cities were quick to offer up the goods, but of course, they were not happy about it. But none of that concerns you. Instead, you've been sent to court for the crime of being a strange-looking weirdo. Now, this can go one of 2 ways. Captured prisoners in the Aztec Empire either faced slavery or were offered up as a heavy metal sacrifice to the gods, the latter of which being the highest honor. But let's start with... Believe it or not, being a slave under Aztec rule wasn't the worst because it wasn't really a system of oppression. Aztec slaves fell more into the category of indentured servitude instead of what we would think of as full-blown lifelong slavery. Slaves had basic rights, could marry freely.
Here's the thing. Slavery back in the days is not cruel. Generally, kind of is in some certain country. But a lot of places actually have a quite a fair slavery right. Technically, they are part of the citizens. The most fucked up one when it comes to slavery systems actually is America. Well, technically not just America. Like, there's a few countries also have a very fucked up slavery system, but generally, not lots of places have like a very, very inhumane slavery systems. Technically, China have like a very inhumane slavery systems because, like, they have a lot of what they quote unquote call it war slave, or like not war slave. It's more like war labor. They technically will. Technically a soldier from the other side, most likely case, yeah, you're going to die if you get captured. The reason is basically just this: they will work you to death too. They have a lot of building projects that usually just like calling those people to work instead of like using normal people. So yeah.
Own land and could even earn their freedom from their owners under the right conditions. I use the term owners here loosely, as they didn't outright own the person, just their labor. Owners were responsible for providing adequate food, shelter, and care for their slaves, and were even forbidden from mistreating them. And funny enough, if you could prove before a court that your owner was being a real asshat, you could most likely earn your freedom. If your owner was being extra dickish with verbal or physical lashings, they might even end up a slave themselves. Mexica criminal punishments went from 0 to 100 real quick. Victims of your petty crimes would have you provide financial compensation, or you being enslaved to them to work off the debt. If you did something more serious, prepare to be publicly strangled or beaten to death with a big old stick or some rocks. If you were a real bad boy, you'd be promoted to sacrifice, all of which are pretty effective crime deterrents. But not all slaves were criminals or prisoners. In fact, some were even volunteers. Yeah, some citizens chose to become slaves in order to work off a debt. After that debt had been paid, the contract was complete and both parties went about their merry way, satisfied with the transaction. Remember that physical labor is backbreaking, but debt is crippling. As for work, slaves were mainly assigned to complete domestic chores by their owners. Scrub the walls, scrub the halls, scrub my balls? Now, of course, sometimes the involuntary slaves, such as yourself, weren't as willing to participate in paying off their debt to society. Since slave owners were not permitted to sell their slaves without said slave's consent, they were in a bind. So it was time to return the favor using a wooden collar. Not only was this collar one of shame, but also inconvenience. Besides looking completely humiliating, it also had a tactical purpose. You see, there was this strange rule that if a slave was able to flee, exit the city, and, I shit you not, step on a human turd, they could request freedom before a court.
Ugh, you didn't clean your foot, did you?
I did not. But since slave owners knew this silly rule, any slaves who were flight risks were given the collar, reducing their mobility in large crowds and doorways.
I just want to go inside.
You can also choose to no longer become a slave by marrying or having babies with your owner. But then you're back to square one. Any slaves who continued to be troublemakers for their owners were given 3 warnings before being eligible to be sold as a sacrifice to the temple.
3 strike!
Should their owner permit. And he just did. Oh, sucks to be you right now. You're about to become a... Welcome to the Huayite Ocali, also known as the Templo Mayor, the main temple in the heart of Tenochtitlan and the religious epicenter of many a sacrifice. It's also precisely where your heart is going to see sunlight for the first time in... ever. Religious societies can be pretty bloodthirsty. Just ask the Catholics. And the Mexica were no different. They firmly believed that their gods were fueled by blood offerings. For example, they believed that their patron sun god, Huitzilopochtli, required human blood to fight off the moon and stars at night to bring about a new day. So you can bet your beating chambers that blood flowed quite literally like there was no tomorrow. With over 200 different gods in the Aztec pantheon, it's quite a lot of mouths to feed. Harvested blood would be poured over statues of the gods while it was still fresh so they could get a little sip. Who's a hungry boy? You are. Warriors, of course, had the best tasting blood right behind prisoners and children, so they were given priority over everyone else, making them a hot commodity. In order to keep supplies stocked, the Mexica would often host events called Flower Wars, where at least 2 cities would send out troops to fight one another for the sake of capturing POWs for sacrifice. It's a real win-win. Now, when you think of Aztec human sacrifice, your mind probably goes straight to the iconic heart gripping and ripping. And you'd be right. Slapping a slave on a sacrificial slab and serving a swift stab to the sternum for the sudden surge of that sweet sanguine secretion. But when sacrifices were such a spectacle, variety was the spice of life. If you've seen one heart out of a human body, you've seen them all. Thanks, LiveLeak. Many methods of sacrifice were specific to each god. You want some rain? Drown some crying kiddos in a nearby lake for the rain god. Want to keep volcanic eruptions at bay? You better burn some women for the fire god. You want a bountiful harvest? We've got decapitation and flaying for the god of agriculture. Enthusiastic priests would even go as far as wearing the flayed skin just for that extra bit of pizzazz. The problem with these kinds of practices is that eventually it's going to rain again, volcanoes will have dormant periods, and some harvests will naturally provide higher yields. So if things turned out well, it's because the sacrifices worked. If they didn't, it's because you didn't sacrifice enough. You can see how this is a terrible feedback loop. Sometimes, though, sacrifices were performed on a large scale to slake a large thirst. For example, the grand opening ceremony of the Templo Mayor allegedly saw the blood of over 80,000 captives and slaves pour down the freshly carved stone, though historians do debate if this number is even accurate. What's not up for debate, though, is what's about to happen to you. Say adios to that heart of yours, buddy.
Stop!
Cortez! Oh, am I glad to see you. Necesito ir the fuck home. Comprende? Where the fuck were you? Alright, I'm starting to think you enjoy getting kidnapped. This time, you're flung into feudal Japan, a rather violent era in Japanese history spanning across several hundreds of years. But this year is 1467, the start of the hostile and chaotic Sengoku period. You've really got your work cut out for you with this one. Time to put your survival skills to use, if you have any. So, do you think you're up for the task? Let's find out. Welcome to Sengoku Jidai, also known as the Warring Clans period, a dangerous time in medieval Japan's already chaotic history. See what I mean? The Sengoku period was actually a subsection of the overarching Muromachi period, but that's not too important. All you need to know is that the government is falling apart. Basically, there's this guy, the Shogun. He's the ruler of Japan because he's a big, strong military man. But wait, I hear you say, I thought Japan had an emperor. And you're right, there is an emperor, and he technically rules Japan, but in reality, he's just a political figurehead that sits in the hotel cuck chair the whole time while the shogun does all the hard work to satisfy the country's freaky desires. So what the heck is causing all the ruckus? Well, the current shogun is in a bit of a pickle. All he wants to do is quit his job and retire so he can write poetry, paint, and strategically plant a few trees. Problem is, he has no son to take the reins, but he does have a war-hating monk brother. Beggars can't be choosers. Problem solved. Uh-oh. Looks like the Shogun's wife Amazon primed a baby overnight. How embarrassing. Since there was a strict policy of no takesy-backsies, the Shogun's brother remains the rightful heir. Wait just one gosh darn fucking second, says Mrs. Shogun. I shot this baby out of my coot chute, so he's gonna be the heir. And thus, a power struggle began. I just want to paint. All of this instability within the shogunate caused the country to be split in two, Team Brother and Team Baby. Powerful clans waged war against each other in an attempt to get their side into power. This political shit show inevitably led to an uncivil civil war, the Onin War. So the government's in complete shambles and anarchists rejoice. But then they have to realize that they actually have to live in an anarchy. So there's your background. Did you get all that? Glad to hear. Anyway, here you are, just outside of Kyoto, the capital city of Japan at the time, and it's just blazing with culture and fire. Looks like the warring clans are getting a little carried away at the moment. That being the case, you're forced to roam the countryside in search of a place to anchor your roots and figure out a way back home. But you quickly learn that danger is all around you. It was fairly common for thieves or bandits to cross your path and try to yoink all your valuables, and then stab you.
It's
Speaking of
literally
that,
RPG
here's one
game
now,
back
so
then.
prepare yourself.
Sate sate, betsu no seizon sha. Nani? Oraka na koto shinai de kudasai. 自分だけだと思う。魔女も私を捕まえた。何ヶ月も前。それ以来ずっと生き残っています。そして私は続けます。よーし。その葉、もしかして、マンスケボド。つまり、広告の中にいるのです。関係ない。死の準備を。不可能シスター行く彼は愛を切り借りた精密な取り回し
Man, this is the best advertisement I've ever seen. Too bad I'm too broke to get Manscaped, but still. Yeah.
Well, that was a close shave. With the thief inexplicably but conveniently passed out
Shit,
due to
look
being
at pause
well-groomed,
behind the forest.
they quickly loot him to blend in with the rest of society. Speaking of which,
Yes, you deserve to roast.
would
Forever
you believe
and ever.
that feudal Japan did not operate as a hierarchy? Well, you shouldn't, because it did. So let's get out that ladder and descend through the ranks, shall we? At the tippity top was the emperor. He was the guy in charge, but not really. He had a cool shirt, and that's about it. Then there's the shogun. He was actually in charge, with the power of commanding the military and controlling national policies and laws. And to be fair, he had a cooler shirt than the emperor. Directly reporting to the shogun were the daimyo, feudal lords and clan leaders that commanded various provinces around the country. They're proud of their land, but they want more. Samurai were loyal warriors with neat swords that honorably served powerful nobles like the daimyo. They were the epitome of courage and honor, and their culture is thriving to this day. Ronin were samurai without their masters, but they could still be bachelors. Ashigaru were samurai interns and general cannon fodder. Basically, they were peasants who were given swords and told to stab other people while still earning a minimum wage. Ah, peasants. The dirt poor majority of the population that did all the work to keep everyone alive. Nowadays, they're referred to as the middle class. Artisans were the ones who made your furniture, your clothes, and your tools. That's cool, but you can't eat a chair, can you? Can you?
And which piece would you like to start with first, sir?
Oh, just the leg. Merchants were scumbag salesmen that just profited off of everyone else's work and were deemed parasites because of it. Buy high, sell low. At the very bottom, to no surprise, were the outcasts. Criminals and beggars for the most part, but also those who had undesirable jobs like butchers, undertakers, actors, entertainers, and reaction channels. Now, you have to understand that this is a very simplified structure of how feudal Japan's class system was laid out. It was a much more complicated web of relationships and rankings that is, quite frankly, above my pay grade as an outcast entertainer. So that begs the question.
Oh, hi there, bloody painter. You know what? I have ancient traditions. Technically, it's not ancient traditions. I recently realized that people can be too lazy to type hi, and then there's a button for you to press hi. But weirdly, YouTube decided to use them to say "said hi." Back then, I didn't know that was a thing. I thought people were forcing me to like say hi to them. So I keep saying "fuck you" to them. So now I know better, but still, I'm still going to keep the tradition of saying "fuck you." Because it is hilarious.
Where would you fit in society? In reality, unless you were Chinese, Japanese, or look at these, you wouldn't have. You'd either...
Yeah, seriously, imagine like you type hi and then you press a button and say hi. So, by normal people means, they would just think that, hi, say hi. It's like demanding people to say hi for you, right? No matter how much of an English comprehension is, I don't know who actually like passed this thing in YouTube, but it's the most stupidest thing in the world. Back then, I didn't know there's a button for people to just press say hi. I thought people was just like demanding me to say hi back to them. And as a artist streamers, I think most people already know that one thing is like when you do art stream, there will always people that don't give a shit about what you're trying to, you know, like don't give a shit about what you are drawing. They will immediately ask like, can you draw my OC? So if you kind of encounter that a few bits, you kind of like learn to be a little bit pissed off about people demanding you stuff the moment they come into your stream. Nah, don't worry. It become like an ancient tradition. I must say fuck you to anyone who pressed that button. I will one day get banned from being really, really rude to people.
Either be a social outcast or straight up sold into slavery without question.
To be honest, if you know who I am drawing, this is Ryu. She's not supposed to be look like that, For some reason, because like I'm drawing her in like in a lower angle. For some reasons, she looked mighty evil looking. Like those kind of like, you know, like a really powerful like evil persons decided to lay a lightning on you. Like this is what she looks like. So it's a complete opposite. Anyone looks evil in low angle, no matter how you're trying to draw it. But either way, I can keep watching my video and drawing at the same time, or if you want to have some conversations, we can like have some for fun while drawing. But generally, I like to watch this kind of stuff while like drawing. Oh, actually, I have one drawing for that. If you know who Zendaya is, ta-da! I believe that she is a baby that use a machine translated language. This is why she obsessed with big boobs. And also eat spaghetti with a spoon. 100% sure. This is her true identity. A baby that hellbent on world dominations. And then there's this one. Practically, originally, my daily quick draw is supposed to be fast and loose. It's like something like this. You know, really sketchy kind of like line, just, you know, draw it as fast as possible. But me being an artist, I just can't keep my grubby hand on keep improving the artwork. The art just keep escalating. Even though I intended to draw it as low level as possible, it just keep escalating. And then there's this one. I'm starting to use like higher level of like I have this style called like carving style, so I'm just keep escalating the art skill. So I'm trying to lower my like still using carving style, but use a slightly lower level of it. So I draw this one, Zani from like Watering Wave. Yeah, even the chair is like I try to keep it low budget as possible. This is why the chair looks like shit. But yeah, I try my best to make this look like shit. But yeah, and then there's this one. I really like this one. For some reason. You know, like those kind of wash-up actors that you mistook for someone else. Yeah, it's Chibidoki. In her banana suit. But yeah, I've been doing quite lots of drawing. This is technically, I think it's my most highest level drawing for now. Because like, let me pull out one of my older drawing. Yeah, because back in the day, my carving style, it was still like not really matured yet. I don't know what to do with it most of the time. So I was still doing a lot of experimentations, find the correct like method to draw it properly, and basically just discovering the SOP of the stuff. And then I have this one made. This is my third prototype back then. It's the VTuber that I'm drawing right now. So this is the prototype. Yeah, for me it's like due to my natures of I actually can't draw properly. So I'm using a certain way is like instead of saying like I'm drawing, it's more like I am carving. This is why I call it carving style. The reason why this happened is basically, if you kind of noticed, I didn't actually draw the line art. The way I draw is I go here, I add a blob, okay, and then I chipped it into shape. Everything I do is basically, oh, I need this face a little bit rounder, so like I chipped it, something like this, you know? It's like, oh, I need it sharper, I add more into it and chip a little bit here. Essentially, I am not drawing, it's more like I'm trying my best to sculpt and form the shape out. I won't really say like this is only can do it in digital form, but it kind of is the way I do it. So I can go into like the detail and try my best to like form it the shape I want instead of like, you know, draw it the shape I want. Due to some like medical issues, I have a very bad hand-eye control, so this is one of the best way for me to actually do it properly without having like a lot of like, you know, practice too much about like drawing technique, this and that, yeah, the other stuff. And I also can do lots of things like pre-establish like anatomy first, and then slowly shift and morph them into more of like a proper shape afterward. It's like doing clay. It's like doing like you know, like clay sculpting. It's much more easier this way. I didn't draw like normal persons. And then if I really want to draw like a normal persons, I would draw something like this. Really stupid. Yes, I also make card art for fun. This is Henya. Yeah, technically I already set up like in Twitters is basically like if I get like 50 likes and then I'll truly render them. So far I only got one that managed to get render. This is fruit with a gun. I think this is the closest one to get my second pictures out. And then there's this one. Ta-da! I really like this one. Looks cute. This one actually got like some other stuff going on there, so it's supposed to be red like this. Boop. Yeah, it's supposed to look like this. Ta-da! So many things I'm trying to do. Also, I'm doing this like really funny things. Is basically like, I'm come from animated background. I'm not actually like, I won't really call myself an artist because when I come from animated background, we have one thing: we don't give a shit about detail. A lot of artists do. So when it comes to detailing stuff, we don't really focus on it that much. In fact, we try our best to simplify our work so we can draw a lot of page. So I'm trying to do, since I draw really fast when it comes to like posing and stuff, so I decided to go to Twitters. You know, like when Twitters like people like post stuff, you can reply to them. I'm not replying with word. I'm replying with art. So every single thing I have a certain like I draw some certain things and then write some comment like this. So basically I just essentially just keep drawing. Like essentially I got so many drawing right now. I'm just using them as like if you ever seen my any of my shorts, I'm using all this image that I draw for like draw reply as the, you know, like those like Jaden animation stuff. People like tell you a story and then they put a lot of like image into it. So I'm essentially just keep like slamming all this like artwork into it. Into every possible like corner that I can kind of like use it properly. Yep, not this one. And this one. This one is I'm drawing some other people. Basically, I draw myself a lot in some sense. in reactions, in like chatting, in this and that, that stuff. Again, you can see that I come from an animated background because like almost everything you see is more or less a animatic. It's like slightly upgraded, more upgraded version of animatic or like rough animations. It's always fun drawing all those things. Yeah, it's a good thing I give it a little bit of chat because like I am drawing this thing to focus. I need some time to take a break, and I did. Thank you very much for making me chat a little bit. Hey, hi, Savage. I think ancient time you request to be one, and then I made you one. If you don't want that mod privilege, I can just take away anytime I want. Yeah, being my mod have one thing, you don't have to care about anything because I have no audience. The only problem child I have in my chat is just Simon's. But he's just a kid, so I'm just, letting him off the hook quite lots of times. If he's not a kid, then I would be much more sadder because he behaved like a kid while not being a kid. Yeah, being my mod is sad because you can't do your job. There's no job to do. Unless you somehow manage to like boost me to a point that I have a lot of people watching me. Well, it kind of is true and not true in the same time. It's more like, you can see like a person that literally have zero social skill. It's like you don't know how to read the room. You don't know how to do like a lot of things. It's like the most basic of human like boundary. If you don't even know how to respect that or like to understand that properly, it's either the parent fault or that guy never talked to a living persons. And even he get like, this is the thing. If he keep doing that shit, he would definitely get banned from a lot of places. If you keep banned by every single one in like every single stream you talk to, you definitely would think like, am I the issues or everyone is the issues? If they never have that kind of thought, I feel pity for them. Genuinely pity for them. I do hate like nowadays is literally like when you have to be like really you talk into some really reasonable sense and stuff. People call you gold or base or something like that. They just call you really smart when you able to rationalize and like talk some really like common sense thought. I do hate the fact like when you do that, people call you smart. You shouldn't be called smart by having common sense. Well, yeah, you kind of like get that. get the reason. Is basically, here's the thing, like distraction, especially when it comes to playing like music, or maybe you insist something that the person really don't want to do it, or you've been repeat doing like asking the same thing like a lot of things. Here's the thing, when it comes to conversations, it's like, imagine I am chatting about animations and then you keep talking about music for no reasons. I'm talking about animation to someone else, or I'm doing a podcast, I have a guest, we talking about how animation works, how you do anime, how like history of animation, and then there's like one guy just keep talking about, hey, I love this NCS music. Who is your best like music artist? What kind of game do you play? Like, would you be annoyed by that? Obviously, most people would, because you're really having an in-depth talking about this, and then they keep asking about irrelevant questions. So if you keep doing irrelevant shit in the chat while they kind of like doing something else, people gonna get pissed off. It's like you do not respect the person, or like don't care about the things that they are really care about. You know? It's basically simple logics. You know? It's like, also like, there's also this second things. Yeah, it's basically like that. So there's also the second things you have to understand. When a person usually don't like the things you do and decide to ban you, is basically they give you warning, you don't listen to it, or they already decided to entertain you once because you spam so much. They decided to give you like some tiny bit of attentions, and then and some people would think like they win some like magical prize. They're kind of like Oshi decided to like reply them or something like that, and then they get over their head, and then they keep asking like lots of stuff. But the worst thing people like will keep doing asking stuff is ask a repeat questions. Imagine you ask me like about a lot of music stuff. I decided to answer you one thing that is like they ask like a lot of things about music. I'll be like, sorry, I'm not really expert in music, I can't really answer you anything about that. And then they will ask a different thing, same shit, different view, but still again it's about music, like rhythm game or this and that yet stuff, everything that related to music. They will just keep asking. Imagine like this kind of scenario. Do you like curry? And then if you say you don't like curry, he will ask again, hey, in this matter of perspective, do you like Indian curry? No, I don't like curry. And how about Korean curry? No, I don't like curry. And how about... It's basically, you get the idea what I'm talking about. Like, this can infuriate a lot of people. For me, if somebody decided to play like gacha word or do some shit like this, they will get my 3-strike system. You get a warning, you get a timeout, and you keep doing it again, you get a ban. Simple. Simple solutions, beautiful. I'm doing this like, I don't think you guys can see the pad because it's outside camera. But yeah, like that's like the general gist and stuff, you know. So I'm not really sure it's rage bait or not, because in my eyes, I don't think it's a rage bait the way he asks stuff. He is just a very enthusiastic kid. Just keep asking the same question because they want to find someone that can do the same relate, that can chat with something like a very like relate stuff. What kind of peak proportions? Like the recent post, I would say like this is my most recent post. What sort of big, good proportion you see in there? Are you saying this? Or this? There's no proportions in anything. I didn't draw sexy stuff, mostly. You mean like my comic? It's not even sexy in any sense. I'm just drawing according to the VTubers. It's not like I'm going to betray that design if they have big booba. I draw small booba for no reasons. Out of principle or anything. I won't do that shit. I don't know why. Sometimes some people is like, yeah, due to my principle, I won't draw you like this, so I'm going to draw you in either different skin color or like different ethnicities or different this and that. Yeah, that's then just don't draw them. Basically, stupid, weird ass people sometimes. It's like you can do a choice, but they decided to choose the third choice and it's the worst possible choice. Man, our community is starting getting weirder and weirder. Well, I don't need to. Like, I often draw Zentrea a lot. She does have a big booba. See? Let's say again, I did draw a big booba. Not this one. This one doesn't have one. There's a big booba here. But here's the thing. I can't really draw lewd art, even I wanted to. I'm not a very, like, kind of, like, know how to draw lewd pose kind of persons. I can draw sexy pose, but no matter how it happened, somehow the art I draw, the sexy energy of the thing is really lack of sexy energy. Or, like, lewd energy in there. Even this one, I'm trying to go for like sexy showing leg pose, but I still end up drawing them like some evil dictator instead. I just don't really have that exact ability to draw like a very like sexy looking persons. I just have a uncanny ability to draw people look like evil persons. And I'm not even kidding, it's a running gag for me right now. It's like no matter how much I'm trying to like, the most inspired drawing I have is just drawing them like a gosh dang villain for some reasons. Like the way they smile, the way they pose, this and that stuff. They just look like some sort of like villain, like ready to like pump the shit out of you. Or like ready to con or scam the shit out of you. Or they are ready to like give you like a the most evil monologue like they're gonna give you. It's just me in a nutshell. You know what? Let's have a little bit of egomaniac. Like, this is just Kiray in a nutshell. Refer myself to the third person. Well, you can have fun with it, or you can just have like a Mr. Beast parody if you wanted to. Oh, speak about Mr. Beast, like holy shit, he just did something like really, I would say, totally evil. Force association, make people force association with other people. Everyone know Logan Paul is a piece of shit. And Mr. Beast like decided to just like do a big group call, and then with Asmongold, with a group of people that Asmongold do not like. And then Mr. Beast be like, oh, we are doing a charities. Everyone is dropping like 10k. And some even like drop 100k here. Like, how much money do you want to join? How much money would you want to do? You sound like a very like generous person. I was like, he is literally driving back home to get some McDonald's around that time. He really caught him off guard, and then he do not know how to answer them. It's like, you know, like those kind of peer pressures that like a group of people just, come on, let's do it, like don't be a worst, and then everyone that is your most hated enemy. And then that one guy that call you in is like the middle guy, and then he be like the pretend to be oblivious. Like, I feel like this is the thing. I always have this strange suspicious that Mr. Beast is inherently evil and see all his viewer as cash cow. Like, no matter how I see it, like the way he treated people, I definitely think like he definitely have a certain viewpoint about his viewer that he basically treat them like he is the higher grade persons. Everyone is dumb. Those kind of like thought process in his brain. He is always right. Those kind of ego thing like happening inside his brain. Yeah, those kind of stuff like happening here and there. I say again, like I don't truly hate Mr. Beast, but I can see he definitely hiding a part of himself. Like Pirate Software, like hiding the part of his ego, and then slowly showing out as he getting more and more like you know, famous, and then he got slip up. The mask is off, and you do, no matter in what kind of situation you look at Mr. Beast, he's definitely a guy wearing a mask. There's no narrative about it. There's no that. Especially for a guy that is actually, in some sense, I do view myself as the most evil person in the world. I can be very manipulative if I wanted to. I refuse to do that because, well, at least I come from like a good household, so I was taught to be a kind, good person. But I know I have the quality of being a super con artist if I wanted to. But still, at the end, I choose not to. But because by nature, I'm those kind of persons, I can see a lot of shit a psychopath can do. Yeah, I say again, like, I supposed to do some artwork with this kind of level. It's supposed to be very simple. I can draw it, finishing it like super duper fast, like within 1 hour. And then slowly as time passed, like my arts, the art I do escalate in quality. The quality is just getting increased and increased. And now I'm just doing something like this. I'll be like, oh shit, I I cannot control myself from making shit art. I need to keep getting better and better. I wish I can make more shittier art, okay? I just can't control myself. Professionalism, okay? So help me. God help me. Make me like keep me chatting, so I can kind of like, you know, going through this without going insane. I am trying my best to lower down the quality now. You can see like the body, the hand, and kind of things. I didn't try to go into detail on too many accessories that she have. But yeah, you can kind of like starting to see like I can pick up the pace if I wanted to, but yeah, I feel like I will did this thing like in. I feel I'm doing something wrong if I decided to not do this with at least a certain level of quality in there. You know, I can't just haphazardly. I need to be professionally haphazardly to make the artwork. Yeah, I don't have to care about chat at all. It's not like it's not the responsiveness is slow. It's YouTube being a dick about this kind of stuff. Because YouTube have a really slow update rate to all like chat systems. They do not like having a multi-chat bot system. So any multi-chat bot system decided to try to pick shit up from the internet, they actually will just like slow shit down. If you really want to blame on it, blame on like YouTube being like never really are that supportive with streamer stuff. Why they offer this service? This is a little bit bullshit, to be honest. Like, we offer the service, but it's shittier than most of the service. And you can't really like just look at Twitch and say like, haha, Twitch is better. No, Twitch is not better. Twitch is actually now been shitified to a point that I wonder how is the company still standing. They shitify so many stuff they have. Like, all the goodwill is gone at this point. And they're still standing. I don't know how. I think it's like that. Like, Dan Clancy is basically just in his office, keep playing that, like the what, I'm still alive. I'm doing all this bullshit, having all this double standard. All this fucking time, the company's still alive. How are they still alive? I'm trying my best to make it fall. Like, he is exactly doing everything the opposite of what a CEO should do. So I am legitly in awe and amazed how he managed to run a company like this. Like, something is holding his decision-making stuff in death grip. He can't do any jack shit. even he wanted to. He just do not have the power to do anything. That's what I am seeing, kind of a feeling right now. Like literally, I feel like he literally had family like hold hostage in some like very like sketchy area. He can't do jack shit because like if he do any jack shit, like say bye bye to his family. Like that kind of situation to him. Like there's no way a person don't have this level of like self-awareness that he is running a company to the ground, and still there's almost zero consequences of what he did to the entire like Twitch as a platform. He definitely knows something that we don't know. And his hand is full. He can't do jack shit about it. All he can do is just watch everything burn. Crash and burn. Well, since got no topic to talk, let's just keep watching the future Japan.
Frankly, above my pay grade as an outcast entertainer. So that begs the question, where would you fit in society? In reality, unless you were Chinese, Japanese, or look at these, you wouldn't have. You'd either be a social outcast or straight up sold into slavery without question. Even if you didn't end up being someone's perpetually untipped servant, you'd still end up being a peasant in some form, whether it's harvesting up rice or hauling in the fish. It was backbreaking work. From dawn until dusk, you did what you had to do to keep yourself and the country fed. After a long, exhausting day, you would get home to your cold, drafty, and very flammable home. Despite being the literal provider of the food for the country, your crops are owned by the shogunate, so you barely even have scraps to eat. Malnourishment was very common amongst the lower class, and while it often resulted in an early grave, you could also inspire a few musicians. If the starvation didn't get you, the diseases certainly would. Smallpox, measles, and chickenpox were known as the 3 great diseases. 3 great opportunities to end up 6 feet under. It's like 2 feet for each disease. But you don't have to deal with any of that. Okay, well, maybe still the disease if you're unlucky, but thanks to your recent battle, you're equipped to pass yourself off as a lowly Ashigaru, a foot soldier commanded by a samurai. Since they need as much help as they can get, they won't be asking any questions. If you can hold a sword and swing it at a bad guy, that's good enough. In an event completely convenient to the plot, a samurai wanders up and recruits you to be in his army. In Japanese, of course. Thankfully, you are able to read his subtitles and accept the position. Congrats, you're now a full-fledged member of the Hosokawa clan, one of many clans spread across the country. While the Hosokawa and Yamana clans fought for the control of the capital, other clans fought to expand their own territories. And there were a bunch of them, like the Shiba clan, the Oda clan, and of course, Zelda fanboys. So let's see what your new job entails. You're now a soldier, which means you need to start learning some discipline. You wake up at the ass crack of dawn to start your day. Wake up! Eat a healthy breakfast of rice and veggies, and always practice good hygiene. You spend the morning strengthening your military skills and are partnered up with Hoshi. He's a nice guy. He was a farmer, but decided that maiming and pillaging could prove more lucrative. Together, you train martial arts, archery, and swordplay all throughout the morning as a way to keep both your body and mind sharp as a tack. Whew, all that training made the time fly by. It's already noon, so after a quick lunch of rice and veggies, time to fortify the walls of the camp to make sure...
Hold on a little bit. I am very hungry. I need to go and grab some snack, okay? Yeah, be back soon. And I'm back! Whew. People will be like, sex leg? Keep staring at that leg for like so long. Yeah, don't worry, I'll be... I still need to eat some snack while I'm watching this. You know, this kind of stuff.
Sure, no bad guys get in. Build it huge. Looks like your samurai has a task for you. You've been assigned to gather intelligence from the enemy. We are in the middle of the Onin War after all, and
It is
that
very
gosh
hot,
dang
so I can't
Yamana
eat
clan
yet,
is burning
even though I'm
Kyoto
very
down
hungry.
faster than we are. Can't let that happen. No problem, Master Sam, you say in Japanese subtitles. You wait until nightfall to carry out the mission. After a hearty dinner of rice and veggies, you infiltrate the enemy camp without causing too much suspicion. You quickly swipe the intelligence and giddily make haste back to base. With the intelligence in hand, your samurai congratulates you on a job well done. In Japanese, of course. You slowly open the letter and scan the text. Oh no. It can't be. This is...
Hi, we've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty.
Ah, shit. You stole the clan leader's mail by accident. Wait, there's a note. You're not the best at reading Japanese text, but you think you can make out what the message means. Looks like your next mission starts at dawn. Oh yeah, it's wartime. You better get dressed, champ. You've got a country to die for. Unlucky for you, early Ashigaru were not well equipped for battle. Remember that they were dirt-poor farmers. They couldn't afford ornate weapons, so they had to make do with what they had, which was farming equipment. Ever just want to shove a shovel into someone's throat just to see what would happen? And now you can. It kills them. One weapon of choice was the kama, a simple sickle-like weapon suited for slicing and stabbing some sneaky suckers. If you get the DLC, you can slap a chain on that bad boy, granting you a lethal radius of several feet and allowing you to open that pit up. Ashigaru that were well-trained or well-funded had access to better weapons and armor. Perhaps the most effective weapon that they could wield was the yari, a long spear that could be outfitted with all kinds of blades. Want to stab? Go for the omi yari. Want to slash? Try the katakama yari. If you want to support the boys from afar, get yourself a yumi, an asymmetrical longbow which was deadly on the battlefield with an effective range of over 400 feet. Archers were a core support group in any army. They would riddle the battlefield using a reliable method of spray and pray. It's just a shame that friendly fire was always on. If you wanted to spice things up, you could opt for fire or even explosive arrows. As for armor, it varied. The best Ashigaru were absolutely strapped with thick leather chest pieces, helmets, sleeves, and greaves. They were usually fitted with metal plates for added protection. Low-ranking Ashigaru were fitted with a cheaper, easier-to-produce armor called jack shit. Whatever clothing they had was their best bet, but it should be noted that the spoils of war were generous. Ashigaru were allowed to pillage and loot whoever they attacked. Slay an enemy with better weapons and armor? Looks like you found an upgrade. Now that you're all equipped, it's time to storm the battlefield with your best friend Samurai. What a cool guy. No. They got Sam. That's it. You charge into battle to avenge your fallen mentor. You spot an enemy, but it's a familiar face. Hoshi? You switched sides? Yeah, much better loot, says Hoshi, in Japanese of course. Just then, you notice fire spreading to a nearby building. Well, that's gonna suck, eh? Ugh, you again? Kyoku naku, hito no ke o sorenai de kudasai. What do you mean you're out of breadsticks?
Freshly grated Parmesan, sir.
Oh, yes, please.
Very good, sir. Just say when. Alright, but it's gonna be a while.
Oh, no, 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 no! Here we go again with the witch and such. You really should have taken better precautionary measures. Oh well. This time you're being lobbed into ancient Rome, a civilization that, apparently, is always on the mind of any male over the age of 20. But for you, you'll get to live it. Or at least try to. Let's see what you're capable of, shall we? You arrive in the year 250, right in the middle of the ominously named Crisis of the 3rd Century, a tumultuous time of terrible turmoil which began a while back in 235 after Emperor Severus Alexander was assassinated. Classic Roman Emperor move. After being confronted by Germanic invaders, he, with some influence from his mother, came to the conclusion that violence was not the answer. Instead, he would pay off the invaders to frig off back home. What a great idea, Severus thought. It was not. In response, Emperor Alexander's most trusted military generals didn't appreciate seeing potential funding go to would-be invaders. So, they made a direct deposit of a knife into the emperor's neck, with interest. With him out of the way, the Roman Empire kind of fell on hard times, as empires tend to do when their emperors are killed off. New emperors were coming and going like one-night stands, the military became fractured and weakened thanks to countless civil wars and a struggle for power, and divided empire states took their chances at yoinking some lesser protected land for themselves. All really chaotic stuff, but we'll get to that later. Anyway, here you are, smack dab in the middle of Rome. Actually, you've landed in the Amphitheatrum Flavium, but you might know it as the Colosseum. A spectacular stadium of spectacle where performances like dramatic theater, gladiator battles, and prisoner executions, among other things, took place across hundreds of years. But thanks to defunding and failed upkeep because, yeah, the Empire's in crisis mode, events were a lot more rare in the Colosseum during these times. So you're probably good to just leave and... Oh, that's a big guy. You can tell by how big he is. Just look at those muscle veins, the chest hair. The menacing look. Huh, terrifying. Let's see what he has to say. I don't know what you just said. Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Let's advertise. Rule 1. The first strike is always precise.
Man, you have the best landscape advertisement.
Rule 2. The second strike always finishes smooth.
Fabulous sunt vera. Its sentio omnino. Ineluctability. Ceres.
Well dang, those are some smooth moves you got there. That was a pretty decent fight with a pretty decent loot drop. But now we have to shift from fantasy to reality. The struggles of ancient Rome were very real. Disease, poverty, and constant war were a daily concern. Do you think you can handle a day-to-day life during one of the most difficult and dangerous times of the Roman Empire? Not like that you aren't. You have to remember that that witch interrupted your spaghetti dinner, so you're gonna need to find some food. Traditionally, the Roman diet consisted of a variety of fruits, vegetables, grains, and meats. But you're in the middle of a crisis which includes agriculture. This means that food supply is on the fritz. Some farms have too little water, some farms have too much water.
This is too much water!
Even fewer have it just right, so food's getting a little scarce. Thanks to widespread civil wars across the empire, many regions have also had their trade routes disrupted, so what little food choices you have are restricted to your immediate area. This of course led to mass malnutrition across the empire, well, mainly for the poor anyway. Thankfully, the capital of the Roman Empire is able to provide some basic sustenance, for a price. So what's on the menu? As for vegetables, you have some choice of greens: parsley, peppers, cabbages and celery, asparagus and watercress and artichokes and lettuce, which is alright for just a quick bite, but you're a dude who needs better food to set you right. Maybe a fig, or maybe some dates, some apples or cherries or peaches or grapes? Breads for sure, there's some here to eat, just Don't get your hopes up if you're looking for some meat. Weather and war have fucked up the supply, so these are pretty much all your choices, my guy. Beggars can't be choosers, but I beg you to choose. Survival is the game that you don't want to lose. And if you're looking for a drink to imbibe, have some watered down wine. You should also subscribe. Sorry, got lost on a rhyme scheme there. Anyway, time to make a purchase. Luckily, you have some gold from your previous altercation, and it's plenty to get you by for now, but it doesn't buy what it used to. See, the emperors, in all of their untold wisdom, needed money in the coffers to pay off incredible debts from beefing up the military and keeping peace with foreign entities. In order to do that, they chose to, among other things, devalue the currency by minting coins with lesser and lesser composition of precious metals. This inevitably caused rapid inflation, which is disturbing from both an economic and a fetish standpoint.
Hey son, you watching more of them funny history videos?
Go to your room. Since you have the cash monies, time to consume some nutrients. Problem is, you're an outsider, and unless you're fluent in the dead language of Latin, you're in a pickle, but you try to communicate with what little knowledge you have of the Latin language. Wingardium Leviosa? Well, that didn't work. You go up to the next vendor and instead just point to what you want. Why speak when your money can do the talking? Nimis pecunium. Yeah, thanks, you too. Alright, now you... Oh no. Your body isn't used to consuming all that ancient food. Looks like you need to go do some business. In a bit of a sweaty, stinky panic, you manage to find a public restroom. Ugh, it reeks in here. Don't these people have any sense of... Welcome to the Forica, also known as the community turlet. Several holes carved into long, cold marble slabs, perfect for slamming your ass on and expelling your evils. Usually hooked up to a public bath, excess bath water would run along the floor to flush away your densely digested duty poos to a public sewer system. If you were lucky enough to have it actually attached to one. Sure, you could be like them rich folk with their own private bathrooms, but you're not. So instead, you have to make bears with the bros, and you're gonna have to get real friendly, cause as you may have observed, there's no toilet papyrus to speak of. No, instead, you're gonna have to ask Claudius here to share the community wiping tool. It's just a sea sponge on a stick. Once you've done cleaning your nethers, be sure to rinse it off in the shallow trough in front of you for the next guy. That's just common courtesy. Now, being a public bathroom and all, you could expect that these places were not the cleanest. You'd be correct. Excessive buildup of waste not only led to widespread disease, but also dangerous levels of methane. Ugh, Claudius, light a match, dude. Let's try the bath instead. Public baths in the Roman Empire, called thermae, were actually pretty sweet. Available to anyone who wanted a nice refreshing dunk, these bathing complexes were a social gathering spot. They included exercise areas, steam rooms, and sometimes even libraries when you want to read a soggy book. Problem is, you're in a stagnant bath that doesn't get cleaned all that often, and hundreds of Romans use these baths every day, not to mention the fact that there isn't a bar of soap in sight. Romans didn't have soap. Instead, cleaning was done with this monstrosity, the strigil, a bronze tool used to scrape off the days or weeks' grit and grime. Just be a little cautious when using it. In order to smell nice, Romans would apply scented olive oils all throughout their nooks and crannies. But now everyone's all slippery and oiled up, so watch your step. With all of that muck just soaking in the water, it's debatable how clean you actually got. Looks like all the Christians are moving in and telling everyone to cover up. What losers. Anyway, let's shimmy on down the road. Just keep your eyes to the skies for any other citizens who are emptying their festering chamber pots into the street. It's gonna be raining cats and logs. Oh yeah, you're definitely gonna be catching some sort of... I'm sure you won't be surprised to learn that an overcrowded and filthy city tends to be riddled with disease. Just look at modern LA. When it came to ancient Rome, the most common diseases were influenza and tuberculosis, as well as some STDs, but you're a good person who's waiting for marriage or proper emotional or monetary compensation before you explore that route, right? Right, so despite these common diseases, Rome would often be smacked in the face with various plagues. The term plague here meaning big bad unknown disease that killed a lot of people. They were plagues, just not the plague. This one is the Plague of Cyprian, named so after the Bishop Cyprian who wrote about the plague in fine detail, especially the symptoms. He wrote that the plague caused exhaustive diarrhea, a swollen and sore throat, constant vomiting, bloodshot eyes, loss of infected and putrefied limbs, paralysis, deafness, and blindness. All of these symptoms add up to one dead fella. Because of the bizarre symptoms, which don't point to any one known disease in particular, historians are still unsure what this plague actually was, but some suspect either the Ebola virus or smallpox. Regardless, the plague of Cyprian devastated the Roman Empire. At its height, the plague was estimated to be killing off about 5,000 Romans a day. This crushed the Roman military, opening up opportunities for possible invasions, which of course would crush the Roman military even more. Local farms were abandoned, and since trade routes were still cut off due to internal clashes, famine became the new hot commodity. Entire cities saw rapid declines in population, the most notable being the city of Alexandria, Egypt. It sustained a 62% drop in population between the years of 249 and 262. This was caused by citizens either fleeing or dying, or both. So it looks like tons of people are leaving Rome. This can't be good. You're also down to your last few gold oh, yeah. Crime's a thing. Oh well, I'm sure that guy will get what's coming to him.
Stop!
Well, now you're just straight up out of money. Looks like you need to get a job. And you know what's hiring the most right now? The military. So you go up to a local guard and you ask him to join. I join as militum? Yeah, sure. Success! The guard gives you a quick once-over to make sure that you're cut out for the job. In order to join the ranks of the Roman military, you needed to meet some criteria. You must have been at least 5'7", between the ages of 17 and 23, and physically fit. Oh yeah, and a guy. Sorry ladies, you're not allowed to die for the Empire, just with it. Welcome to the military. Now, when you imagine a Roman soldier, you might think of this kind of a guy. This is a centurion, a highly trained and high-ranking commander, which is something that you'll never be. Instead, your aspiration should be lowered to that of a typical foot soldier. Sure, it's not as glorious, but these were the muscle of the Roman military. After months and months of rigorous and extremely taxing training, including combat and unit formation, you've been given the privilege of being javelin fodder for the Roman Empire. Here's your complimentary gear, generously provided by the taxpayers. Your primary weapon is your trusty gladius, a 24-inch steel short sword. Your secondary is your pugio, a wide flat-bladed dagger for when you want to remind your enemies of personal space. You're also given a pilum, a pretty sweet javelin, and it does this. Pretty neat, huh? It was kind of designed to be a one-and-done type weapon, used to pierce enemy armor or get stuck in their shields, rendering them useless. Typically, a pilum weighed about 2 to 5 pounds, so they were pretty easy to lob at the enemy. As for armor, foot soldiers in the 3rd century typically wore lorica hamata, a bronze and iron chainmail shirt which offered great protection against slashes and cuts, just not so much against the stabbing. In addition, you were given a scutum, a large wooden round shield for protection against projectiles impairing the enemy so you can scoot them back. You also have to protect your dome, so make sure you grab a helmet. In addition to protecting your melon, these also protected the back of your neck as well as your precious cheeks with tieable cheek guards. Now, you're ready to fight. Time to head west to the front lines. Since it's the year 250, the Roman Empire faces a terrifying foe. The Goths. Truly barbaric people that have the gall to invade the Roman Empire. For the sake of brevity, they hate you because they ain't you, so their goal is to take everything you have, just as long as they're back in time for their moms to pick them up from the mall. You spot one of their many headquarters in the distance, but you'll never break through their front line, unless you're able to build up enough speed, but how? There! Can you do this? Yes, you have to. For the Empire. Carefully position yourself, turn around, and... Oops, wrong angle. Just say when's,
Today, we're going over stories from history where
Sumer, 4,000 years ago. The woman recites a hymn to the goddess Ninkasi as she works. Ninkasi, it is you who water the earth-covered malt. The noble dogs guard it even from the royals. It is you who soak the malt in a jar. It is you who spread the cooked mash on large reed mats. It is you who holds with both hands the great sweet wort, brewing it with honey and wine. You place the fermenting vat, which makes a pleasant sound, appropriately on top of a large collector vat. It is you who pour out the filtered beer of the collector vat. It is like the onrush of the Tigris and the Euphrates. Then she takes a sip. This is the first known recipe for beer, the drink that built civilization.
This delicious Extra History Complete is brought to you by our restocked Extra History store. You can scan here or click below to knock out some of your holiday shopping after the episode. Now, while you watched the 5 little books drop in our opening graphic, you may have thought to yourself, are they really gonna spend a whole series on beer? I mean, is there really that much to say about it? Oh yeah, there is. In fact, our biggest problem isn't going to be how to fill this series, but actually how much stuff we're going to have to leave out. Because the story of beer is that massive. From its origins of being brewed in Neolithic baskets, it rose to an industrialized beverage shipped around the world, facilitating many historical events along the way. From helping the British take over India to the establishment of food quality laws. Not to mention, pubs and beer halls have been the headquarters of many revolutions, from the Green Dragon Tavern of the Sons of Liberty to Hitler's Beer Hall Putsch. Beer's story is a global one. No one person or culture invented it. In fact, beer was probably more discovered than created. And that discovery happened all around the world, independently, so far back that we have no idea when it first came into being. See, beer not only predates writing, it also predates pottery, domesticated grain, and possibly even settled villages and organized religion. It's ancient to the point of being primordial. First appearing in the archaeological record via traces of it on a potsherd discovered in what is now Iran. A potsherd that's 7,000 years old. So given how ancient beer is, how, when, and why it came to be requires some speculation. Now, alcohol would have been known to early humans, even in hunter-gatherer societies, because it occurs naturally. Fruit left out too long can naturally ferment and create alcohol. And that fermentation happens when a single-cell fungus called yeast feeds on sugars, producing carbon dioxide and ethanol as waste products. Seriously, forget dogs or cats. Yeast is actually man's best friend. I mean, just look at these little yeasty boys. Aw, cute little bubbly buddies. Sorry, Zoe, but it's kinda true. Yes, dogs helped ancient humans with hunting and security, and cats definitely kept the rodents down, and I know you do a wonder on my taxes, but yeast eats carbohydrates and poops out alcohol, an action crucial for making both bread and beer. Though Neolithic humans didn't understand fermentation or what alcohol was, they knew the important stuff. It was a substance that induced a state of altered consciousness and tasted pretty good. Good enough, at least, to attract elephants and monkeys, who also loved to get smashed on rotting fruit. This fermented fruit is what you know as wine, which we associate with grapes today, but has been historically made with any sweet fruit, from plums to dates, or even the sap of palm trees. Beer, by contrast, comes from fermented grain, which does not appear naturally. And to make it, you need semi-settled agriculture. So, here's how one theory suggests beer came to be. First, hunter-gatherers realized that grains were a steady source of nutrition. If you pulled grains from wild cereals like barley and wheat, then soaked or boiled them in water, they made an oatmeal or thin gruel that was rich in nutrients. Further, this could be added to soups as a thickener. And grain, unlike fruit and meat, could easily be stored for later. Throw a bunch of grain in a basket, and provided it doesn't get wet, it can last years. But you know, lugging around a basket of grain isn't really ideal while chasing a mammoth, so these hunter-gatherers started forming settlements where wild grains were abundant. Gruel that was rich in nutrients. Further, this could be Where's the lamb sauce?
Those idiots always forget the lamb sauce. Well, that sucks. Looks like you are in for another round of survival, but hey, at least the witch wasn't part of this one, right? Right, so let's see what you're made of. I'm gonna go narrate from a safe distance. Good luck. Alright, so first you're gonna need to assess any immediate damage and take stock of what you have. Or you could panic and make hasty decisions instead. See what happens when you panic? Now, take a deep irradiated breath and just think for a second here. Judging by the fact that the nuclear plant is like right there, it's safe to say that you're well within the danger zone. Hope that cheaper house price is worth it. Your immediate and best move is to go back into your house and shelter in place since you know that there's at least some food and water there. Make sure all of your windows and doors are sealed shut to keep out any unwanted radiation
Right, and
or
shiny
people.
forehead.
Desperate times create desperate people. Also, try to stay in the center of your house or bunker down in the basement. You might also want to take the time to contact those you care about. Oh wait, in this hypothetical scenario, you're a complete loner who doesn't have much in the ways of loved ones. Except your buddy Ron, but you never invite him over. Oh well, the less people you have in your life, the less you have to be concerned about in an emergency situation. Who needs loved ones? Not you. Hypothetically, of course. Also, your phone has no signal thanks to extreme network congestion and plot convenient factors. They never work when you need them to. Speaking of people, be glad you're not out in that traffic jam. They're about to learn a thing or two about nuclear fallout. See, when a nuclear source detonates, that explosion will vaporize and launch a bunch of stinky radioactive material out over yonder. Fallout can come in many flavors, ranging from small sand-like particles to large heavy debris and even a mediocre franchise. Either way, this stuff is deadly. Any form of contact will likely result in radiation burns. What's radiation? It's just traveling energy. Heat from the sun? Radiation. Wi-Fi? Radiation. Your buddy Raymond from Japan? Radiation. These examples, though, are considered low-energy radiation, also known as non-ionizing radiation, meaning that they aren't strong enough to cause any physical harm, except Ray. Nuclear radiation, however, can, and it will. You can think of high-energy or ionizing radiation as a bunch of itty-bitty fists just penetrating your soft, vulnerable body and beating the ever-loving crap out of your internal molecules, particularly your DNA. Now here's a lesson for you. Your DNA is your genetic information, passed on to you through many generations. Your mom, your dad, your grandparents too. Some from Emo Mary and the balls of Grandpa Lou. Looking like a ladder with a big old twist, it's pretty complicated, but you'll get the gist. All these little rungs determine all your bits. Brown eyes, quick wits, thick thighs or nice tits. Are you breathing without heaving, maybe blinking without thinking? Then thank your DNA for all the heavy lifting. Adenine for A, cytosine for C. Guanine is your G and thymine is your T. With the C to the G and the T to the A is what keeps you alive at the end of the day. Now, if this rhyme made your dopamine spike, then hit that subscribe or at least give a like. Thank you. Anyway, if you leave yourself unprotected, then all of that high energy radiation comes in and just gives your DNA a what for, severing them critical bonds and altering your genetic code, which will more or less lead to developmental issues and cancer down the road. One positive about nuclear fallout is that its radioactivity decays very fast. According to the US Department of Health and Human Services, within the first 7 hours, the fallout has already lost 90% of its dose rate of radiation. If you wait a full 48 hours, that increases to 99%. Sure, I wouldn't advise making dust angels in it, but it's better than what happened to those traffic jam people. Poor souls. The point is, patience and planning will get you through this. Ooh, looks like you got company.
Yo, dude, it's Rod. Open up.
The mysterious voice at the door, as he just identified himself, is Ron. He's your best and only friend going on 4 years now ever since you both wore that same shirt at that one bar at that one time. Bro. Yeah, guy friendships are that simple. Now Ron, he's always had this weird obsession with end of the world scenarios like this, so I'm sure he will use this situation as a big ol' I told you so. I told you so. See? Of course I had to invite myself over, but dude, we gotta get a move on. Don't worry, I know what to do. I've sunk so many hours into Atomfall. Okay, sure, yeah, I'll just grab... Wait, what's Atomfall? I'm glad you asked. Atomfall is a brand new single-player first-person action survival game developed by Rebellion. You know, the studio behind Sniper Elite and Zombie Army. Oh, I love those games. Exactly. The game launched on March 27, 2025 and is now available across all these platforms, even day one on Xbox Game Pass. That was yesterday. Why do you sound like an advertisement? Oh, this is an advertisement. Set in an alternate 1962, 5 years after the Windscale fire, one of the worst nuclear disasters in British history, Atomfall drops you
into a quarantine zone in the Lake District of Northern England.
So how is this helping us?
Cause, dude, just like us, you could choose your own playstyle. I mean, we might have to fight people, sneak through dark ruins, learn how to scavenge, and craft our way to survive.
Yeah, fair point. We will be on a quest for survival.
Don't use that word. In Adamfall, there is no traditional quest system. You're not some little errand boy fetching stuff for some tooth fairy allowance. You're just a survivor who needs to use charm or coercion to branch the story out.
Oh, I think we can manage that.
Just be careful who you trust. They might lead you to a dead end, or you could be theirs. Just remember, your actions have consequences.
Why would you kill a shopkeeper? I'm not gonna do that.
So just like in Adamfall, we're gonna have to carve our own path, make our own choices, and create our own story to get to the ending we want. Survival. And you can too by using the link below to start playing Adamfall today.
Can we go now?
Yeah, let's go.
It's been a few weeks with Ron, and things are going pretty well. Luckily, with like 3/4 of the population dying in gridlock, resources are still pretty plentiful. You've both managed to hunker down in a grocery store, which is conveniently constructed next to a home improvement facility. That's pretty neat. But let's face it, humans are opportunists. So if there's chaos and confusion, people will take advantage. Sure, some looting and stuff happened, but oddly enough, the majority of things taken were TVs and shoes. That's lucky for you, since those things are, as far as I know, inedible. Sure, you'd figure that the government might have helped out by now, but when the emergency services budget has been diverted to researching the long-term effects of Asmongold political commentary, there's not much for wiggle room.
Yeah, this is gonna keep getting worse.
As for food, you want to prioritize anything that is sealed, especially with high water content, as they are the least likely to be affected by radiation since radiation can't swim. Things like canned meats, canned vegetables, and oh no way, they even have... Since this grocery store has backup generators, refrigerated and frozen foods are still on the menu. If you can figure out a way to safely cook them, of course.
Rats.
Uh-oh, looks like the store manager isn't too happy about you fingering his foods.
You'll have to pay for that, you know.
Time for a choice.
What's a plumber's favorite drug?
Huh? Crack.
You said you weren't gonna.
I lied. Ron, do you think we're gonna make it out of here?
Of course, dude. Why do you ask?
I just think we should be making progress away from here, away from all of this chaos and this radiation.
I mean, sure, but it's all radioactive out there.
Actually, all the radiation is being blown northwest of here. As long as you keep to the southeast for a few hundred miles, you should be good.
So why haven't you left?
Do you really care?
No.
Well, you probably want radiation suits like these ones just in case though, but these are for me and my son here. Can we have those?
Hell no.
Please?
Okay.
Nice work. You've managed to figure out a way to save me, but you can't go unprepared. You're gonna need to find some equipment for the journey ahead. You shimmy your way over to the hardware place next door to look for supplies. With some luck, you're able to find some cloth, 3 logs, and a rope. With some elbow grease and a bit of know-how, you're able to craft these into something useful. That should work. You also grab a sweet axe as a precaution, placing all of the items in your back pocket to save precious time on animation. You ready to go, Ron?
Let's do it.
Oh, that needs some WD-40.
Yep.
You traverse through the remnants of the town and make your way towards the southeast. On your way, you pass by dozens of poor unfortunate souls who have succumbed to the effects of radiation poisoning. This stuff is not fun in the slightest. If your unprotected body gets absolutely assaulted by ionizing radiation, you're in for a world of hurt. Literally. I'm sure you're familiar with the famous Chernobyl nuclear disaster in 1986. The firefighters and operators during that event learned very quickly that death can be an invisible beast. After generous exposure to radiation emanating from the nuclear plant's reactor core, these men endured unfathomable pain and suffering for weeks. Immediate symptoms included radiation burns, intense nausea and vomiting, headaches, and diarrhea. Those that could be were rushed to the Pripyat hospital, where they had to be stripped of their contaminated clothes that continued to bombard their bodies with radiation, even while being miles from the original source. Those clothes were abandoned in the hospital's basement and are still down there emitting levels of radiation to this day, albeit not nearly as dangerous. Over the following weeks, these men's bodies severely deteriorated, forming painful burns and bleeding blisters with extreme hair loss and a constant state of confusion and dizziness. In the end, 28 firefighters who responded to the Chernobyl disaster died of acute radiation syndrome. But there's nothing cute about being turned into a human hemorrhoid. Now luckily, you're past the point of this being a problem for you. It's probably best if you trail off from the beaten path. After all, you never know if any of the other survivors you encounter will be friend or foe. You trek through the woods for a few days, living off of various non-perishables and bottled water from your convenient off-screen inventory. But supplies are starting to run a bit low and you think you might need to start foraging. But hold on. Remember that nuclear contamination can spread far beyond the original site, even if it isn't directly downwind. So animals, plants, and water sources can still be contaminated. So unless you carry a reverse osmosis filtration plant between your cheeks, you're SOL. Looks like you need to search elsewhere for food and water. But it also
Sorry, I'm
looks
a
like
little bit
Ron is
dyslexic.
about
Not
to be in
actually
danger.
dyslexic, it's more like my eyes is seeing double visions. Those kind of stuff.
Oh, look at this little fella. You gotta come over here and take a look at this little powder puff. He's so dang cute.
Ron?
What? Oh, shit.
There! A cave! Bears hate caves!
Good enough for me. You might want to hurry up a bit.
We made it. You okay, Ron? Ron? Are you okay? You take the time to mourn the loss of your fallen friend, but the solemn silence is broken by a noise deeper in the cave. You even notice some light and are determined to investigate. Now, under normal circumstances, you really shouldn't be wandering willy-nilly into a cave like this. It's a surefire way to end up trapped or wedged in some narrow cave system dubbed Satan's Prolapse. But there is an angry bear outside that just murdered your friend, so this might be a better alternative. Let's see what lies ahead. Hello? 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 I hate cultists. Well, that was certainly a choice. Looks like you're the new owner of a weird little worshipping cave. Probably some sweet loot here. You scavenge and swipe what you can. Some food, materials, but something else catches your eye. Well, that's definitely magical, but certainly evil. And there's an inscription underneath. Survival you have learned, so now you must return. Just flip me thrice, but some advice that witch will need to burn. Are you really gonna trust some evil artifact you just found in a cultist's cave? Why not? Alley-oop. I'm back. Hey, Cityville Nuclear Power Plant? We have a witch problem. No, this isn't a prank. Hey, Ron, do you want to come over?
Where's the lamb sauce?
Well, that was fun, right? If you want to try your hand at survival, use my links below to play Atomfall on any of these platforms today. Are you going to be a pacifist or a menace to a post-apocalyptic society? That's your choice. Know what else is your choice? Watching more of my videos, like this one, or this one. And subscribe while you're at it, you know? I'll see you over there.
Deadliest chemical weapons. Humans have been wiping each other from existence since the beginning of time. Whether it's a simple squabble or an alls-out, balls-out war, nothing is ever really resolved until at least one side lies in ruin. Spartans? Destroyed. The Romans? Vandalized. The Korean War? Forget about it. While a classic sword to the chest or a freedom seat to the old gray matter is perfectly capable of getting your point across, sometimes nations invest in more creative solutions. And that's where full-on chemical warfare comes in.
You see, a quick and easy demise is a courtesy. It's the slow and agonizing expirations that really send a message. So let's see just how far humanity is strayed from the light, shall we? As a warning, you'll be seeing some gruesome images of the effects of these very real and very deadly chemicals. So if you're one to be watching these videos with a big old plate of food, you're in for a bad time. Anyway, first up is mustard gas. A bit more tangy than your average condiment, mustard gas was a game changer in World War I, which was already a game changer itself in the world of warfare. First used by the Germans during the Third Battle of Ypres in Belgium in the summer of 1917, mustard gas is one of the most well-known chemical weapons used during the Great War. But here's a fact for you. Mustard gas isn't a gas. It's not even a mustard. It's actually a liquid at room temperature, which actually made it more effective in warfare. The thick and oily liquid would stick to most surfaces for days on end. And to take advantage of this, mustard gas was packed into artillery shells, which bombarded the battlefield. The artillery explosions would turn the liquid into a fine mist, spraying all over the place. What's worse is that the lethal liquid would slowly vaporize in warmer temperatures, creating creeping death clouds which would engulf soldiers. This vicious vapor had a strong garlic or mustardy odor, which is how the chemical got its namesake. But no matter if it's a gas or a liquid, the horrible effects still remain the same. And I hope you're ready for some brief chemistry lessons here, because I'm going to be giving you a rundown of how these chemicals affect the human body. And since I'm a chemical engineer during my day job, you can, trust me, bro. Alright, so mustard gas is what's called a blistering agent. This means that its main form of attack is damaging human tissue. And this is done through the chemical's ability to really fudge up the DNA and proteins in the nuclei of your cells, particularly in the moisture areas of your body like your eyes, your skin, and your respiratory tract. So rest easy knowing that nowhere's really safe, especially if you sweat a lot, like say a soldier in the heat of battle carrying a crap ton of equipment. Any skin exposed to mustard gas will develop severe chemical burns, and thanks to all that DNA and protein destruction, will form very juicy but agonizingly painful yellow blisters, or as I like to call them, the Forbidden Capri Suns. Now, with how bad this stuff is on your skin, it's even worse when it gets in your slippery wet eyeballs. If mustard gas gets in your eyes, you're going to be hit with severe and immediate irritation, burning, and in some cases, partial or complete blindness. But that's just the effects on the outside of the body. Breathing this stuff in results in immediate burning and pain in your throat and nasal passages.
Why is it spicy?
Over the course of a few days, this will evolve into inflammation of said airways, causing restricted breathing, congestion, and likely complete respiratory failure. Those who did survive mustard gas exposure often suffered long-term respiratory complications for years after the war. Despite causing these horrific side effects and being the most commonly used chemical in old WW1, the mortality rate of mustard gas is pretty low, only making up about 2 to 3% of all chemical warfare deaths during the Great War. There was a chemical that was much more deadly than mustard gas, and that chemical is way back in 1812, Cornish chemist and long neck haver John Davy decided to try to make some new chemical compounds, as chemists tend to do. Today's attempt was exposing a mixture of carbon monoxide and chlorine gas to sunlight. UV radiation from the sunlight actually kicked off a reaction, forming a new gaseous compound. Davy named this creation phosgene, which, when roughly translated from Greek, means born from light. This compound was pretty easy to produce and was deemed valuable in various chemical synthesis reactions. It's even still used today as an intermediate chemical by industries for making stuff like plastics, insulation, and even pharmaceuticals. The problem though is that it's extremely deadly if misused. Easy to make and deadly when misused. Sounds like the perfect candidate for a chemical weapon, said the Germans in a silly and aggressive accent. And that's just what they did. In December of 1915, during the First Battle of Ypres, poor Belgium really can't catch a break, Germans set up about 3,000 cylinders of compressed phosgene gas on the front line. It was then released in a light breeze, causing a deadly white cloud which devoured the opposing forces. Now, phosgene is classified as a choking agent, which, although very kinky, is lethal. When exposed to phosgene gas, you immediately experience violent coughing, difficulty breathing because, a choking agent, and nausea and vomiting. Not only will your skin develop painful chemical burns, but your respiratory tract as well. Just like with chlorine gas that I mentioned in a previous video, phosgene has a similar mechanism of action. It reacts with residual moisture inside and outside of your body through a process called hydrolysis, which forms hydrochloric acid and carbon dioxide. The newly formed acid eats away at any tissue it comes in contact with, which hurts, like a lot. The gas also directly damages your body's cells, causing your blood vessels to start leaking out fluids to neighboring organs, particularly your lungs, which is, as the French say, no bueno. The excess fluid in your lungs only makes your breathing worse and worse until eventually you're physically unable to breathe and you suffocate. Now you might be familiar with the fact that a key tactic of World War I was trench warfare. Both sides of the war dug miles and miles of trenches as a way to protect themselves from machine gun fire. It's really hard to shoot at guys when they're in a little hidey hole. Well, this is where chemical weapons really shined. You see, chemicals like mustard gas and phosgene are much heavier than air, which means that the gases would creep over the land and pour into the trenches, flushing out any soldiers who happen to be in the wrong place, the wrong time. Warfare involving chemical weapons was horrifying. British officer Martin Greener recounted witnessing a cloud of poison gas approaching his position.
Just at dawn, they opened a very heavy fire, especially machine gun fire. And that's the idea, was that apparently to make you get down. And then the next thing we heard this sizzling, you know. I mean, you could hear this damn stuff coming out. And then saw this awful cloud coming over. Great yellow, greenish yellow cloud. Wasn't very high, about, I would say, wasn't more than 20 feet up. Nobody knew what to think. But immediately it got there, we knew what to think. I mean, you knew what it was. Well, then of course you immediately began to choke. Then the word came, whatever you do, don't go down. You see, if you got to the bottom of the trench, you got the full blast of it, because it was heavy stuff, it went down.
Now, you have to remember that phosgene was first used in 1915. The first effective gas masks weren't developed or distributed for a few months, meaning that these first witnesses had little to no protection against this stuff. In the end, phosgene is estimated to be the cause of over 90,000, or about 85% of all known chemical weapon deaths during World War I. Although history likes to highlight the German Empire for their aggressive use of chemical weapons during the Great War, and rightfully so, it was actually France who first used tear gas in 1914. But compared to chemicals like phosgene, it's like hucking a paper ball at a cannon. Just prior to World War I's big spankin' sequel, Germany was experiencing a bit of a problem outside of planning world domination. Bugs. A bunch of weird little weevils were doing irreparable damage to German orchards, which were a key food source. You see, you have to be a little self-sustaining when you inevitably piss off the rest of the world. In response, German scientists were tasked with developing an effective insecticide to wither the weevils. In 1938, one Gerhard Schrader mixed phosphorus with cyanide, developing a toxic compound that was too deadly for agricultural use. If you can't kill bugs with it, maybe you can kill enemy troops with it. This compound was dubbed taboon, from the German word for taboo, because the compound was deemed too deadly for use. But that didn't dissuade Schrader, who rushed back to the lab to perform more experiments, and in doing so, he quickly developed a much more potent version of the already lethal compound. And this new poison was called sarin, a very volatile, odorless, colorless liquid. Why is it so deadly? Well, sarin is classified as a nerve agent, arguably the deadliest and most horrifying classification of any chemical weapon. And it works like this. Now really turn your brains on for this explanation. In your body is your nervous system. This is basically the entire body's communication network, controlling your movements, your thoughts, your emotions, your memory, muscle function, and passive functions like your heartbeat and your breathing. Well, sarin comes in and fucks all that up by messing with these guys. These are neurotransmitters, chemical compounds that are passed between neurons in your nervous system. Some neurotransmitters you may be familiar with are adrenaline, which gives you that fight or flight feeling, serotonin, the happiness molecule, and dopamine, which hits really hard when you're up about 450% on your spy calls, but you're too stupid to sell them even though they expire in 2 hours. Well, I would like you to meet acetylcholine. This neurotransmitter is what controls your muscle movement, your thought process, and your learning ability. When passed from your nervous system to your muscles are stimulated and move the way your brain tells them to. After your muscles are done doing what they're doing, the acetylcholine is then broken down by acetylcholinesterase, allowing the muscles to relax. So sarin over here comes in and breaks that communication line. Your muscles are bombarded with signals to move, but no signals to stop. As a result, victims who are exposed to sarin gas are no longer in control of their own bodies. They can't think, they can't breathe. The body continues to seize and painfully convulse. This complete loss of bodily function means death is quick, in as little as a single minute with direct inhalation. Compared to phosgene, sarin is calculated to be about 43 times more lethal when comparing lethal dosages. The sheer potential destruction of the chemical was enough to prevent Germany from ever using the gas during World War II. Some sources claim that the main mustache in charge was too scared to unleash it after his own personal experiences with mustard gas in World War I. But the guy authorized using gas chambers on innocent civilians, so I'm calling bullshit on that one. Regardless of the reason, sarin was never authorized for use in World War II. However, sarin, along with a beefed up version called cyclosarin, are known to have been used by Iraq in 1983 during the Iran-Iraq War, resulting in tens of thousands of deaths. An even deadlier version of the nerve agent called soman was also synthesized, but luckily it's never been used. Together, taboon, sarin, soman, and cyclosarin make up the G series of nerve agents. And you can pause here to read up on them. Alright, we need a mental health break here, so let's get some of that serotonin rebalanced. Oh, look at this little guy. He's living it up, he's doing his thing. He's got a piece of fluff, he's probably gonna nope, he ate it. Alright. Ugh, now look at this handsome little man. I think I know what he wants you to do. That's right. Don't disappoint him. Alright, back to the devastation and despair. Venomous Agent X, or VX for short, is a chemical compound discovered by the British in the 1950s, while, go figure, researching potential pesticides. Oh, how the turntables. Britain pulled the whole copy my homework but in your own words move by building off of the aforementioned Gerard Schrader's work. Once fully developed and refined, the compound was then produced for the sake of chemical warfare, should the world wars decide to become a trilogy. In its pure form, VX is a thick, oily, amber-colored liquid that is relatively non-volatile, meaning that it doesn't vaporize easily on its own at room temperature. These physical properties prevent the oil-like chemical from dissipating wherever it's released. It can remain on the ground and plants for days on end, creating poison pools across the landscape. The odorless and tasteless liquid is lethal in very small doses. Just a few milligrams on your skin will be enough to send you vertically packing. The mechanism of action is identical to sarin, causing a complete loss of bodily function and death by asphyxiation. However, VX is considered to be much more potent. In 1993, the United Nations banned, along with several other chemical weapons, the production and stockpiling of VX in any amount that exceeds 100 grams, or about a quarter pound minus the cheese. VX had also been used alongside sarin during the Iran-Iraq War in 1983, as well as a few assassinations, the most high profile of which being the brother of North Korea leader guy Kim Jong-un in 2017, where two women rubbed a cloth soaked with the nerve agent in the poor guy's face at an airport. He received his one-way boarding pass to the Northeast Korea in the sky in just 15 minutes. But that's not the end of nerve agents just yet. No, now it's the Soviet Union's turn to dabble in chemical weapons in the 1970s. Many sneaky Soviet scientists were tasked with developing new nerve agents to bypass the UN's banned chemical weapons list. After over 2 decades of research, the Novichok series of nerve agents were developed. These 8 compounds are believed to be the most toxic things ever developed by mankind, besides political subreddits. Now, the Novichok agents are functionally equivalent to other nerve agents, but again, are much more potent than the last. Although weapons were created to release these agents, they were never deployed on the battlefield. Instead, these compounds are mainly used in silencing enemies of the state, with one of the most recent cases being in 2018. If you've actually paid attention in any of your world history classes, then you know what this stuff is. Zyklon B. Derived from the German word for cyclone, this pesticide turned humanicide was developed by, you guessed it, those gosh dang Germans back in the 1920s. Originally for much more innocent uses like getting rid of lice on clothes, to fumigating warehouses, ships, and even trains used to transport cattle. Just cattle. Zyklon B's main ingredient is hydrogen cyanide, a toxic systemic poison. The compound takes the form of small pellets which, when exposed to air, evaporate into a gas. Now before some nerds out there correct me, the phase change from a solid directly to a vapor is actually called sublimation. This is me saying, I know. What matters is the impact of the gas once inhaled. The biology of it all is very complex, but basically when a victim inhales hydrogen cyanide, it's absorbed into the blood through the lungs, where it breaks down into regular cyanide. This then poisons the body's cells, particularly the mitochondria. You know, the powerhouse of the cell. Aren't you glad you learned that one? Well, inside the mitochondria, cyanide stops the cellular respiration process. This means that your body can no longer produce the energy required for your cells to do their jobs. And just like in this American economy, without jobs, the cells die very quickly. As a result, the entire body shuts down, with death occurring within minutes of exposure. Of course, you may know that Zyklon B was Adolf Hitler's poison of choice to systematically eliminate millions in a bout of weaponized ostracism. You know, during that big historical event in World War II that YouTube doesn't like people talking about. Isn't it great living in a time where we have to censor ourselves when discussing horrific historical events? Anyway, next chapter. During the Vietnam War from the mid-50s to the mid-70s, the US was kind of getting their asses handed to them. One of the main problems for US troops was North Vietnam's territorial advantage. Thick foliage and treacherous jungles provided the northern military with tactical cover and vantage points. So how do you fight back against a hidden opponent? You take away their hiding spots. And that's exactly what the US tried to do when they developed the Rainbow Agents, toxic herbicides developed specifically for converting a lush jungle biome into a complete wasteland. Luckily, a bunch of US chemical companies already produced herbicides for use in agriculture to kill off invasive plants that threaten crop yields. The most notable companies were the Dow Chemical Company and the Monsanto Company. These companies were then tasked with upping production for the war effort. In all, 6 herbicides were developed: Agents Green, Pink, Purple, Blue, White, and Orange, all named after the color-coded barrels that they were shipped in. Agent Orange was released into the environment by any means necessary. Helicopters, planes, boats, trucks, backpacks, whatever could be used to spray liquid everywhere. It's estimated that over 11 million gallons of Agent Orange showered over South Vietnam, as well as the neutral countries of Laos and Cambodia. The US government actually sprayed about 20 times more than what the chemical manufacturers deemed necessary to get the job done.
You what?
Tens of thousands of square miles of rainforest and jungle were devastated in the 60s and 70s. Full ecosystems were flat out destroyed. Surviving wildlife were forced to relocate, and while not directly intended, hundreds of thousands of people were caught in the crossfire, soldiers and civilians alike. Immediate exposure symptoms included skin irritation and swelling, as well as difficulty breathing. Overall, the short-term effects were pretty mild and non-threatening. However, it was the long-term effects that packed the punch. In all, 14 diseases are linked with Agent Orange exposure, including various cancers, Parkinson's disease, and severe birth defects, thanks to the chemical mixture's genetically damaging mechanism of action. Despite not being solely intended as a chemical weapon against humans, it is estimated that over 300,000 US troops and over 400,000 Vietnamese, Laotian, and Cambodian people have died as a result of Agent Orange's long-term side effects, making the compound one of the deadliest in history. Oh man, what a bummer. You should watch something happier. Here, try this. I'll see you over there.
Oh, I finally finished drawing. No. What am I to do? I finished the coloring. Gosh dang it. It's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a long, long while.
I'm sure all of you have noticed, but over the last year or so, I've watched a lot of body cam footage. There is something endlessly interesting about seeing a crazy situation unfolding through the eyes of an officer's nipples. And in general, body cam content has really exploded online, especially on YouTube and TikTok in particular. It's gotten so big, in fact, that now there are channels dedicated to faking them for the sake of making like really outrageous or very inflammatory content that is presented as authentic. So that way people share it, get upset, and they get tons of money off the AdSense from these completely fraudulent body cam videos, and they have been really raking in tons of money.
A month ago, I made a video covering the YouTube channel known as Bodycam Declassified. This channel has blown up over the past few months, making fake body cam arrest videos with inflammatory titles and content that they present as real to get millions of views.
Scott Schaefer made 2 videos covering this topic, specifically Bodycam Declassified, who seems to be the biggest culprit. Their videos go viral, at least were going viral pretty frequently, and people were under the impression that it was all legitimate. So they went viral on multiple different platforms. When I'd stream and I'd watch like a police chase or something where a guy hops in a fucking lawnmower and cranks it to 10 miles per hour for the slowest speed chase you've ever seen on the East Coast, and I would be inundated with requests to check out this catalog of cuckoldry here with these fake body cams from people that were under the impression that they were real, because this channel presents them as such.
Since my initial video on May 29th, Bodycam Declassified has uploaded a total of 10 new bodycam videos, and interestingly enough, 3 of those videos are real bodycam footage videos instead of the normal fake videos they upload. It seems like they are doing this to trick new people into thinking they are a legitimate bodycam channel, but if you spend 15 seconds watching their videos, it's clear by the Darman level acting which ones are actually fake.
It really is Darman level acting. Even from the titles, you can see Darman DNA deeply intertwined with this channel's identity here. They have been fucking spliced like it's CRISPR with Darman integrated into it. Like their most popular video about the black FBI agent and how the officer lives to regret it, that kind of thing. But anyway, Scott Schaefer points out that since him and others were talking about Bodycam Declassified, they tried a new tactic of uploading real body cams that were dropped in the middle of all of their fake ones to hopefully confuse people into thinking that it was real, because if they have these morsels of actual body cams mixed in with their fake ones, people will be more likely to think the fake ones are real by giving them the benefit of the doubt, like, oh, that one was real, so this one is also probably real.
My personal favorite new video they uploaded is titled Crazy Karen Vandalizes and Shoots Tesla, which includes some of the worst sound effects and gun recoil acting I've ever seen in a video.
I know the footage is hard to look at. It's too realistic. It's shocking. You can see why so many people were deceived by high-quality forgeries like this. I do really like this one as well. The way that she like, as if she's fucking shooting a bazooka at the Tesla here. This is how like a child thinks a gun works.
Excuse me, ma'am. What do you think you're doing?
What do you mean?
Well, we've had 3 suspicious calls
Calls for what?
about a suspicious person approaching houses. 3 people in this neighborhood have reported it. You know anything about that?
I surely don't. I'm working.
You're
I'm
working?
Mail.
And what is it that you're doing? What's your job?
I'm the mail carrier.
You're a government employee. Would you get that costume at Spirit Halloween store? All right, turn around. You're under arrest.
Sir!
Bag rag off.
To make matters worse, they even come up with a fake backstory that shows up at the end of the video, claiming the black mail carrier was suspended for 6 months without pay.
Now, as Scott mentions, that last video with the crazy Karen going cuckoo and shooting the Tesla is just silly, but most of them are supposed to be really incendiary. So, like, a lot of them are racially charged ones, like this, about a black mail carrier getting arrested just because the color of her skin. And even though the acting is atrocious, obviously, it was good enough for a lot of people to buy into it and get outraged, which generates a lot of money for body cam declassified. So they've done very similar ones like this multiple times, all for the same purpose of rage bait to make money.
A clear example they know they may be doing something wrong is they started to add a disclaimer that says, "This content is a dramatized reenactment. Any similarities to actual persons or event are purely coincidental." This disclaimer has been added to their most viral videos, like the one titled, "Cop Pulls Over Black Judge and Lives to Regret It." When I covered that video last month, there was no disclaimer in the description this was fake, and you can verify that by using the website Wayback Machine to see it was only added recently. They also aren't adding this disclaimer to any of their new fake videos, and seem to have only done this to the videos that went really viral.
Yeah, so the disclaimer was absent when those videos were uploaded and when they were gaining all their steam. It was added after the fact when they had already popped off. Kind of, it seems like, as a way of covering their own ass because they got so popular and they made so much money off of it that they probably thought that there was a chance they could get in trouble for it because it is presented as if it's genuine. They go out of their way to try and make these extremely real with no indication that they are reenactments, as they call them. So they probably panicked a little bit thinking that there was some kind of trouble they could find themselves in, some hot water, so they retroactively added that. But as Scott mentions, it's only for those videos when they get to a certain level. Like, their new ones, it's still not there. This video from Scott's about a month old, but their most recent one from a little over a week ago, the HOA Karen, that one also doesn't have a disclaimer in there, despite being a completely fake video too.
Ma'am?
Officer, I am so glad you're here for backup.
I'm sorry, here for
You can
what?
Stand back. I am the president of this HOA, and I have this perimeter secured.
Okay.
Secret government conspiracies. Alright, fellas and fellettes, let's kick this off with something silly. Way back in the late 90s, when my biggest problems were nothing more than navigating the Ocarina of Time water temple and keeping my Neopets from starving, the rest of the world had real problems, like nuclear problems. Big nuclear bomb problems. The biggest players in the nuclear game were Russia and the United States. A small handful of countries had their own too, but they weren't taken too seriously. In order to keep things relatively peaceful, both the US and Russia agreed to minimize their nuclear stockpile and stop irradiating random corners of the globe. Now everyone could sleep soundly knowing that it was far less likely for someone's sweaty little fingy to be hovering over a launch button at any given moment. But what if a less friendly country developed the technology themselves and used it as a last resort to end life as we know it? Your best move would be to proactively prevent that development, or at least severely hinder it. Well, that's exactly what the US tried to do in 1999 when it developed Operation Merlin, a covert CIA operation aimed at sabotaging any possible nuclear weapons development programs in foreign countries, specifically Iran. Why Iran? Simple. They don't like the US and the US doesn't like them. But what do you expect given the fact that the US overthrew the Iranian government in 1953 because of oil? Fast forward to the 90s and trade sanctions and terrorism have caused both countries to edge. put them on edge. But the Iranian government wasn't dumb. They knew full well that a nuclear warhead or 10 would quickly convert their country into a glass parking lot. So in order to level the playing field as well as any opposing military, they would need to develop their own weapons of mass destruction. So whispers of an Iranian nuclear program began to make their way over to the States. No concrete evidence, of course, just a hunch. But just the fear that Iran would develop its very own shiny nukes and gain a seat at the big kids table was enough motivation to intervene. Hey, nice missile. Don't touch. Which brings us back to Operation Merlin. Now the plan here was to have US nuclear warhead blueprints accidentally make their way into the hands of Iranian officials. These plans, however, were sabotaged, sprinkled with tidbits of completely wrong information designed to mislead Iranian researchers down a rabbit hole of designing inherently flawed weapons. Imagine you were taking a complicated test. With just 5 minutes left, you realize, oh no, there's a back page. Your blood runs cold as your pupils quiver in fear. Your pores pour profound portions of perspiration from pecs to pelvis. Just then, a soft sound licks your wax-impacted eardrum. Psst, here, your classmate yells. He hands you an answer sheet. You blush blushingly. With this presumably correct information, you manage to finish the test. And then you explode. Alright, that might not be the best analogy, but you get the idea. In order to actually carry out the plan, the CIA needed the delivery boy, which came in the form of a freshly defected Russian nuclear scientist. Plenty of those walking around thanks to the USSR just having recently bath-bombed away. This scientist would be given the flawed blueprints to a TBA-480 high-voltage neutron initiator. Basically, a nuclear bomb's firing pin. The blueprints would be sold to the Iranian government under the guise that they were stolen. But here's the problem. A lot of the details of the operation were on a need-to-know basis. Well, you'd think that the fella actually handling the plans would be given most of that information. He wasn't. In reality, the scientist was only given instruction to sell the plans to Iran, and he didn't know that the designs had been tampered with. So when he went to review the blueprints himself, he noticed some issues. Blueprints wrong. I fix. Yeah, in an innocent act of good faith, the scientist had ironed out the design flaws and proceeded to hand over the now correct blueprints to the Iranian government, unintentionally thwarting the US's whole operation.
You what?
That's right, the American attempt to derail the Iranian nuclear program had completely backfired and may have actually helped their nuclear research in the long run. But it has to be said that Iran is not known to possess any nuclear weapons in the current day, as far as we know. The only reason we know about Operation Merlin is thanks to former CIA officer Jeffrey Sterling, who leaked information about the mission to a New York Times journalist in 2003. He got a 3.5-year prison sentence for that little stunt. Operation Mockingbird should be no surprise to anyone, especially nowadays. A couple of years after the end of the critically acclaimed sequel to World War I, previously alive President Harry Truman established the Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA, for the sake of upholding American national security. And by national security, this meant just shooting ropes of American influence across the globe to protect American interests. Interests that would soon be threatened by the Soviet Union. Having just fought side by side as allies in World War II, both the US and the USSR quickly turned on each other thanks to ideological differences, thus kickstarting the Cold War. The USSR scrambled to establish a geopolitical foothold in now German unoccupied territories across Eastern Europe. You are German now. Okay. Now you Soviet. Alright. Not only did this grant the USSR expanded access to natural resources, but it also provided a sort of Ferris sheet, if you will, of communist countries around the motherland's western front. The United States, having just witnessed the abhorrent conditions under Stalin's totalitarian control, was all absolutely not, and sought to prevent any of that smelly communist influence from leaking across the rest of Europe. Alright, which one looks better? No, come on, Poland. Focus. But the very last thing the US needed was to have communistic influence take root and grow from within. So in order to stamp out that possibility, the US government needed to remind Americans just how good they had it. Capitalism good, communism bad. Enter Operation Mockingbird, a covert CIA operation designed with the goal of steering public opinion away from any communist influence. But a direct in-your-face approach wouldn't do the trick. This needed to be more subtle and appear to be coming from multiple trusted sources. The more widespread the idea, the easier it is to believe. Now you have to admit, the general population is easily swayed. That's why political campaigns work. But back in the 1950s or so, access to information was nowhere near what it is today. So many messages were taken at face value by the vast majority of Americans. If you heard from your favorite news sources that millions had died under Stalin's communist regime and that communism was spreading to the US, you're gonna shit a brick. If your favorite movies portrayed communists as evil little minions who want to steal your freedoms, you're gonna be one pissed off Polly. The only good commie is one that ain't alive no more. I'll work on that later. There's probably no better way to control the masses than by fear and anger. Under Operation Mockingbird, the CIA had infiltrated the majority of the US's main media outlets, including news broadcast stations, journals, magazines, newspapers, movies, and radio, planting anti-communist propaganda and focusing the narrative on good old American values. The CIA had hundreds of members of the press, including many higher-up publishers and editors from across the nation, secretly on the government payroll from the 1950s to the 1970s. These reporters and journalists would discreetly gather information about public opinion and disseminate CIA-authored pro-American, anti-Soviet stories, even if they were a bit over-exaggerated. It was essentially the country's first wide-scale fake news factory. If you read any kind of news article in the time, chances are it was written, or at least heavily edited, by the CIA.
You are fake news.
The anti-communist propaganda had caused mass hysteria across the US, resulting in incidents like the Red Scare, which had Americans pitted against each other. You just never knew if your friendly, well-groomed, handsome neighbor was secretly a communist sympathizer.
Oh, hey, Todd. Yeah, I'm just watering my flowers, making sure they're all getting watered equally. I bet they'd probably water themselves if I gave them the hose.
By the 1970s, Americans started to actually think a bit for themselves. With recent disasters like the Vietnam War and Nixon's Watergate scandal, government trust was in a bear market, and the public was buying puts. As an execution of checks and balances, the US Senate had unanimously approved the formation of the Church Committee in 1975. This committee, which consisted of 11 politicians and lawyers, was tasked with exposing the many suspected abuses of the CIA. And with their research, they blew the whistle on many of the CIA's horrid atrocities, bringing them right into the public spotlight. These included the notorious Project MKUltra, various assassination attempts on foreign leaders, attempts at overthrowing foreign governments, and of course, Operation Mockingbird. So, what do you have to say to accusations of CIA propaganda? I'd say that you could take a propaganda at my asshole, Senator. After the jig was up, the CIA claimed that all operations had ceased on the Mockingbird front, but of course, we know that that's not true. Nowadays, every one of us has access to more information than we could possibly process in a lifetime. Each article, video, post, blog, algorithm, just a potential gateway to subliminal messaging and swaying our decisions. Operation Northwoods is one of those things where you'd ask yourself, the US government wouldn't really do that, would they? Yes. Yes, they would. Back in 1959, communism had hit too close to home for the United States. Just outside the Gulf of whatever this is now, trouble was a-brewing in Cuba. That would be the Cuban Revolution, headed by this scraggly little scoundrel. Having just overthrown a corrupt, fascist, and US-approved government rife with economic inequality, Castro sought to even the odds for his fellow Cubans moving forward. His answer? Communism, specifically the Marxist-Leninist flavor. But no matter the type of communism, the US wasn't too keen on having a communist nation a stone's throw away from the tip of its dongle. It also didn't help that Castro had seized control of all American businesses in Cuba, including sugar and coffee plantations and oil refineries. In response, five-star General President Eisenhower had slammed the communist government with strict restrictions on trade and vowed to cast Castro aside. But that was another president's job. In 1961, shiny new President John F. Kennedy had attempted to huck Castro out of Cuba with the Bay of Pigs invasion. A group of about 1,500 anti-Castro Cuban revolutionaries were taken in, trained, and had millions of American dollars worth of military equipment thrown at them. Here, go kill Castro. And so they tried. The Bay of Pigs invasion, though, was an embarrassing failure. The Cuban military, over 200,000 strong, completely decimated the paltry invading force in just a few days. Now, having just warded off what he knew was essentially a US invasion, Castro felt a bit big in his britches. The US needed a better plan, but they were limited with what they could actually do. Since Cuba was buddy-buddy with the big communist motherland, a direct invasion by the US would almost certainly mean a Soviet invasion in Europe, so President Kennedy needed to really use his head for this one. But it was actually his brother that authored a solution. Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy developed Operation Mongoose, a covert CIA operation designed to take down Castro's Cuba from the inside. CIA-funded Cubans would be recruited in Miami and dumped in Cuba to form a revolutionary militia. The US would influence political support for the would-be revolutionaries, which would lead to an eventual coup and usurp Castro, giving the US the chance to shape the government however they wanted. But a key part of that plan was to convince other nations that Cuba was wild, irrational, and dangerous, to the point of supporting US intervention. This is where Operation Northwoods comes in, a proposed CIA covert false flag operation aimed at executing domestic and foreign acts of terror against innocent civilians in order to justify aggressive US military action against Cuba. Some of the proposed terrorist acts included destroying a US ship and conducting fake funerals, attacking Cuban refugees seeking haven in Miami, planting plastic bombs in strategic locations in Miami, destroying Dominican Republic crops and planting false evidence, and staging attacks on US aircraft. And the list goes on. But the most damning evidence comes straight from the source. Here's an excerpt from the declassified Operation Northwoods document, highlighting a plan to fake a plane hijacking. Hijacking attempts against civil air and surface craft should appear to continue as harassing measures condoned by the government of Cuba. It is possible to create an incident which will demonstrate convincingly that a Cuban aircraft has attacked and shot down a chartered civil airliner en route from the United States to Jamaica, Guatemala, Panama, or Venezuela. The passengers could be a group of college students off on a holiday. An aircraft at Eglin Air Force Base would be painted and numbered as an exact duplicate for a civil registered aircraft. The duplicate would be substituted for the actual civil aircraft and would be loaded with the selected passengers, all boarded under carefully prepared aliases. The actual registered aircraft would be converted to a drone. The document goes on to explain how both planes would follow the same flight path, with the duplicate passenger-carrying craft secretly landing and safely evacuating all passengers. This plane would then be reverted back to its original appearance. The original empty plane would then continue its flight path over Cuba. Once in Cuban airspace, fake pilot radio transmissions would play, declaring that the plane was under attack by Cuban aircraft. The transmission would then be cut off by the plane's remote detonation, simulating its destruction by Cuban forces. The culmination of these events would undoubtedly rally Americans against the Cuban government, justifying and essentially greenlighting an American invasion. But then a little thing called the Cuban Missile Crisis happened. Turns out that the Soviet Union had secretly installed nuclear missiles in Cuba, which is hilarious, because the United States secretly installed nuclear missiles in Turkey. This was the closest the world ever came to an actual nuclear apocalypse. In order to avoid mutual destruction, the Soviets agreed to dismantle their nukes under the condition that the US dismantled their own nukes and cease all military aggression against Cuba. And with that agreement, Operation Mongoose was terminated and Operation Northwoods was shelved, hopefully never inspiring any future events. Operation Paperclip. Even if you're not a history junkie, you've probably heard of this. This is where US government ethics completely disintegrated like a big green fart in the wind. The Second World War wasn't one of just military strength, but of cunning, intelligence, and ingenuity as well. Emerging technologies gave each side advantages on the war front. The UK with its code-breaking Colossus computer, Germany with its devastating V2 rocket technology, and of course the US with its catastrophic atomic bombs. Nazi Germany had some of the greatest scientific minds of the modern age. It's an indisputable fact. And after Germany's surrender, the US wanted to leverage that expertise for its own technological advancements. Of course, there was also a concern that the Soviets would attempt the same thing, so it became a matter of national security. Well, the Soviets did end up yoinking over 2,500 scientists and various equipment for themselves under Operation Oswiecim, but no one ever really talks about that. In July of 1945, a mere 2 months after the May Mustache himself downed a pill and a bullet, Operation Overcast, later renamed Operation Paperclip, had commenced. An operation designed to scoop up Nazi scientists from Germany, seize their research and technologies, and grant them asylum in the US so they can help develop weapons against Japan, who was still very much determined to win the Pacific Theater. something they'll retrospectively regret in about a month. Most of the scientists recruited were experts in the fields of rocket science, aviation, and chemical and biological warfare. Over 1,600 Nazi scientists were recruited.
Hi, America. My name's David Taylor. I'm the CEO of the company that makes Tide and its corollary product, Tide Pods, which is what I want to talk to you about today. You gotta stop eating the Tide Pods, okay? Look, I get it. You guys are young, you're hip. You don't want an old guy telling you what to do. But Tide Pods are soap, and that's not food. So please, stop eating the Tide Pods. And make sure to keep an eye out for Cascade Dish Pops, the lollipop that cleans your dishes. That can we stop? Sorry, are we calling it a lollipop? I'd love to see one if I could. Just get it. If we can find one in. Our company has been innovating new products since it was founded, and we're proud to continue that tradition with our Vicks Vapo Rub Winter Blast gum-flavored bonbons. Do these look just like mints, like diner mints? I'm looking at it, and man, that looks like a mint to me. I mean, am I crazy?
Looks like the same as Tide Pods.
What do you mean the same as Tide Pods? I also don't understand, now that we're talking about it, what does gum flavored mean in this context? Bubble gum flavored? Gum tastes like anything. We're gonna get our fucking ass handed to us in court. You're not rolling on this, are you? Forget dryer sheets. With Gain brand dryer powder, you simply pour the powder into the mixer, you take your dryer stick right here, and this is cotton candy. Am I the asshole? Like, how do you not get... Can you cut the camera real quick? I'm trying to understand right now how this happened. I've been busting my ass on this fucking Tide Pods fiasco, and I turned my back for 3 seconds, and now our entire line of products is shaped like fucking candy. And I'm trying to understand how this happened. Why are you crying? With Tampax Push Sickles, you get to choose between chili cherry, frosty fruit punch, or ice cold cranberry. Okay, not only should none of these be flavored, because why would you flavor them? This is the coldest thing I've ever held. And, as in everything else today, people will try to eat these. Even if they're not poisonous, we don't want people eating fucking tampons.
Those are poisonous.
Why are they poisonous? You'll go cuckoo for cleanliness with our Cocoa Butter Premium Pampers brand Chuck So the Kids Eat Shit. Right? That's what this is? The kids, they eat shit. It's chocolate, diaper, poop. Let's see here. Oh, there it is. Is it chocolate? Is it poop? Do we care? Does anyone care? Who knows? Who gives a fuck, right? I'm not gonna do this product, so we'll be moving on. Jesus Christ, okay. Try Crest brand dinner paste for the hungry consumer on the go. Throw a fluoride-filled meal bag in your gullet? Oh, fuck. So we do make food. So we do now make food. Meal bag.
Meal bag tested very well.
I'll kill you. It doesn't matter if we make the day because none of this is gonna be usable. Do you understand? That's a hamburger.
It's a razor.
That's a razor. That's a Gillette razor. Bring me shaving cream right now. And if it doesn't shave my face, it's your ass. You get that, right? Here we go. Oh my God. That is a killer shave. That is like baby's bottom smooth. The other stuff I don't know about, but the hamburger is working for me. Hi, America. My name is Brian Hatt, and I'm the CEO of ABC. Our company has always sought to produce wholesome, original content that brings people together across the aisle. But recently, we've had a couple big misses. Roseanne, Last Man Standing, these were attempts at bringing us together that ultimately couldn't connect with our core values. For that, we apologize. Moving forward, we want to prove to you that we are redoubling our efforts to create programming that speaks to the heartland while not attacking
Something weird about every country in the world. Oh, that's weird. A 9.0 magnitude earthquake rumbled Portugal on All Saints' Day in 1755 and was immediately followed up by several tsunamis and large-scale fires because of celebration candles being knocked over in people's houses. It was a rough day. Before it was called Benin in 1975, it used to be called Dahomey because it's where you hung out with all Dahomies. Thanks to legendary marketing, it is a common tradition in Japan to celebrate Christmas Eve with a feast of KFC. This video is not sponsored by KFC, but it could be. Like my toilet, Luxembourg has a big old duke in it. It is the only country in the world to be ruled by a Grand Duke. In China, it is
Yeah, I can't see right now. Everything is just blurred.
Yeah, that witch is becoming a real problem. This time, you've been sent into ancient Greece, specifically the classical era. A time of great war and conflict, but also a remarkable leap forward in human civilization. So, can you survive one of humanity's greatest expansions? Or will ancient Greece thermop the floor with you? Let's find out. Greece's classical period began in 510 BC when Athens fell and broke its Hippias, and ended in 323 BC when Alexander was no longer great. As an act of kindness, you've been sent to the funny year. But there's nothing funny about needing to survive. The first thing you need to do is dust yourself off and get your bearings. Maybe a sign or something will help. Well, that's no use. You quickly recall your vast knowledge acquired from countless hours on GeoGuessr and look around for some notable landmarks. After all, some of these buildings still exist in the modern day. Well, there's a familiar sight right over there on the horizon. The Acropolis of Athens. That's in Athens. I must be in Athens. Well, now you know where you are, which means you can start figuring out your next steps for survival. But first, you need someone to talk to because you're gonna need help. There's never any shame in asking for help. That guy over there seems friendly enough. Although shorter, the dude is absolutely ripped from his labor-intensive chores and looks like he could kill you in one punch, but you approach him anyway. Told you. Now let's assume he's a bit more approachable this time. You begin to ask him a question, but like a monolingual American, you always forget that there are other languages out there besides the freedom one. But you try your best. Here goes. Hey man, can you help me out here? The man turns his chiseled jaw your way and begins to speak, quickly bombarding you with a bunch of indiscernible mouth sounds that completely fry your brain. But luckily, the words have been displayed in a big old bubble next to his head. Look at all them silly letters. Wait a minute, you say, scratching your chin. I've seen these letters before. Just then, you get a flashback to your college girlfriend's sorority dorm where you found the Euclidean letters, just as you were finding Herclidean. Don't kid yourself. You were doing math homework, you goober. Unfortunately, you come to the realization that knowing just a few letters doesn't mean jack shit in terms of understanding a whole language. Now, some of you modern Greeks out there might lift your hairy arms and say, "Ha, I can speak Greek, I'd survive." Well, you're wrong. Ancient Greek is completely different from modern Greek with completely different tones, vocal inflections, and pronunciations across several regional dialects. Ancient Greeks wouldn't understand a word of modern Greek, so you'd have no real advantage. Needless to say, you're not going to be communicating anytime soon, at least not orally. You begin attempting some charades as a way to express your needs. Too bad all of your wacky waving is perceived as a threat. Man, that's twice. Since you just insulted a random citizen and are an obvious outsider, you're arrested and sold into slavery. Looks like you've been slammed to the bottom of the societal barrel. But what did you expect? Speaking of society, like any society in history, ancient Greece operated under a hierarchy. Since you just got dunked into classical Athens, let's focus on that. Here, there were four main groups. The upper class were the elite, the cream of the crop, and we all know that the cream rises to the top. To be a part of the upper class was a birthright. You must have been born in Athens to a moderately or highly wealthy family and be well educated. And a guy. The members of this class were the only ones that held any political power and the only ones classified as citizens. That being the case, the upper class controlled all social and economic policies as well as law. As a democracy, 500 citizens were chosen at random each year to run the government, given complete control over the proposal of new policies and laws. Kind of like an oligarchy. These policies were either accepted or rejected by popular vote. Next was the middle class, usually referred to as the medics. They were all the dudes who weren't born in Athens but still lived there. foreign skilled laborers such as craftsmen, merchants, and artists. These guys built ships, constructed buildings, and kept the city maintained. Sure, they didn't have a lot of rights like the ability to own land or vote in governmental affairs, but they were the core of the Greek economy. You know, a thing that barely exists today. Oh yeah, women were also part of the middle class. Not many rights outside of being in charge of the house and raising the kids. Ancient Greek society wasn't too fair to women. The lower class, or the freedmen, were exactly who you think they were. Come on, it's right there in the name. They were freed men. Former slaves who bought their own freedom through intensive labor and saving. They pulled themselves up by their sandal straps and worked hard their whole life, only to have little to no rights or place in society. But hey, at least they aren't smelly slaves anymore. Slaves were lower than dirt in the societal hierarchy and weren't even considered a class. They were usually captured prisoners of war or purchased from former traders. Slaves were either owned by families as house servants or by the government outright for general labor, which came in all kinds of flavors. Farmers, bankers, soldiers, employed friends with benefits, police, all kinds of stuff. Imagine being arrested by a slave. Sir, you have the right to remain silent. Huh, well, at least I have rights. Slaves made up about a third of the population and were an absolute gold mine for their owners. Profit margins are pretty healthy when you don't have to pay them much, or at all. Speaking of gold mines, that's where you're headed. Time to get branded and get a move on. You're swiftly carted off to join a group of miners so large it would cause a YouTube elite to start sweating. Oh man, looks like all the cool slaves have been sent to the surface mine to get gold and silver. But since your mining level sucks, you get to go underground for some cuprum. That's copper. Working in a mine was brutal. Slaves were subjected to intense labor all day, working in poorly ventilated and swelteringly hot cave systems hundreds of feet deep in the earth, illuminated only by dim oil lamps. You can't see shit, which means your fellow slaves can't see jack shit. So watch out for rogue pickaxes. You toil away day in and day out for a while now, but notice that, like the rock around you, you're getting chiseled. The combination of your new Mediterranean diet and constant physical exertion is starting to pay off. You're able to mine more efficiently, and you're outperforming your coworkers. Thanks to all of your hard work and dedication, the local mine supervisor rewards you with more backbreaking work. Looks like you gotta add your pride to a list of things getting crushed around these parts. You're working hard and gaining some gains, but you need to start finding a way out of here soon. You see, the life expectancy for miners is only a few years. With hazards like coal dust, lead exposure, and cave-ins, it was a quick way to have your lifespan get completely rocked. Ah, jeez. Looks like Atticus is showing signs of a fever. And Pucus over there? He's earning his namesake. You ask your buddy Atlas what the heck's going on, to which he responds, looks like they all caught some sort of... No matter where you throw a dart on the board of history, diseases were always in the spotlight. Perhaps the most common in classical Greek times were smallpox, influenza, and measles. Luckily for you, your parents love you and got you vaccinated when you were just a wee babby, right? Of course, otherwise you'd look like this. But ancient Greeks weren't so lucky. It was pretty common for outbreaks to be spontaneous and run rampant, killing off people by the thousands. And what kind of disease discussion would it be without the mention of the plague? Yeah, the plague showed up in ancient Athens right around 430 BC, 10 years before you arrived. During that time, it eradicated between 75 to 100,000 people, or about a quarter of the city's population. The plague comes in 3 flavors: bubonic, pneumonic, and septicemic, and strawberry. They're all basically the same thing, but affect you in different ways. Bubonic was the most common, as it's kind of stage 1 of the plague. Usually transferred from a flea giving you a little nibble, the plague is a bacterial infection that just penetrates your cells and fills them with toxins, killing them. This will also cause you to have a fever, the chills, and make you generally feel like shit. Your body will also start getting polluted with bumpy boils. If left untreated, the infection can spread to your blood, where it upgrades to septicemic plague. This is when parts of your body get the rot and start to turn black, causing severe pain as well as more frequent, unprovoked traffic stops. If the infection gets into your lungs, that's when it's classified as pneumonic plague. You begin coughing like crazy, and your respiratory system starts to fail. And that's no good. Luckily, doctors at the time relied less on the big guys in the sky for help and decided to take matters into their own hands, establishing and developing the concept of medical treatment. It was widely believed that the key to a healthy life was to consume healthy foods like fruits, veggies, nuts, meats, and dairy, not to mention plenty of exercise. Crazy thought, right? But if you did get the ick, there were a few solutions. The most common was bloodletting. Look, you're just a big walking blood sac, and since you're sick, that means you've got time to get rid of that. Thanks, Doc. I feel so... Other treatments were often natural remedies like herbs, soups, teas, and honey to heal your little stummy. But anyway, you're safe cause you're vaccinated, which means that you're the sole survivor of a recent outbreak and you really like trains. Guess you're a free man now. Being very free and very man means that you now have access to education. Sorry ladies, you're gonna have to wait a while before you learn good. Time to hit the books. Now that your yearning for the mines is now a yearning for learning, it's time to trade your physical gains for mental ones. Ancient Greece had a wealth of educational resources including public and private schools, personal tutors, intellectual lectures, and a recent invention: books. Books started showing up around the 5th century. It was a great way to record down your stories and lectures without having to memorize them. But some pretentious Greek geeks like the famed philosopher Socrates believed that books would be the downfall of society, as people would just write things down rather than commit knowledge to memory. But imagine this: if you wanted to learn a story or a bit of information, you had to catch Rheticus on a Tuesday afternoon next to a fountain in the park, but you showed up a little bit late and missed half the story. Yeah, can you rewind like 10 minutes, please? Found a really good Euro spot. You want some? More for me. You attend several lectures and slowly learn to read and write the local dialect, Attic Greek. Not to be confused with Basement Greek. Although they were rare, you managed to find a small public library to see if there's anything interesting, when something catches your eye. Oh, no way. What the fuck?
Like I said, I'd survive.
This video is sponsored by Incogni. Oh boy, looks like the witch got you again. This time, you gracefully land in Independence, Missouri in the mid-1800s. Everyone's packing up and moving out west to seek their fortune in greener pastures, and you don't want to get left behind. Think you have what it takes to blaze the trail? Let's find out. Since you've just been thrown into this reality, you're only as good as the skills that you can provide. As we all know, there's only 3 kinds of people in this world: bankers, farmers, and carpenters. Nothing else. And thanks to good old democracy, you are now... a crafty carpenter. You enjoy getting hammered and occasionally nailed. You've got some solid survival stats and decent savings. Good choice. Not that it was yours anyway. Here's your complimentary wife and 2 adorable little cherubs to help you on the trail. Look how cute they are. Your mission is to travel down the soon-to-be-famous Oregon Trail. Over 2,000 miserable miles of dirt, disease, and death, formally established in 1836 to help pioneers move out west. But why would I move out west, you might ask? Because you want to. But more importantly, the US government wants you to. Look, the eastern states are getting all congested, industrial, and smoggy. So the United States needs to do some good old expansion. Thanks to the Louisiana Purchase in 1803 and the Oregon Treaty in 1846, there's a lot of fresh open land to settle. Why live in the economic decline of disgusting cities in the east when you could manifest that destiny and fill up those lungs with fresh air on the fertile plains? That's good air. If the opportunity of prosperity wasn't enough to convince you, how does free land sound? Thanks to the Oregon Land Donation Claim Act of 1850, pioneers can claim up to 640 acres, 2.6 square kilometers, of land completely free. Time to get supplies. Look, if you're going to be slogging down a few thousand miles of rocky trail, you're going to need to be well supplied if you want to stand any chance of surviving. Pioneers stocked up their supplies in trailhead towns just like Independence, Missouri. Things like food, clothes, tools, livestock, and perhaps the most critical American asset, guns. Because when you're out on a seemingly endless sand ocean, anything's fair game. What's to stop a desperate thief from stealing your precious supplies and/or daughter? Your gun. So be sure that you're well equipped to donate a few lead slugs to their cause. And of course, you could also hunt for food if you need to. When it came to food, a family of 4 would need about 1,000 pounds of the stuff. This was usually beans, rice, flour, sugar, coffee, and dried meats and veggies. Don't forget your pots and pans and your fresh water barrel, or else you'll be washing down your salty deer jerky with a cup of dried rice. For tools, you're gonna need to be making repairs when stuff breaks, and stuff will break. Since you're a carpenter and know how to carpent properly, you're set with a hammer, a saw, and an axe. And of course, you'll need some spare clothes, otherwise you'll be walking around with some breezy cheeks. In order to haul all of your stuff down the trail, you're gonna need a big ol' wagon. This sucker right here is a prairie schooner. Not as beefy as the heavy Conestoga wagons used for shipping freight, but you can still fit so many supplies and family members in this bad boy. With 4 ox power, tricked out wooden wheels, and a non-existent suspension, the kids will be uncomfortably wobbling down a trail at a spine-shattering 15 miles per day. You and your wife, however, will be getting your steps in the entire way. Every day is leg day on the Oregon Trail. So with a modest $800 to your name, you talk to the general store owner and place your order. Yes sir, what can I do you for? Well, about 20 bucks, but I'm kind of looking for some supplies. Sure thing, take a look around. Yeah, can I get, what's a sponsor? That. Are you sick and tired of getting stupid spam emails or marketing calls from companies you've never done business with? I hate you! I know that in order to make these videos, I've had to navigate quite a few websites for, you know, research purposes, only to get bombarded by spam calls afterward. Evil scumbag data brokers yoink your personal information and sell it to companies to make a quick buck. Important stuff like your email address, your home address, your shopping habits, even your legal name. Don't look at that. But you can fix that. The truth is, we all have a legal right to politely request that these companies remove our information, but that requires a lot of paperwork, which can take years. Literal years. That's where Incogni comes in to scrub all of your personal details off the internet. Their legal team forces these companies to delete your personal information from their servers. When I signed up, Incogni showed me just how many companies have been profiting off of my identity. Nice. No, wait, that's not nice. Within the first day, Incogni had sent out 127 requests to have my data removed, with 71 already being completed. Now my phone is back to being completely silent, returning me to my void of unending loneliness. Thanks, Incogni. So if that sounds like a good deal, I've got an even better one. You can support the channel by signing up today using code CHATHISTORY at incogni.com/chathistory to save 60% on your Incogni annual plan. Say it with me. Incogni.com/chathistory. Promo code chathistory. Save 60%. I love you. So can I just get one of everything? Yeah, I'll ring you up. You better get used to that wagon, because you're about to spend about 6 months in it. You've got almost 2,200 miles of trail ahead of you, but you're not alone. In fact, over 400,000 other pioneers are also making the trek. Just don't make too many friends, because you'll end up burying some of them along the way. About 10% of those who hit the trail ended up really hitting the trail. For better survival stats, many families opted to form traveling caravan groups consisting of dozens of wagons to support each other. But having so many people around inevitably led to disagreement. Hey, can you pass the beans? I don't know, can I? The fuck's your problem? So in order to avoid descending into complete chaos, leaders and officers were elected to direct the caravans, laying out agreed upon ground rules dictating what to do in certain events. So if grandma slips and takes a wheeler 50 to the spine, we all know who gets all of her stuff. Enjoy those dentures. Proper planning gave you those. These concrete rules were designed to prevent arguments down the line. But of course, humans will be humans. I just wanted some beans. But you're a simple fella who makes simple decisions, so you're probably fine, right? What could go wrong? Being on the road for about a month now, you've passed through a few forts and landmarks, and besides a few snakes and your son hucking some stuff off of the wagon for fun, things have been going pretty well. Huh. Well, time to put the carpenter skills to use and make repairs. While there's some downtime, the family has an opportunity to catch up on some chores. Just remember to keep your guard up and avoid any, you know. Since your wagon conveniently broke down next to a freshwater spring, your wife is able to replenish the water supply before washing the farts out of your family's clothes. Meanwhile, your daughter feeds the oxen and your son laps up water from a brown puddle. Look at him go. Oh wait, that's not good. Your son is gonna quickly learn about a little thing called cholera. You see, there were plenty of diseases that plagued the Dusty Trail, like mumps, measles, and the dreaded dysentery, but cholera was by far the worst. Contracted mainly from contaminated water sources where fellow pioneers expelled their evils, cholera could kill within hours and spread just as fast across an entire caravan. Symptoms included extreme nausea, vomiting out your front, vomiting out your back, dehydration from all the vomiting, leg cramps, restlessness, irregular heartbeat, glassy eyes, and perhaps the worst symptom of all, death. Oh my god, he's dead! No, he could just have cholera. Disease alone was the biggest killer on the trail, with estimates of over 30,000 deaths. So, best to avoid slurping down brown puddles. Sorry, son. Not only were diseases a guaranteed add to the death count, but so were injuries. Even something as simple as a small cut could easily be infected, with the extent of medical treatment being no more than, put some whiskey on it. Your prognosis wasn't too promising. So when little Jimothy falls off the wagon and shatters both tibias, he's now the trail's newest speed bump. If you were afflicted by something, the best you could do was rest. Resting was crucial for pioneers. If they didn't stop to rest frequently, they ended up taking a dirt nap from crippling exhaustion. But not only was physical health a concern, but mental health as well. There were quite a few reports of people throwing themselves off the wagon of life when their mental health deteriorated from not only the monotonous and seemingly unending voyage, but seeing the constant line of rotting bodies of fallen pioneers. It was pretty common to pass several dead travelers every day on the trail, so you gotta think that that's pretty demoralizing, especially if some of those travelers were your friends and family. Even today, some of these graves still mark the end of many pioneers' journeys. Mental health really was no joke. Take for example the famous story of Elizabeth Markham, who was pushed to the brink of insanity while on the trail. In the middle of their trek, she hit a point of exhaustion where she simply refused to travel any further, and nothing could convince her to carry on. After hours of failed encouragement, her husband and children were forced to abandon her and move on. After a while, her son was sent back to get her after she had rested. Bad move. Elizabeth eventually caught back up with the rest of the family, but left her son in the dirt with a rock lodged in his skull. When her husband raced back to find his son still barely alive, Elizabeth set fire to the family's wagon for good measure. Can't continue down the trail if everything you own is reduced to a cinder, can ya? Not only were humans a danger to themselves, but so was almost everything else, especially nature. High winds, strong storms, blazing heat, freezing nights, they all did what they do best. They happened. You also had to watch out for wildlife. Wolves, bears, snakes, coyotes, and buffalo. They were all out to get you and your family. But thanks to firearms, humans were able to get them back, especially the buffalo. That's gonna piss off some Native Americans. Speaking of which, there's often a misconception that Native Americans were a constant threat. Not true. In fact, quite the opposite. Native outposts were extremely useful trading sites to replenish food and other supplies. Natives also served as experienced tour guides, escorting some pioneers through rougher terrain like forests and rivers. Granted, there were a few deadly altercations between pioneers and natives, usually a result of pioneers being paranoid and shooting at natives unprovoked. About 800 natives and pioneers were killed thanks to sheer stupidity. Oh well, the wagon's repaired, so time to get back to it. You continued traveling on for a few more months, passing by more forts and giant rocks, but things have been pretty quiet. Wait, why is everything so quiet? They're probably fine. You then break out of your reminiscing when something catches your eye in the distance. There it is! The end of the line and a ticket to a new life. Oregon City. That's in Oregon. All that's left between you and salvation is a huge freaking river. The Columbia River. You can't exactly cross it, so you're gonna need to ford it. You waterproof your wagon, but you still need a raft to hold everything. Oh, but building a sturdy enough raft is just gonna be impossible, is what a non-carpenter would say. It's river time. This game sucks. Oh, that's much better. Whether you believe in curses or not, it's a simple fact that some objects are inherently creepy. Something as simple as a little statue that your grandpappy gave you before he particle effected away could make your amygdala go all wiggly. Is it just a statue, or is it something a little bit more sinister?
Invest in Bitcoin.
No! Time to talk about cursed artifacts. Of course a doll is cursed. It's like the go-to item to be cursed. You've got Annabelle, this doll, you got Furbies. But first, there was Robert. His story begins in the early 1900s in Key West, Florida, with little 4-year-old Eugene Robert Otto. The young boy had reportedly received the doll as a present from either his grandfather or from a house servant. Most sources claim it was a servant woman who apparently handmade the demonic doll and gave it to Eugene in retaliation for being mistreated by his parents. This certainly serves the whole curse narrative, so let's go with that. Either way, Eugene welcomed his new doll friend and decided to name him Robert. He is a life-size cloth doll stuffed with wood wool. Being life-sized, this thing's freaking huge, sitting at around 40 inches in length. Non-Americans would call that a meter. It's basically the size of another small child. Now best friends, the two were inseparable day in and day out, sitting, playing, solving differential equations. So after around 6 years of pretty much nothing super spooky happening, something super spooky happened. Eugene was having a nice deep dreamy sleep when he woke up to find Robert just kind of sitting at the foot of his bed, staring at him. That's not good. Soon after, Eugene's mom, who was also having a solid dream, was abruptly awoken by the sound of Eugene's desperate and terrified screams, accompanied by the banging and scraping of moving furniture. She quickly and unanimatedly rushed down the hallway, ripped the door open, and found little Eugene in a fetal position on his bed, clearly petrified in fear, with a still staring Robert on the bed. Oh, and all the furniture had been inexplicably overturned around the room. When questioned about what happened, Eugene simply said, "Robert did it." Oh, okay. Over the next several years, whenever there was mischief afoot, Robert was to blame. Although skeptical, Eugene's parents had their fair share of uneasy experiences too. Allegedly, they would hear Eugene conversing with Robert, which is innocent enough for kids with imaginary friends, but they would often hear an unfamiliar voice responding to Eugene in conversation, accompanied by creepy giggling. Sometimes they would even see Robert moving around out of the corner of their eye. After growing up and being soul-crushed by the weight of adult life, Eugene returned to his estate with his wife to find Robert locked away in a chest. Ugh, I hate it. Mrs. Otto wasn't a huge fan of the old doll and demanded that Robert remain in the chest, and being a good husband, Eugene conceded. Remember fellas, happy wife, happy life. But this did not make Robert too happy. There were reports from house guests of hearing scurrying in the attic with that same creepy giggling. Even children passing by outside reported seeing Robert in the window staring at them and even making fun of them, though I'm not too sure how well they could see that from such a distance. Eugene, knowing that he locked Robert in the chest multiple times, would often find him sitting by the window. Fast forward, Eugene dies in 1974 and a new family moves into the house. Their curious daughter finds Robert and gets super excited. A new house and a creepy decrepit possessed doll? Where do I sign? But it didn't take long for everything to come full circle. The daughter would wake up screaming for her parents when she saw Robert moving about the room. In response, her parents were all neat and slammed Robert into a box and gave him away. The devilish doll is now on display at the East Martello Museum in Key West, Florida, where you can meet him yourself. Or you can deal with that shadow person that's currently staring at you from the corner of your bedroom. Sleep tight. We all know that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Some artists pour their heart and soul out onto the canvas, while others just dump out a can of paint and call it a day. Regardless, art evokes emotion and meaning behind the brushstrokes, which is why painter Bruno Amadeo created the Crying Children series in the UK in the 1950s. However, the origin of his inspiration is up for debate. Some sources say that Amadeo adopted a little adorable orphan boy whose parents died in a house fire. But tragedy would follow the little no-parent-having gremlin when Amadeo's own studio caught fire shortly after. The orphan boy, who was blamed for the fire and swiftly hucked to the road, eventually grew up and allegedly lost his own life in a car fire in the 70s. Another, more plausible inspiration was from witnessing children orphaned by the events of World War II. Over 60 paintings of crying children were created between the 1950s and the 1980s. Super depressing. But oddly enough, them weird Brits absolutely loved the paintings. Over 50,000 prints were sold and displayed in homes. But listen, I gotta ask, who the friggin' flip puts a picture of a crying child in their home. What's that?
Oh, that's just a crying boy painting. Isn't he adorable?
No. But that's not the weird part. The weird part is what happened to many of those who had the copies. Over the years, many owners of these paintings reported house fires which devastated their homes. Whole kitchens set ablaze, living rooms charred, bedrooms burned. But a common theme was that the crying children paintings survived, unscathed and intact. Hundreds of these reports came in, and many firefighters frequently found the freaky features face down and fire free. Some people claim that they would even hear screams and crying sounds coming from the portraits before being retrieved. To put the idea of the curse to rest, a newspaper editor advised any concerned owners of the portraits to send them in to be destroyed. In the end, over 2,500 prints were received and subsequently burned, though it did prove difficult to do so. It is generally agreed upon that the reproductions were printed on fire-resistant, high-density hardboard, so they were pretty difficult to actually set on fire. But as usual, people denied logical thought and decided that the supernatural explanation was the only possibility. It's probably best practice to just never hang any paintings in your home. You just never know their next move. Welcome to World of Tanks, the high-octane PC wargame where you can pilot your very own tank. Can you stop screaming in my face? You've got over 800 tanks to choose from. Fast tanks, large tanks, itty-bitty car tanks. Tanks that are green, some that are gray. Even tanks that can snipe you from miles away. He's there somewhere. I'm listening. Go on and hop into your favorite historically accurate war machine and charge into over 40 different battle arenas. Pound sand in a desert or touch grass in a field. Heck, you can even fight in a city if you want. Oh, this is pretty fun. Find your target and take aim. You can ram them, jam them, or superstar slam them. Do whatever your heart desires. I would like some magnesium. Isn't this great? It's a game where you control a tank shooting at other tanks. What else could you need? Yeah, but I don't have the money to... It's free. Don't slap people. If you want to lose all of your spare time to this masterpiece, download World of Tanks today using the link in the description. Since you're new, you'll even get a big old sack of goodies. Just use invite code COMBAT to get 7 days of free premium access, 250,000 credits, a free premium tank, and trial runs of other premium tanks. If you're not new and need an excuse to hop back in, you'll get some free stuff too. Give me those! Download today. Okay. Dolls, paintings, and now, furniture. Anything can be cursed if you piss off the wrong people enough, which leads to our next cursed artifact, the Conjured Chest. This finicky piece of furniture has quite the troubled backstory to it. It all started in the early 1800s in old Kentucky. Here, plantation owner Jeremiah Graham, sometimes referred to by pseudonym Jacob Cooley, was getting ready to have his first child. The thing is, Jeremiah was about as useless as an inflatable dartboard, so he had someone make it for him. And what's a plantation owner without a few slaves? This is the American South after all. One particular slave, named Remus, or Hosea in some sources, was a master carpenter, and was given the task of building a chest of drawers, which apparently is different from a dresser. This is a dresser, and this is a chest of drawers. See? Very different. Remus got to work in crafting the chest, spending countless hours perfecting the piece. Once completed, he presented the chest to Jeremiah. Excellent work, Remus. I give you full credit for this wonderful display of craftsmanship. Isn't it beautiful? Hell, I'd make sweet love to it right now if you weren't watching. But of course, that's not what happened. Instead, Jeremiah hated it so much that he actually ended up beating Remus to death over the matter. This understandably sparked an outrage amongst the other plantation slaves, initiating a plot to seek revenge. According to the Kentucky Historical Society, the other plantation slaves secretly cursed the gift, sprinkling dried owl's blood while uttering a secret chant. Despite despising the decorated drawers, Jeremiah moved the chest to the newborn's nursery. According to legend, anyone associated with the chest had suffered a miserable death. It is said that the demonic drawers have a kill count of 18 across a 100-year span. Here's a few of them. Jeremiah's firstborn, for whom the chest was made, got spawn camped. Jeremiah's nephew, whose clothes were put in the chest, was stabbed on his 21st birthday. A couple who inherited the chest both died, one from a severe illness and the other was killed in an accident. A recent bride who stuffed her wedding dress in the drawer prematurely died in 1897. One fella's mom put some of his mittens in the chest in 1909. He fell off a train 30 feet to his death. Another woman rearranged her house and moved the chest to her room. She took her own life a few years later in 1915. In 1946, a guy placed his hunting clothes in the chest. Then someone else placed a bullet in his chest. Frustratingly, Jeremiah himself actually escaped any premature demise. After a while, enough was enough. In the late 1940s, the latest owner had her maid break the curse. But how do you break a curse? Simple. You just obtain a dead owl, have it watch you pick and boil willow leaves for one whole day, put the liquid in a jug and bury it such that the handle is facing east under a flowering bush. If all goes well, you die and the curse is lifted. The maid did all this and, sure enough, died shortly after, becoming the last casualty of the conjured chest, but ultimately breaking the curse. Or so they say. Back over 5,300 years ago, when you were nothing but a speck in the atmosphere, no more significant than you are now, some guy got shot in the back with an arrow while traversing the Utstal Mountains in modern-day northern Italy. Since he failed to activate his protective prayers, he couldn't recover and got PK'd pretty hard. In non-gamer speak, he died. But this wouldn't be the end of his journey. Thanks to the very cold conditions of snow and ice on the mountain, the guy's remains froze and his body was preserved for thousands of years. The man was discovered in 1991 and given the name Utsi, after the mountain range in which he died. That's like naming someone who fell off of a cliff Cliffy, or Clifford.
Alright! Finally. Finally! Post. Oh no! Oh no! I did a oopsie. Delete. Okay. Yes. Have to do it all again. Don't worry, at least I got most things copied. What is the odd tag again? Oh no. Oh no. I need to know. Oh, Ryu doesn't have an odd tag. Dang, I feel sad. She must have one. It's just that I've never seen it? I don't know. She should have a few. Nope. She doesn't have one. Ooh. This is day 6. Let me look closer. Yep, this is day 6. I'll be finished all my things and let you guys know I am retiring. I need to take my break because I need it, so I will tell you guys that I am going to off my stream. And I will let you know one thing. Thank you very much. As always, stay healthy, stay safe. Until next time. And I will keep on drawing. You know what? If you guys really do appreciate what I do, remember do scan the my Ko-Fi thingy. Give me a little bit of donations. I do have a medical condition. I'm not working. This is my only job in some sense. Keep drawing, entertain people. Yep, everything. So, as always, stay healthy, stay safe. Until next time, stay tuned on the next stream. Bye bye.